Han jumps from the top. He's smiling, his eyes bright, his fist wrapped around the flames. He screams that this is the final touch. Then he hits the two-headed crocodile, using the intimidation skill plus Death Fist. After that, the crocodile starts screaming. The system congratulates the player. Then this huge crocodile falls to the ground. And while everyone is watching, Han hovers, sends notifications that the two-headed chimera boss hunt is successful, lands smiling to two of his elders. Coco and the others also come over. After that, the system says that the hunt for all three boss monsters is successful, and a reward is given for the quest attack of the boss monster. Han then looks down at his fists and smiles at the memory. He remembers hitting an elephant and a hippo, thinking about how even though they were huge, they were overpowered by the added advantage. And it turns out that the synergistic effect is just an amazing thing. No matter how absolutely evil it is, it's nothing. After that, the system sends notifications about a reward of 30 million gold, and all stats are increased by 1 and 3 absolute evil points are added. Han looks at the system window, which says that the quests are completed, a reward is awarded. It says that a reward is given for each boss. He thinks that he would like to be given red stones and something like a pack of red stones. After that, the system sends congratulations. Everything starts to glow, and he looks at the black stones. They also start to shine. Han comes to a shock, opening his mouth. The system says that he got 3 black stones, after which he wondered if they were black stones while the elders shouted at him. He keeps beaming and wonders if he's really asleep. Black stone. Among the existing monster stones, this stone is a top-class monster, approximately 200 years after Olympus was commissioned. For the entire 200-year history, the black stone only appeared 3 times. Han looks surprised and says that the cost of a black stone with this level of rarity is. He remembers all the times he threw up and who he was like. I showed my sister the ATM. Han smiles and stares at the stones in silence. We who watch it say that Vladika seems to glow with happiness, to which the other elder smiles and says that yes, he thinks so too, and today he slept on showcased his talents. Then the elder remarks, saying something about how he doesn't think that's the main reason. After that, he disappears, thinking that it seems that they have guests. A man and a girl go to the lake together. The girl has gray hair, and it was the director of the Big Blue Heart Union. Look at the man with the spear walking forward. Speaking of the fact that the president of the union appeared in person, was that the president of the Justice Union, Captain. He says that fortunately, they are not too late yet. After that, the second elder appears behind these people and holds his weapon to their necks. He tells them to stand and looks at him in surprise, after which, the headmistress looks at him and thinks about what happened when he ended up here, clearly worried, and the captain, looking at this, is surprised. Han notices this, and everyone turns to look at them. The elder tells the Khan what to do with them. After that, they excitedly tell Han that she is the director of the Blue Heart Union and asks to talk. And the man, looking away, says that he is the president of the Justice Union, Captain, while the elder is holding the weapon around their necks. Han looks at them, thinking that the Justice League is America, and the president himself has arrived. He tells them to leave them, and he obeys and leaves. He goes back to the elder, and they all stand there looking at them. Han then tells them that they'd better not move if they value their lives, and they smile at Han. He approaches them. He crossed his arms and stared in disbelief. He asks about them, what did they want to say, and one of the directors says, clearly worried, that their union wants to recruit him. She holds out her hand as Han listens. She says she's offering a contract with a down payment and an annual salary of $300 million each, plus a set of unique items. They will also grant them the right to hunt and warp maps of Union-controlled territories. And that's a very good condition, isn't it? To which the captain throws up his hands with a smile and says that he also came here to recruit him. Under the terms of their contract, the initial payment will be $300 million, and the annual salary will be $500 million. They will also give him a set of rare items. And would they like to lead the world by joining forces with them? Han looks away and sighs, lost in thought. Is he talking about recruiting? Nothing. One of the directors, clearly worried, says that no matter how strong he is, it would be difficult for him to survive without the protection of a large union, because in this case, they would not be able to use all the trading institutions in Korea, thinking that as long as he stays in this region, he has no way to ignore their influence. After which, they are surprised to see Han release all his power and say that so be it. And while the directors are clearly confused and shocked, Han says that, to be honest, he doesn't care, because he has his own ways how to get items, get rid of them. After that, several monsters jump on Han. He looks at them with a smile and says that the annual salary is $500 million, strikes at these monsters, knocking them down, using the True 100 Lightning Strike skill. Then Rufendel jumps over the corpses of these monsters and sits on his knee, giving a bag of gold to the Khan. The directors watch this and are shocked. Khan says it's a paltry $500 million, And while the director thinks that his abilities are much more amazing than it was shown in the video, the directors stand up in shock as Han continues talking what he is able to earn right now without moving from the spot. Then Han smiles and throws the red stones. He says that these are not the conditions that he really likes. After that, the directors are shocked and start saying that no, listen. The captain appears right in front of her and interrupts, telling him to wait. He says that something is wrong and apparently there are misunderstandings. He takes you seriously with a face saying that they are offering them an annual salary of $500 million, and the headmistress is also shocked to see this. He starts to give birth in surprise, thinking how ashamed he is that he was sure it was about 500 million won. He begins to say that it is possible that another union also used this unit of account. After which, she says no, she meant at the end of the hour with her head and looking surprised. And the captain looks at him in surprise and throws up his hands and shouts that how is this so and is it serious? And Han is surprised to think that he didn't make a mistake, and it turns out that the captain was a little overzealous. But while they're arguing, Han thinks to himself that no matter what, one side sent the director and offered 300 million won. Looking at the captain asking her if she's serious about offering just 300 million won. And Khan continues to think about the fact that the president himself came here from the other side and offered $500 million. And he seems to have developed a feeling of sympathy that he hasn't had since Road. After that, the captain puts his weapon on the ground, sticking it in. He says that one way or another, he thinks it will be difficult to give him an answer right now. He leans against the wall and stretches out his hand, begins to speak. That, of course, they didn't have to accept their call of love. But if they were ever going to sign a contract with someone, he would want them to at least give their firm word. Thinking that for a player of this level, 300 million won isn't really a suggestion of being belittled, and hoping that he wasn't offended. The captain looks at Han and tells him that they fully respect his choice, but if he gives them another chance, then they can confidently say that the Justice Union is determined to seize this opportunity. Then Han closes his eyes and smiles, saying that it's good. He says that when he decides to sign a contract with someone, he will put the Justice Union on the first place. The other director then watches as the captain starts to leave. She is very worried, thinking about him offering 500 million won, and she'd heard that the Justice Union had a huge amount of capital, but she hadn't expected it to be so huge. Then Han looks at her from behind, telling her what she's doing, and she pays attention to him with surprise and says that. Han smiles at the headmaster and says that she heard everything. If she doesn't have anything else to say, then please come back. Han smiles, holding out his hand, talking about what or if there's anything else to say. She, in turn, is clearly at a loss to say that there is no, and wishes him to make a good choice. Then she turns and walks away, gritting her teeth. She is clearly angry, leaving, and thinking that how dare some Jeltorodikov behave like this. After that, messages are sent to her, and she sees it in the system window. He asks her how it went, after which, the soldier talks to her, saying that from the blue heart, as the one from said, he is arrogant, and she doesn't know if she should show him that he can't do anything on his own. Then this soldier says he was right, didn't he? This is the real garbage. And what is he going to do with senior management? And he asks you to please return the bag he mentioned, and this is very important. This is a soldier resting and saying thank you very much. Then the system window disappears and he sighs. He looks ahead and thinks that he is a nut and has decided to make enemies of the Divine Star and the Union as well. And he has no idea what kind of selfish motives he is pursuing, but so far the situation itself is in their favor. Then he remembers how Han and Rufendal took his bag, thinking about what if only he could get her back, remembering how they are in masks in their faces. High-rise buildings. Han wipes his hair with a towel. He's thinking about how he should use the black stone to spread more rumors. Then he sees his phone being called. He looks at this number and thinks that this is the first time he's seen it, and it looks like it's spam. He picks up the phone, holds it to his head, and says hello. They say hello to him, and it was Mariana. She says with a smile that it's her uncle, and Han knows it's Mariana. She thinks about how she doesn't remember giving her his phone number. After that, Mariana, talking on the phone, being together with her sister in a cafe. While her sister looks at her with a smile, Tak says that yes, that's right, and asks if Han is busy. She goes on to say that she is with her sister right now, asking if he would like to join them. Han thinks about this while looking at his phone. Sunny day near the cafe. Han goes inside, starts looking around. After which, he hears his name called and is told that they are here. And he looks at them. He spots his sister with Mariana. They sit at the table and Mariana holds her cocktail while her sister waves. My sister smiles as she tells me that she's sitting down with them. But he puts his hand on Mariana's shoulder, while she looks away and is embarrassed. My sister smiles, saying that she thought it would be nice to get together once, so she shared his number. Then tell me, Mariana, don't you think, my beauty? He watches in surprise as Han stands there in silence. She asks why he doesn't say anything, and Han is clearly angry, bringing his hands together. Speaking of which, the two of them really want to be scolded properly. Han sits behind his chair and holds his head up. He says that initially he had no intention of meeting them offline. And Chet, how could you be so frivolous? Han then gets angry, saying that he said he wasn't going anywhere. After that, he continues to yell at his sister along with Mariana, who looks away and is clearly worried. He's shouting about how they forced him to come here because they seem to need to warn them at least once about the consequences of their frivolous actions. You know. And while they're both calming down, Han keeps talking. He says that every insignificant word and every random gesture can become a clue, and now they are in a position where they must be so careful that others cannot come to certain conclusions. Then the three of them stand against the wall, saying that caution is above all clearly separates both what they call each other and what they call each other here. The manner of speech there and the manner of speech here should be radically different. After that, Han raises his head, saying that this is especially true for Mariana. Never say your nickname anywhere, and don't even mention your class. And he asks her if she understands. Then Mariana throws up her hands in panic while her sister watches her. He says why there is no answer, and she says yes, she understood everything, so she will do it. After that, the nurse hugs Mariana and tells him what came over him. They haven't actually committed any serious crime, and he'd already scared her so badly. And Han says that he will give her a good scolding at home, and who says that she can give his number without permission. And the sister is very surprised. They say that they are partners. And Han, sitting at the table with his hands together, starts to emit a purple aura. A white light begins to shine in his eyes. He's talking about who the partners are, and she's already forgotten what she did and has to watch her mouth. Then the nurse, looking at him, lowers her head and apologizes. After that, two hands take the table and says that one way or another they should be careful. He turns around and tells them that wherever they go smaller, they should keep their mouths shut. He says he has things to do, so he will leave one. Then they both watch Han leave. The nurse is clearly displeased, drinking a cocktail. She says he's a brat. And how can you be so fixated on taking precautions? While Mariana is very shy about him, they poke each other with their fingers. My sister says that I'm sorry, by nature, he is not such a person, calling him a buka. Mariana says that by thinking clearly about him. She remembers all the time she spent with him and thinks that from the first meeting she felt very comfortable in his presence. Knowing how he saved her, talking about what was important, he always took care of her. So she wanted to meet him in person to say thank you. After that, he remembers how his sister says that she doesn't want her to call her uncle and she is only for it. Mariana drinks a cocktail, holding her neck and looking embarrassed. She thinks about how she was only scolded in the end. Maybe she was told that when her uncle saw her face, he would be speechless. And it turns out that he doesn't really care what she looks like. After that, someone shouts that the eldest came and throws him documents. It was Rufendal, who was on his knees, thrusting documents at the Khan. The man stretches out his hand, looking at him and listening to what he's shouting. Rufendal at this point says that in his absence, he made a list of items that he received recently. Rufendal, smiling and holding out the documents, says that everything is taken into account here from the correct market price to getting rid of the thing without revealing his identity. His servant described every detail. He says that no one else needs to do such a troublesome job. If he is satisfied with the work he has done, he will pat his head once. Han then pats Rufendal's head and Rufendal begins to glow. Khan says it's a great job and he's done a great job, while Rufendal starts screaming with happiness. And while the Khan is sitting at the documents and sticking in one hand in a bag, he glances at Rufendaglio, who is standing next to him, cleaning his hands. Rufendal says that he doesn't need any encouragement, and he just needs to eat a couple of buns that were thrown to the eldest. Han thinks about how it looks like he's fawning so much because he knows he has the black stone, doesn't he? And Khan thinks he's very surprised. He pulls a video camera out of his bag. The system says that the video recorder is a gem directly owned by 4. And Han says it's the same thing that fell from the teleport of the Helene Union. Then it opens the list of recorded videos. He sees that the payment by the Union of the right to use hunting grounds, granting Unions the right to hunt, Union fee, teleport usage, Union fees, and he wonders, they say, why he got his hands on the teleport and exclusive rights to use the hunting grounds. And then I sold it all for kickbacks. Han, looking at this camera, smiles. He says that so that's why he promised to pay him 1 billion won if he returned the bag to him. After which, he calls out to the second elder who appears right from his back. He says that, yes, he is the master here. And Han remembers the huge teleport in the city. It is said that there is a private teleport in the northern part of the city on the continent of Runia. It is run by the Helene Union. He sees the way the soldiers walk. They are commanded by one of the main ones. Speaking of which, the leader of the teleport control group, Eve, will definitely be there. And while he shouts for them to get in line properly until he enters the usage fee, most likely he is currently busy collecting money. here and there. And while the commander looks away, thinking that the end of the working day is coming soon, he says that he is sentencing him to the death penalty for life, speaking of killing him as soon as he got out of the safe zone. Han then tosses the camera, and the elder asks him. He says if he can find out the reason for the whole order, and Han talks about the reason, thinking that he doesn't really care much about fixing the social order, but he says that he is an absolute evil, so he must act in accordance with his title, and Han throws the camera down and smiles, saying that he just doesn't like him. Thinking that if he uses it well, he thinks that he will have a map to put pressure on the big union. Olympus camera. Khan says no. Why is the public mood like this? He looks at the computer, which has a lot of comments written on it. He considers one of the comments to be talking about what happened to Han who piled on the Divine Star, while the other answers about how this is even possible and the Divine Star was robbed, laughing. Many people say that he said that he would destroy the monopoly, but where is he now? And can he talk nonsense like an upstart? And what about this guy? Speaking of which, he's just the facts. And the person who considers this is surprised, they say that who writes it. Here's a pathetic commoner who can't do anything. This will be a director who reads a comment from a laptop, leaning on his hand. He says that when non-upper class people gain power, they always behave that way. This is a kind of attempt to gain some popularity among the masses. After that, he thinks about talking about what he is going to do. After which it counts the news, say that. They say Daily News of Olympus, the great union of the Divine Star, declared him an absolute evil. Daily News of Olympus, the latest news, finally revealed the true nature of absolute evil. The director reads this and smiles, saying that it serves him right. He says what he can do against the Divine Star. He remembers Han wrapped in a dark aura. Speaking of which, of course, we should recognize his strength, and as a solo player, he is on a completely different level. He's the one who represents how Han stands out in the crowd and stands out. They say that despite this, he is still the same full How, and it seems that now he has made the whole world his enemy. The director recalls how Berserk gritted his teeth and lost, speaking of why he only touched it. And now that he's got the rage of absolute evil on him, who's going to take his side anyway? He smiles, saying that his enemy isn't just the Divine Star. After that, he reads the news about how she dared to behave so brazenly in front of the top leader of the Hellene Union. Reading the news that the Great Ellen Alliance fully supports the Divine Star. Their two unions hold out their hands in one while the headmistress sighs, looking away. She says that the Daily News of Olympus is a great union. Helen believes that the probability of absolute evil is extremely high. Speaking of which, he won't let himself live either. The director imagines it all as Han stands there, surrounded by many huge soldiers with their union crests. Speaking about the fact that even the big unions that occupy the first and second places in the country are hostile to him. It's only a matter of time before the other unions pull up to oppose him, and the director gets up from behind his chair and starts to leave. He says that even the power that seeks to destroy everything has a limit and that they will see in the near future. He looks out the window at the city, saying that even going to a foreign continent will also eventually require a teleport. If his teleport movement is blocked, then in the end he will be doomed to failure. And then he sees a notification from the laptop, saying that about the stake, large unions are taking the initiative and will block even the sale of items. Then he will generally become a real unemployed person. On the laptop is written news about the Black Stone, and the director says that although who knows, if he has a treasure as valuable as the Black Stone, then he might very well survive. Notebooks written about the latest news: the legendary Black Stone is up for sale. Sudden appearance since the creation of the world, a river that flows to the heavens appears. Boss. Someone says that a Black Stone has appeared. Reading the latest news that the Black Stone is on sale and what is the expected bid price. People say it's a Korean server. Watching an exclusive saying that the Black Stone has reappeared, and they should double check the content of the article. A lot of agents are running around looking at a lot of monitors and panicking. The captain is watching. They say that you need to get it at all costs. After that, the Black Stone begins to shine. Speaking of which, it is known that the Black Stone is extremely useful, incomparable to the coexistence of blue and red stones. Sparks fly everywhere, indicating that the amount of energy contained in it is literally close to infinity. Black stones shoot lasers, while it limits on the platform. Speaking of which, also, according to research conducted in the United States, it is said that using the Black Stone can control natural disasters. And while the captain looks at this in surprise, they say that this is why the Black Stone appeared 30 years later and plowed the whole world. The captain talks about what this Black Stone is and in whose hands it will end up. The president's factory says they have a problem. The president, sitting at his desk with a grizzled face, listens to the agent who is leaning in front of him. He asks him what happened, and he says that the owner of the Black Stone, he said that he wouldn't sell the Black Stone to the Divine Star, and the director was surprised by these words, coming in shock and opening his mouth. He stands up abruptly, slamming the table and dropping his pen. He's talking about what he just said and what a load of bullshit it is. while I, as an agent, bent down in front of him. The director is talking about who the hell he is, and at least he managed to find out the reason for the refusal. And the agent says yes, the seller is the same Full How, and he said he just didn't like them. And the director gets shocked and angry. They say that how is this possible? After that, in the forest, my sister screams a lot. Everything starts to burn, and she says she's really pissed. She recalls all the news, saying that when he managed to do all this, lots of articles and videos about Khan, and my sister screams that this is all utter nonsense. And while the sister is hitting the tree out of anger, and Mariana is standing next to her in surprise, Han sits on a rock and reads in the system window. He watches as his sister cuts her leg and falls to the floor, starting to cry. Han is surprised to say that why is she kicking everything and isn't it painful to be a fool or something? And while Mariana approaches her in a panic, speaking of being a girlfriend, what's up with you? My sister roars and says that it doesn't matter if she deserves all these journalists. And Han stretches out a finger, excited and smiling. It says that you want to tell everyone that they are in a close relationship. And he'd read it before, but she didn't seem to understand, and it was all predictable anyway. He tells her not to dare advertise their relationship anywhere, and after all, she is sitting on the holy see. After that, the sister is clearly angry, holding a fist near her knee. She says that how can you write something like this in the form of an article? She says it pisses her off the bastards will scratch their faces all over, and how dare they say that. And the nurse notices Mariana standing up and raising her fists, speaking confidently, talking about how he is absolutely right and how they could have written such false articles. She's very surprised and a little angry at the same time. Speaking of which, uncle, he's not such a bad person. And Han asks her what, and then says yes. Does he look at them blankly, while Mariana says that in fact the uncle is a very good person. And Han wonders if he ever imagined her as such a good person, because he scolded her even during the offline meeting. Then they look at Hana while he talks about what doesn't matter, and he saw it coming. He says that, to be honest, this situation is quite natural. If Divine Star and Helen had signed up as his enemies, while a lot of agents are sitting at computers and typing, saying that the schedule is loaded and they should check again. Han says that now is not the time to worry about it. And while one of the agents looks in surprise at the monitor, Khan says that he has a black stone and is going to sell it for a lot of money at an auction. Han smiles, slamming his fist into his palm. He says that of course they will sell it to Divine Star and Helen. Speaking of which, even if they offer their entire fortune, the day of the auction in the huge ruined city of Mariania, the continent of Cynthinia, abandoned to the Marianas, many people lined up at the entrance. They say that thank God they are not late. What was strange was that all the teleports that Divine Star and Helen controlled were suddenly broken, and they probably don't want the Black Stone to go abroad, and it looks like some kind of kindergarten. And the Khan standing smiling with the elders upstairs to Mariania. He remembers one of the elders saying that, please, he should give the exact location 30 minutes before the start, and then no one will be able to pull any tricks. Han says let's prepare for the opening anyway, thinking that the elder's advice was very helpful. He remembers his words while his eyes are shining, saying that whatever demands he makes, they will obediently follow them, and otherwise the chances are to get a black stone and fly out the pipe. And while two black soldiers are examining one of the men, who has raised both hands, he continues to talk, saying that first of all, before entering inside, you will need to disarm. They are at least allowed to wear this armor. There are guards everywhere around Mariana's house. Speaking of which, it would be a good idea to bring along the elders, place Sarmak's assassins around the perimeter. If someone takes a gun or commits a murder, give the order immediately, kill them. And while everyone is being screened while standing in line, he says that it is also natural and those will appear, who did Vladika forbid to participate. And while one of the men clearly stands out, looking to the side, he says that they are deprived of the opportunity to get treasures, and since they have already provoked, then they will definitely react. After that, a lot of people gather around Mariana. They sit down and watch everything. After that, the voice says that I welcome everyone gathered at today's auction. While the two men were wondering, they look down. He says it's time to make an announcement. And while the Khan comes out of the huge gate, there are many elders standing behind him. He says thank you for meeting the conditions, even though it was a bit of a hassle, and the currency that will not be used during the auction is gold coins. Han then walks out, holding up a black stone. He has a huge devilish aura, and he says that then let's start the auction for the sale of the black stone. He closes his eyes and smiles as he walks forward. They say that they will not set the starting price and the choice is up to them. And one of the men shouts 600 billion gold coins. Han stood with his eyes closed and smiled, saying that 600 billion gold coins were offered. To himself, he is very much freaking out, thinking that 600 billion and then something gathered someone like no or even higher. Ivan talks about whether someone will offer more. Then the gray-haired man raises his hand. Speaking of that, 700 billion gold coins. Another man with long brown hair is shouting about 750 billion gold coins. 3. A man with a huge beard shouts that 800 billion gold coins. And the Khan stands in front while the elders surround him. He listens to the fact that 860 billion gold coins are being traded. Then for 950 billion gold coins. And Han thinks to himself that the price is going up at a crazy rate. And one of the people shouts that 1 trillion gold coins. Another screams about 2 trillion gold coins. And Han is explicit, starting to fret, saying that 2 trillion gold coins have been offered. He thinks about how someone is willing to pay trillions for 1 stone and what the hell is so valuable about it. Well, one of the men raises his hand. So far, Khan is talking about whether anyone will offer more than $2 trillion. If there are none, one of the men with red clothes and a white armband says 30 trillion gold coins. Han thinks to himself that 30 trillion. And wait, who is this man? He thinks of the rich man of the Middle Eastern North, the ruler of the continent Pear Randall. Pear continent, Great Union of Qatar, President Randall. He thinks that as far as he knows, users of the Pear continent find it difficult to move to other continents. And apparently, he is determined to buy the stone. It's one of the green-haired men looking at Randall from the side. Khan says that 30 trillion was offered 30 trillion. And will anyone offer even more? Then one of the men sitting behind the brand, screaming about $31 trillion. The man looks at him in surprise and then he smiles. Khan goes on to say that $31 trillion has been proposed. Will anyone offer more? Then Randall holds up a finger and smiles. They say 50 trillion. Everyone around us is surprised to see this. And one of the elders, along with robed murderers, looks down on it all, listening to what 50 trillion. Khan says 50 trillion has been proposed. The elder raises his fan and begins to smile and laugh. He thinks to himself that 50 million gold coins is a lot. He starts looking around, thinking to himself that he should cancel first, that the auction will end with 50 trillion gold coins. Han looks up with a stony face. It tells you whether someone will offer more, as long as the elder says that before the auction ends, those people will start acting slowly. After which, Han hears how in the name of absolute evil and all the orders to kill. He sees a man standing next to Han and holding a black ball. He's wrapped in a green cape and starts laughing. He smiles, saying that for the glory of absolute evil. Then it explodes and everyone is watching along with Han. Han hides the stone and calls out to the second elder, who begins to disappear in a dark red mist. Han starts to smile. They say those sons of bitches are trying to get in his way. And as a sign of this, they ban users from other continents from using their teleporters. And he remembers how a lot of people started talking about it. They say that now they intend to interfere with trading and inspire other users with feelings of discomfort. He recalls how the man carried the bomb through the security check. They say that after that they will create chaos in the arena by setting up a self-detonation. And without a doubt, they are trying to slander them, making it look as if their subordinates attacked the players. Or on what? Wasn't their plan obvious from the start? If the teleports to the auction house were blocked at the same time, then anyone can safely say that it will be noisy. After that, the elder removes his hands and begins to smile. He says that this kind of petty fuss is the worst of the worst plans of those fools who, with ignorant shamelessness, see only dogs and pigs and people. He says, but are they sure their plan will work? While one of the green-haired men watches from the sidelines as Han stands in the arena, while clouds of dust are rising everywhere, and the second elder appears in front of this man, telling him not to move. He was afraid of this, after which he is seized, like many others. Does this black ball fall out of it? Speaking of what he's watching, they're very fearless to start a riot here. Han puts his hands in his pocket and looks at everyone seriously. It talks about how they really are. While the two elders standing around him took up their weapons, they prepared themselves. Han smiles as he looks ahead, saying that they all did exactly as the elder said, and not by an iota without deviating from the course. The man screams that for the sake of glory absolute evil. Then there is a huge explosion. The Khan, along with the elders, is watching this. They look up and see huge smoke rising everywhere. After that, while the Khan is watching, one of the elders looks to the side and says to the Khan, about that lord's destructive power explosion was incredibly great, and the damage to the auction participants. Han then interrupts him, telling him that everything is fine. He looks up and smiles, saying that users from all over the world have gathered here to buy the black stone. After that, he sees how one of the users covered himself with his shield. He stands shocked, and Han talks about that even though the equipment items have been reduced to a minimum. Look at the many people who are surrounded by a protective barrier. Speaking of which, we're still talking about world-famous rankers. After that, he continues to observe how many players are standing behind the barriers. Speaking of which, they don't mind this kind of explosion. and even those who were close to this explosion were able to resist using their barriers. After which, the second elder picked up one of the green-haired men. He holds him by the neck while he grits his teeth and gets really angry. The elder is talking about him, saying who sent him. He gives off a red aura while holding his weapon in one hand. Then he puts pressure on his neck and he starts coughing. Two of the elders are surprised at this as they look at him, after which he sees it start to disappear. He thinks that the bastard committed suicide. He lets go of it, and as he falls, it starts to disappear. Speaking of what it means, others will also follow suit. His second elder appears in front of the Khan and bows to him. He apologizes to them, saying that he could not find out who is behind all this, and Khan, smiling, says that it's not a big deal, and he prevented the invasion of a terrorist act, which is already good. And while the Khans are being watched from the wall, he smiles, saying that in any case, they are only performers, and the people who came here are not those who can easily be knocked out of the rut by such a provocation. Then the captain of the Justice Guild shouts. He says that he concluded that this terrorism was carried out by some completely outsider. It attracts the attention of many players with surprise, while he keeps saying that he came here because he foresaw that something like this would happen. And really, while Han is looking at him, everyone is paying attention to Han. The captain says that such an incident will not turn them hostile towards him. Han then lowers his head, closing his eyes. He laughs, saying that he was in a very bad mood right now, and he doesn't know what kind of alliance it was, but one thing is clear, they probably tried to do him a lot of harm. After which Han takes out a stone from his hand, saying that he is not in a very bad mood. Wong reads that the black stone is an item that he can use himself without any sales, and yet he put it up for sale because he thought that the people gathered here could use it a much better place than he did. And while the captain looks at him in surprise, thinking about that, oh my god, Khan says that, for example, for the development of human civilization and world peace. After that, Han pulls out as many as 3 black stones, looking around and holding them in his hand. He says he honestly has a few more, but he didn't put them up for sale until he found out who was behind the riots here. And the captain is surprised, thinking that he has as many as 3 black stones. He stands in shock as he listens to the Khans, saying that this customer won't be revealed yet. Many people listen to him and smile. Han talks about being isolated in Korean society by an unknown force and suffering more and more damage. And in this case, he is the only one who will suffer losses, so he hopes that they will show understanding. Han clenches his fist and smiles, saying that it's accurate even if the customer is discovered. He wouldn't sell the black stones to the Divine Star and Ellen Alliance. After that, it is addressed by one of the players, speaking of whether he can find out the reasons. And Han looks at him in surprise and tells him why. He smiles and holds up his hand, saying that he just doesn't like them. He thinks about it. Does this mean that the Divine Star and Ellen Alliance are behind this incident? And here it is, absolute evil will keep the 2 largest unions in check with just one word. And while a lot of players are looking at it, Khan says that with the exception of the winning bidder, everyone can leave. Thinking about what if we can find a link between this terrorist act and one of the previously mentioned cases. Then you can make a deal with that user. After that, the winner approaches the Khan. It says that everyone is logged in and they can start making a deal. And the person who approaches him smiles, saying that he is full how. This means that trading via official exchanges is impossible, isn't it? After which, he takes out a golden bag, saying that in that case, he hands the bag to Han until it glows golden. Han Shok stands there looking at him. Does he say that he will provide the amount? And there are 50 trillion gold coins here. Han takes the bag. He looks at it with a compound. He says that they immediately give him such a huge amount without any checks on the goods through subordinates, as is usually done in the cinema. And here, and the truth is 50 trillion. The system sends notifications saying that reducing cost for gold coins is 50 trillion gold. And while Han looks at him in surprise, he tells him that he sees that he has the qualities that will make him the future ruler of the world. But she wants him to see it as a basic courtesy to him. He thinks about how Randall really is an incredibly gorgeous person. He watches the way he smiles, thinking that he's even a little ashamed that he had the idea to run away as soon as the money was in his hands. Han holds out his hand with the black stone, telling him to take it, thinking that he is assigned the role of absolute evil. But this does not mean that he should be the embodiment of evil. Randall holds the rock and smiles and starts to turn around. Han looks at him with a smile, hiding a bag of gold in the system. He thinks that one way or another, if he has money in his pocket right now, he will really make the whole world his enemy. Han then asks Randall if he can find out how he's going to use the black stone. Miranda smiles, saying that he plans to use it as a decoration. Han stands there in shock, talking about what's what, and then it's clear. He thinks about what's going on and he can't understand the thoughts of the rich. Han stands there in shock, steam rising from his head, saying that they find such a thing, they can simply use it as a room decoration. Randall stands in disbelief, saying that he was joking. Han looks at him in surprise, while he says that he has one idea. He says there are many people in the world who need help, O remembers a soldier leaning against a wall. A broken weapon is lying next to it, while a passerby is walking nearby. Render says that those who have suffered from an unexpected accident and lost the opportunity to earn a living in Olympus, despite the children watching a man teach fencing to small children. Speaking of which, also for kids who aren't able to go to the academy, who attend and complete everything. After that, this soldier is extended a hand, saying that he wants to lend a helping hand. And while a few children are training with weapons, they say that they try to support all the children to go to the academy. Randall begins to glow, smiling and holding out a black stone. Speaking of which, however, it is difficult to solve this problem with money alone. Having a black stone in your hands, he thinks that he can realize his plan by using this infinite energy. Then Randa goes through the gate, and Han is watching his back. And he goes on to add that he was born into the royal family, so he always had more than other children. And he asks you to consider him just an eccentric rich man, so it makes sense to take on more responsibility. After all, according to him, this is the normal world. Han then looks at him, smiling and crossing his arms. He thinks that he is still glad that he sold the stone to a good person. Then the man hits the table, talking about what he said, and is it really true? It was the headmaster, clearly angry and leaning against the desk. He shouts that he had as many as 3 black stones, and the agent holding the document says yes, it was verified information. Then the director grabs his head. He says with a serious face that those with whom he was sent as a disciple are rioting, and they didn't notice any signs that the incident had nothing to do with them. The agent says that yes, it is, remembering how he stood with a bag of gold around several people, which exploded in this incident. She says that even if someone digs until they lose their pulse, they will never be able to reach them. After that, the director sighs, saying that it's good. He thinks about where the hell did he manage to get 3 such treasures? He sees Khan as a person sitting on a rock with many shining black stones. He's smiling, and the director thinks that if he announced the presence of 3 stones, then there is a chance that they have a lot more of them. And maybe at least now it can be called an order for the death penalty for life and establish friendly relations with him. Then he grabs one of the papers. He thinks that no, he has pride in both the family and the union. He sees Khan as a person standing with these stones and smiling. His eyes are purple, and he thinks that he is absolutely evil, while Han tells him that he won't sell the stones and laughs. And the director gets angry, breaking the pen and looking at her with red eyes. He thinks about the fact that the player is already defined as an evil creature. After that, the director sits down in a chair and thinks that this is still a black stone. He remembers experimenting with monsters, thinking that if he could get a single black stone, he would be able to easily create portals with monsters. After that, the director grabs his head and thinks about how to do it and what to do. There are many elders gathered around the Khan, who are looking at him with a smile. Khan puts his hands in his pockets and says that he thinks they have more or less completely sorted it out. After which, he takes out a bag of gold while looking at it. And he thinks that he now has 50 trillion gold coins in his hands, and with this amount, he can realize any idea. After which, the 4th elder stands and looks at the Khans with a smile. He hits the fans in his hand and says that he is great, and Han pays attention to him. The elder says that he needs to talk to him about something. Then, while the other elders are watching, the elder approaches the Khan, and Han holds out his hand, telling him to stop and start poking around in the system window. He says he needs to check something out and then they can talk. Han sees a quest in front of him. It counts quest notifications for a CCC class quest. The return of the Absolute Elder who recognized Han, 4 out of 5. And he thinks about the fact that of the remaining 3, he was unexpectedly recognized as an Absolute by 2. Then one of the men watches Han from above. He thinks about what it's all about. Spikes of electricity appear in front of Han. They are stuck in the ground, and all the elders were very surprised along with Han. One of the elders runs forward in a panic, speaking of who is here. After that, 3 elders appear in front of him, falling to the ground and taking their weapons. He is telling the successor of the mind technique, Heaven Conquering, to listen carefully, while the other elders humbly acknowledged him as their overlord. You can't expect that from him. He smiles as he looks at the Khans and says that he is the 3rd elder and the head of the House of Black Flowers challenges him to a duel. After which, he draws his weapon directly towards Han, and shouts to him to show him his strength. The system sends notifications about updating the last elder's quest. Han considers the quest notification, wondering why it's so unexpected. Last elder 3 elder CCC rating. 4 out of 5 elders who did not want to return absolutely recognized him, but did not appreciate his ambition, determination, wisdom, charisma, and strength. And he must show his might and earn the respect of the last remaining elder. Conditions of recognition, strength, notes following, penalties apply until he receives the recognition of the last elder. 1 reduction of characteristics. Stats will be temporarily halved. 2 skill limitations. The effectiveness of skills is related to the Heaven Conquering Mind technique. It will be reduced to a 10th. Han stands there in shock as he reads this quest. He thinks about what this all means and what kind of duel it is, and even Gallum without stats. After which, the head elder puts his blade back down. Han stares at him in surprise as he says it's written all over his face that he doesn't understand a thing. He holds out his hand and says that today, not all three of us watched his black stone auction from afar, and two of those who entered recognized him as their lord. He thinks about how the elders are looking into the depths of his soul and judging whether he is worthy of the title of elder, speaking of the charisma of wisdom, ambition, and determination. And he, as the third elder, judges the power. He crosses his arms and says that he seems to have shown the other elders many facets of his soul in a very good way, but he hadn't bothered to demonstrate enough power to satisfy him. After that, all the elders come to the Khan's defense, shouting in surprise that his words are too bold, and he believes that this is the way to address his absolute ruler. They tense up, standing in front of the Khan and shouting that if he says that he has seen the actions of the Lord during all this time, then he must understand perfectly well. So, how can it be expressed in this way? After which the elder shouts too about why he is quiet. He smiles, telling him that he was the one who convinced him to wait a bit, and this time he's also thinking about trying to change his mind. And while the second elder is tensed up, the latter talks about whether he is going to fight in his place. Han then shouts while all the elders pay attention to him. He says that being all alive has stopped, and what are they doing now? Han begins to drain his strength, shoving his hands in his pockets as he walks forward. He says that the successor of the heaven-conquering mind technique and the absolutely heavenly devil technique is him, and he will not tolerate disputes between the elders in his presence. After that, he passes in front of each elder while they stare at him in surprise, and Khan says that this is an obstacle that he must overcome. Not an elder, no one should help him yet. Han walks forward, exuding strength and saying that whatever the outcome, they didn't dare interfere. And Han stands right in front of the third elder. He tells him that he had some guesses about him, but that his appearance on stage was much more flashy than he thought it would be. This means that he will recognize it only after the victory over it is won. And the third elder smiles, looking at the Khans. They say that everything is right, and he is already tired of waiting. And he does not regret serving those who are weaker than him. Han stood not far from the three elders while many others moved away. He says that let it be so, and as he asked, he will get his confession by force. While the sixth elder is looking at this in surprise, he asks the second elder, will it be as much of an assassin as he thinks it is if the overlord has a chance of winning? To which the two oldest said with obvious bewilderment that he wasn't sure. He looks at Han and thinks about what just a moment ago, the power of the overlord was overflowing with energy. After the elder's appearance, it suddenly weakened abruptly. He looks at Han as he prepares for the fight, thinking about whether this means that he is able to handle it even without releasing all of his strength. And now he has no choice but to believe Vladika. Han looks at the third elder, clearly displeased, and he thinks that the enemy is a first-class assassin who specializes in surprise attacks. Will he, who is automatically superimposed, be able to defeat the debuff? He remembers one of the elders bowing to him, saying that if you look back, every elder when swore allegiance to him. Naturally, they squatted to him when he showed his personal growth in one way or another and destroyed the problem that had arisen in front of him. Han then looks down at his fist, thinking about that in one word, even if NPS are truly autonomous. The game so far only allowed him to complete scenarios that were within his capabilities. After that, Han looks at his hand, talking about what it means in this case. He says it's been a while since he got into a fighting stance, and it's even a little awkward. Han became steadfast until a purple aura began to appear everywhere. He says that there is a way to win somehow. Khan says he is serious. It uses a basic wreck. After which, the third elder smiles as he pulls out his weapon and tells him not to disappoint him. Han looks at him in surprise, stretching out his fingers and saying that he is too talkative for an assassin, and the fight should not take much time because he has his hands full. After that, the third elder also stands up and says that now they will check how professional he is. After which, it evaporates while dust rises everywhere from the speed of three elders, and while Han is standing in a crouch, the elder jumps around him. He makes a kick, hitting Han's cheek on the cat, who has covered himself. His cheek starts to bleed. He watches the movements of the three elders and thinks that he is indeed worthy of being a first-class assassin, and the speed, which is difficult to follow with the naked eye. He thinks about the fact that he doesn't make much noise while driving at this speed. Han stands there in disbelief, thinking that he might actually be in danger. He was serious about killing him, wasn't he? After that, while Han is standing, the elder jumps on him from behind. He pulls out his weapon and it starts to shine. Khan says that, nevertheless, such a level is not so problematic. The elder strikes and the Khan, noticing this, turns around. After that, it takes blows and pressure rises everywhere and a flash of blue color. The elders stand in shock and shout in surprise that the Lord is not here. The elder watches over all this and tells the others to calm down and take a good look. This is far from over, after which the three elders stands there in shock and thinking about that. He looks at the way he does it with his bare hands, holds his weapon, which exudes steam. Han talks about why he froze and whether he really deflated. These elders come in shock, saying that he grabbed the sword. He stands there in shock as Han holds his blade in his bracers. Han smiles, talking about how Oh showed such confidence in himself, and hadn't he been too careless, after which Han is clearly angry and breaks the three elders' weapon by squeezing it hard. He talks about how he really thought he could beat him, something like that, and he sees that it underestimates him too much. He says that leniency should not wait, after which the third elder stands there shocked and gritting his teeth and thinking about what kind of strength this is. He thinks that this is the end. Han then used his own weapon, throwing the third elder to the ground. He lands on his back and cracks appear everywhere from the force of the impact. Three elders' mouth starts to bleed, and Khan, approaching him, says that he will not die, but for a while it will be unbearably painful. This indicates that the item of equipment steel gloves increases pain goals. After that, many elders rejoice for Vladika, watching it all, while the third elder is lying on the floor and screaming in pain. The elders run up to him in surprise, and while Han is paying attention to them, they talk that he had won an amazing victory. He didn't expect to be able to take him down even without using the heaven-conquering mind technique. Khan says that he is. He remembers how the third elder wounded his cheek, thinking about how he naturally felt when he awarded him a cut one time. That, even when in a debuff state, he can somehow dodge and take very little damage. He looks down at his health, which has barely dropped, saying that, nevertheless, for a scratch on the cheek, the damage is quite significant. He thinks that, in other words, even though his stats were reduced and their base level was still 99. He uses the glove, saying that for the first time in a long time, he also wanted to try it out. He thinks about how he managed to withstand at least one attack from an assassin specializing in agility. Han then looks at them, smiles and points a thumb at himself. He says that they have forgotten who he is, and that he is the successor of the Razumu technique, which conquers the heavens and the absolute of the heavenly devil. And he'll definitely be able to handle something like this. After which, he watches as the third elder tries to get up, shaking all over and shouting. Khan is clearly displeased and asks if he has come to his senses. He says he won the duel and he has some objections. He thinks that he has fulfilled his conditions, so, in theory, there should be no backlash. Then the third elder, kneeling before him, says no. It was a perfectly timed counterattack in which, by a lucky coincidence, he managed to save his life, and it was smashed to smithereens. These elders are lowering their heads, closing their eyes. He says that he entered arrogantly by daring to not recognize the rightful successor of the heaven-repeating mind technique and the absolutely heavenly devil, and he tells him to please punish him for his infidelity. And while the second elder is watching in shock, Han lowers his eyes and smiles. Two elders says that although Na made a serious mistake this time, but nevertheless he only wanted the rebirth of the heavenly devil. Khan talks about how he really thinks he intends to kill him. He tells him to raise his head, and the third elder is surprised by this. He looks at Haney, who starts beaming, crossing his arms and smiling. Han says that he knows that this duel is also a sign of his loyalty to the Sky Devil, so being his father, which Wu doesn't want to punish him. Han says that he understands that he showed his impatience because he failed to properly show his strength. And while this caused the elders on their knees to look at the Khans, they almost started to cry. Han says that from now on, he wants him to be with him as his confidant and as an elder of the heavenly devil. 3. The elder says that oh God's absolute ruler. He grabs Han's leg and tells him to accept his body and loyalty. Han stands there in shock, talking about what's happening. And while Han doesn't understand what's going on, the third elder keeps shouting. He speaks of that of him who did not understand the high will of the morale of his master's spirit. Han says he's going a little overboard, and he continues to shout, saying that his, which was only full of selfishness and complacency, where the oldest one starts crying and closes his eyes, shouting about what? He who had been so unfaithful, he had deigned to forgive him, and how could he show such mercy to him? While all the elders are in shock, they continue to hug Han's leg, shouting that may the waters of Ka be strewn with infinite glory and blessing, and be glorified. After that, the system sends notifications that he has received the recognition of the third elder, and congratulations to the quest, Return of the Absolute completed. And Han watches as the third elder approaches the other elders, speaking of which, unlike what he'd heard, they were worthy of this place, and he has committed a crime that deserves his death. After that, the fourth elder approaches him with a smile and calling out to himself. Han looks at him in surprise, and he goes on to say that let's go back to the conversation we started earlier. Han agrees, talking about what's good. 4. The elder begins to shine his eyes, saying that he seems to want to say that this is extremely important. 4. The elder strikes his hand with his fan, saying that this is why he thinks that now is the right time. He smiles and starts beaming. They say that once they have 50 trillion gold coins, then let's organize the transfer of the capital and move. For the elder strikes his hand with a fan. He says that he believes that now is the right time. He smiles, starts beaming, and says that once they have 50 trillion gold coins, then they should organize the transfer of the capital and move. After which, all the elders along with Han stand there in shock, looking at him. Han says, "What kind of move is this? And why was it so suddenly that the conversation wasn't about peaches?" In the Devil's Village, Han and the other elders are sitting at the table. They are all watching the fourth elder who is standing at the entrance, and he says that with the exception of the elders who are active, everyone gathered outside the settlement. Then the four elder points to the map. Speaking of which, then let's start the briefing. One question, why should they move the capital? After that, he says that he will voice the reason for this. And while Han stands there in shock and listens to him, holding his chin, he says that currently the land in this area is depleted. And also there is not even a basic social infrastructure. Han says that's how it is. After that, the elder says that moving will be cheaper than the cost of artificially preserving fertile land. After which, he begins to shine, saying that in this case, where he plans to move the capital. To which the elder says that he has one suitable place in mind. And remembering the huge cold mountains, he says that his place is called 9. And behind is a huge mountain range, slopes that are so steep and unsuitable that no outside forces can cross them. He remembers that there is a huge river flowing there and a lot of trees. After that, he says that there is also a huge river flowing ahead, so at least they will not have to worry about a possible drought, because the riverbed has a very favorable shape for water supply. And for the elder, still smiling, says that the landscape itself meets all the necessary criteria. Therefore, depending on the situation, we can safely say that this military is a natural node that can protect settlements from a large army of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 soldiers. Han listens to the fourth elder who is holding a pointer. He was very surprised, thinking that there was logic in what he said. If they go there, they will be able to stop the magic circle, which previously could not only think. Although, given the fact that this was never voiced, it is useless to assume. After that, the Khan calls the fourth elder to him and he looks at him surprisingly, paying attention. Khan says that according to his calculations, what is the initial budget needed to implement this project? And the fourth elder says that he thinks the initial budget will be around 10 trillion gold coins. After which, Han starts bleeding out in shock and goes into shock. He thinks that this is a real waste of money. Then he remembers the man who bought the stone from him, thinking about the fact that there is no Randall immediately laid out as much as 50 trillion. So if it was $10 trillion, he would spend it without a second thought, wouldn't he? Thinking that if his life is twisted like this just by thinking about 10 trillion, then he still has too limited thinking. After which, the fourth elder takes out a piece of paper. He smiles, saying that, of course, this is not a small amount of money Vladika. However, in order to prepare for a possible imperial invasion, he thinks it would be right to make a big investment. He remembers the 8th elder with long brown hair. Speaking of which, when they start reorganizing the plan then, the recently joined 8th and 11th elders, knowing the 11th elder very dark with green eyes, beard and yellow cap, by saying that they will also join the process so that they can achieve a better result. After which, all the elders look at Han with a smile. Speaking of which, in essence, this is a dream place that is left only in words and not something that would be brought to life, and they rely entirely on the Khan's share. Then Han closes his eyes and sighs, smiling. He thinks that okay, these are the ones he's leading, the ones who are the target of his quest. Thinking about the fact that many third parties spend millions of dollars annually on national defense, and it's quite cheap. Then, while the elder smiles, Han says that's fine. How can he oppose a proposal that was voiced for the sake of the future of the Heavenly Devil? More than once, he will take on the task together with the 8th and 11th elders, so everything will go like clockwork. Then all the elders stand up together with the Khan, who has crossed his arms. And all the elders shout that they accept his order by closing their eyes. And let the Khan be famous. After that, the system sends a notification saying that the Sky Devil settlement is being moved to 9. The loyalty of the elders is further increased. And while Han stands there, bleeding from his mouth and closing his eyes in obvious bewilderment, the elders say that they should start preparing for the move as soon as possible. While Han thinks about it, it was still very hard. Part with $10 trillion in one fell swoop. This is the biggest waste of Han's entire life. After that, the capital of 9 is actively working to create a village. A lot of buildings are already being built. Han, along with the 4th and 3rd elders, stand and watch from above. Han smiles, looks over and asks the 4 elders if the work is going well. To which 4 elders says that yes, it is, and this will be his first step on the path of great achievements. Then Han turns around, puts his hands in his pockets, and starts walking away. He looks at the 4 elders, saying that well, he is completely relying on him. To which For the elder says that he has the honor, and Han, lowering his eyes, thinks about the fact that he gave the go-ahead for in fact, the fourth elder is directing the whole process. And so, until the work is completed, he should go about his own business. Then he opens the system window and looks at it with his arms crossed. He thinks about what he needs to deal with right now. It counts the system window of the quest class and CCC. Return of the Absolute. Reward calculation completed. 2 rewards are ready to view the quest rewards. Thinking about this quest reward, the Return of the Absolute, and it's time to check it out properly. After which, he looks at the third elder, who is looking at him with a smile, thinking about how he even had to fight a third elder in the end. 3. The elder says that he really wants to tell him something, to which the Khan says that there is nothing. Thinking that, he hoped that the reward for the CCC class quest would be decent, and maybe it would be another black stone. Then Han reads one reward in surprise. It says that he is given the opportunity to move the central altar. He thinks about what this reward is. Wasn't he able to move it around at his own discretion? And it looks like a normal bonfire. And Han looks at it with surprise, thinking that one way or another, given the move, this award will be very useful. And did the fourth elder know about this? Thinking about that, then 2 is the reward. After that, the Khan reads notifications about 2 rewards in the system. It says that you can only get it if you meet additional conditions. The black stone conditions are 0 out of 1. The stone disappears when used. Han stands perplexed as he reads this and thinks about what kind of reward it is that you need a black stone to get. The hysterics watch as Han begins to tremble, agitated. Han thinks about how crazy it is to lose your mind, and he suggests lowering a stone worth 50 trillion gold coins. Han then uses his finger to poke at the system window. He thinks that no matter what, he can't help but get the rewards of the main scenario quest. Just try to slip him something that looks like a black stone. After that, the system says that 2 rewards are issued. Han stands in shock as a purple aura begins to surround him and a huge black demon appears behind him. Everything starts to shine in a black and purple light, and the system says that a forced change of profession is being made. The system sends notifications that the Absolute Evil class name is activated. Han is shocked to get all this energy, thinks about what a change of profession. After that, the system says that the change of profession is completed, and Han wonders if he's ever been in a case where the rank or class matched up. The oldest real watchers shout his name as the entire area begins to shatter with a purple aura. 3. An elder covering herself with her hand shouted that it was a terrifying demonic energy. They stand in shock, and 4. The old man says that this is an all-consuming feeling of fear of the Lord. After that, the Khan reads system notifications. He thinks that another unimaginable specification is clear. He believes that the change of profession is complete. Special privileges are given to the Absolute Evil class. Increase the chance of getting Absolute Evil points by 50%. You will have a strong advantage over all creatures, with boots of darkness, demonism, and evil. It will have resistance to all attribute attacks, light of holiness, goodness. Increases defense against all physical and non-physical attacks by 20. And 1 unit of boost points is obtained. After that, the purple aura disappears, leaving remnants behind. Han looks down at his hands, standing there in shock. He thinks that it was worth it to give up 1 black stone. And since now even his profession is absolutely evil, it means that he is 1 step closer to the main scenario. After that, Han looks at the system notification, thinking that K is now 2 new skills, and it will be necessary to test them and practice sometime. Han then notices 2 elders running up to him, clearly worried. They shout that it's okay or the Lord. Then they stop, saying that, yes, he's fine. And Khan says that, yes, they are very useful here. Han smiles, pointing at himself and telling them to help him out a little, and he needs to check something out. The girl stands or tells the news, showing a lot of players on the screen. She says that the news of Olympus today finally confirmed the 7 holy thrones. The main support base of the sitters of the holy thrones became the imperial castle of Ephesus on the continent of Cynthia. What it says is that the first meeting was held today in the imperial castle of Earths. Many nobles are standing in the castle. So far, there are a lot of girls in dresses around them, and 1 gathering in the great hall of the imperial castle was successfully completed. Han stared at the monitor and held a hand to his chin, thinking. He thinks that finally all the opponents are determined, and maybe it's because he's an absolute evil and came from the Korean continent of Cynthia, so a similar scenario is centered around that continent. After that, he thinks about how his sister also went to that meeting, and he sees her appear in the aisle, smiling and telling him that she's back. Han asks her if everything is fine and how it feels. The nurse spreads her hands, saying that it was something with something. 5 from a Korean family, so there was almost no need for an automatic translation system. As Han listens in surprise, his sister continues to talk about how their levels are not a joke either, and there's even a person who's level 130. Han is surprised, thinking about how it works, and the sister says that even though he said to keep it a secret, but this is the first time he sees a person whose level has passed 100, thinking he should be more careful. Han then remembers his mentor, thinking that level 130 might not be the unofficial ranker that his teacher was talking about. Remembering how he pointed his finger at the cons, saying that you need to increase your level and stats, my disciple. And Han thinks about how this is the first time he's ever heard that there's someone in the world whose level is over 100 and how strong they are. After that, the sister calls out to Khan while he was thinking. She says that she still remembers the person she fought with earlier. Khan says that he is the first Holy See, and the sister recalls how this meeting was held, says that, judging by the atmosphere, he harbors a strong resentment against him and is going to get even with him at all costs. Remembering how the berserker is clearly angry, pointing with his fist and saying that absolute evil must be destroyed and that is their mission. The nurse is saying that he's obviously going to do something wrong, isn't he? To which Han looks at her with a smile and tells her that he doesn't think so, and it seems like he's just angry because he lost last time. He'd battered it pretty badly, hadn't he? To which the nurse looks away while Han asks her if there is any more news. And it says that, yes, the last one. She puts her hand to her neck, lowers her eyes, and says that this time they had received a joint quest for the sitters of the Holy Thrones and now they must all act together. Clearly sad that Han's buffs are so much better. So until she can complete it, she won't be able to cross paths with it. After that, Han looks at her with a smile while she is clearly displeased. Han says that it is, on the contrary, good. If it is all together, then they will get closer faster. My sister says that's the way it is, but Han continues to say with a smile that it's going to be a little difficult for her to be around him anyway. After which, he smiles, points a finger and tells her to consider it as a good opportunity. And in other words, there is no need to rush off in search of the Holy Thrones. He recalls all their thrones, saying that if they are all in one place, it means that it will be much easier to get useful information. After which, the nurse smiles, her eyes starting to light up, looking up. And while she wonders about all this, Han goes on to say that, for example, the characteristics of all saints and their weaknesses. After all, in short, something like the role of a spy. Han then looks away with a smile, covering his face with his hand, while his sister starts to glow with happiness, holding her hands in front of her and saying that it sounds pretty fun. Han says that this is a mission that she can't do, no one else can. After that, the sister looks at her hand, talking about what is then in the future, talking about what is exactly. Han looks surprised as he looks at her, and she tells him about what's going on, how the preparations that were mentioned earlier are going. Han then smiles, saying that he was just about to broach the subject. He looks at her, telling her that she has to go somewhere with him tomorrow, and Khan says that he is going to sign a contract for the purchase of an apartment in the name of his sister. She stands in shock, saying that why in her name, near one of the agencies. Han and his sister stand in the aisle as one of the agents sees them and smiles. He says welcome, they have come to see their accommodation. To which Han says that Yu is going to choose a house for himself. Then the bespectacled girl smiles as she shuffles the test tubes in the box and turns to them. He asks them if they already have something in mind. Do they want to drink a vitamin drink? After that, the girl says that if she tells the place the approximate price, they will choose the right options for you. To which the girl is surprised, looking at the cons, who say that they are interested in the new residential complex Hill Station. She thinks that she looks quite young, and are they really a wealthy family? She asks them what Hill State is, and Khan says it's a wonderful place to live, with excellent infrastructure, and do they want to sign a long-term lease agreement? To which Khan says that no, they want to buy. This bespectacled girl was very surprised by this opening her mouth, and Khan says that he is ready to make a lump sum payment and they also accept gold coins. After that, she thinks to herself about what to buy and payment immediately, and while her sister and Han are smiling, the girl says that, of course, they can pay with gold coins, and he asks them to wait a bit because he wants to contact the owner of the house. After that, they are given documents in an envelope. They are told that here is the contract. And as they requested, it is registered in the name of his younger sister. After that, the girl bows to them and Han smiles back at her, while the nurse, all beaming with happiness, holds this envelope and goes ahead. She says then I will see them on the day of your move as well. After earning $50 million, he got a house worth $5 billion. Han smiles as he looks at his sister, thinking that of course he could have bought a better house. He asks his sister, telling her, is she really that happy? Thinking that if he makes out the purchase of a good place right after the transaction, it may attract unnecessary attention. So he went to a relatively good property and signed a contract for his sister. After that, the sister smiles and beams, saying that, of course, because her name is worth it and it should be noted. Han then says that this way, in the eyes of others, it might look like becoming a saint made her rich. Han walks down the street with her. She thinks that since her sister has started contacting other holy sees, there is a high probability that her identity will someday be revealed. Then Han tells her, smiling, that if she puts it down, her wallet will quickly lose weight. To which she says with bewilderment that she was joking. It was a joke. and Han is clearly displeased, looking at her, saying that, by the way, she no longer plans to run away after pocketing such nonsense. To which my sister looks at it in surprise, saying that recently its scale is really amazing, and he thinks that he must become even stronger so that no one will dare to touch him with a finger. After that, it connects to Olympus. Rufendal stands in shock while wearing a collar around his neck. He looks up, telling the eldest to listen, and leveling up is, of course, a good thing. But their final destination is indeed here. They all stood around the huge dungeon passageway. It was a cave and the recommended level was 50. Does he say yes? Then Rufendal looks around, sees a lot of red eyes in this cave. He says that as soon as we go inside and enter the cave, we will immediately be surrounded by instructing centipedes, snakes, and ants. He points a finger and says, clearly not thrilled, that tens of 1,000 of the instant creatures are rushing towards the player, and he shudders at the very thought of it. And Han looks at him in confusion, telling him that he knows what's in there and if there's any problem for her. To which Rufendala begins to worry, thinking that he doesn't accidentally want to be bitten to death. And he doesn't know, maybe the eldest one doesn't care, but usually a fire mage is needed in such cases. Then Hana takes Marion's hand. She smiles. They say that if she stays close to her uncle, then she will be alright. And Han takes his hand away and looks at her, starting to smile. They say that with her like this, she is not sure of her abilities, and Rufendal is shocked, thinking that really he is not going to protect them because he is their eldest. After all, Mariana has already reached level 50 a long time ago, while she looks away and says that this is not the case at all. And just by one growth rate, Na is significantly ahead of the sister who sits on the Holy See. And Han thinks, remembering all the huge troops she can summon, that there is a large undead army behind her. Therefore, it will become incredibly strong in the future. And Han goes ahead, while Rufendal runs after him and Mariana looks at his back with Coco. Rufendal says that the eldest he will also try his best. Alice tells her uncle, please protect her, although she will try her best. And Han is clearly dissatisfied with everyone saying that. However, so far all the sitters on the holy thrones have gathered together and started to complete the alliance quest. They don't have time to relax either. After that, the system sends notifications that they have entered the mountain giant dungeon. After that, a lot of huge black and red ants run straight at them. Players dressed in red robes shout Magam. After that, they point their catty staffs at the ants and shout that they need to go on the attack. They use a firewall and a huge amount of fire appears everywhere, blocking them from ants. These ants try to get through the wall, starting to die and screaming. Then one of the yellow-haired soldiers says that the magicians have done a great job and they should rest for a while. As smoke rises everywhere, he waves his hand away, looking away. He says so, let's start harvesting, and they should go faster before the ants regenerate. It was a small alliance, and the leader of the alliance was Marcano. Then Markin steps forward, smiling and looking at the red stone shining on the floor. He says that he finally dropped the red stone. He picks it up and looks at it. They say that he has already begun to think about the question, how can it be so if today the hunt again goes to waste? And this month they will be able to stand on their feet. And he looks at the stone and remembers how others laugh at him while he's holding the box. He thinks about how he used to work as the department head of the Divine Star Union and was forced to resign because of the company's policies. And, to be honest, at that moment, he already thought that his life was over. He saw several people also leave, smiling as they approached him. He says that, fortunately, his subordinates left after him, together with whom they were able to achieve everything they have now. While he was asking them, guys, what are they up to? They said they would only work with him, and he was their boss, although he has to give half of his revenue to the Divine Star Alliance every month as payment for the use of the hunting grounds. But he's still glad that he was able to live like this. After that, one of the players shouts to him, saying that the leader should go here quickly and hear his full how. The leader is surprised by this, turning around, and he notices that there is a pet that looks like a huge eagle with them, and a companion, presumably a necromancer, remembering Coco and Mariana wearing a mask, exuding purple color. Speaking of which, the well-known Rufendal is also close to them, who smiles and glows with red eyes as Han walks in front, exuding her dark aura. Then they say it's absolutely evil, thinking about what the player here forgot called absolute evil, and Han notices how these people are standing. Thinking about what to do about it, doesn't think they'll be able to attack. Han then says that if they don't remove him first, he won't hit them either, after which the captain comes in shock, surprised and opening his mouth. They bow to the Khan, telling him to pass in front of them and not even have any thoughts of attacking them. Then Han waves his hand and we say that then they can go. And the captain is surprised, thinking that if you think about it, the ants will start spawning again any minute. Han then notices, along with the others, how the ants appear shining blue. If they don't have anyone who can use fire magic, then they can support them. Then Coco starts to smile. His eyes start to burn and he starts to scream. They say that the smell of bugs is delicious, and he jumps straight at those ants at full speed while Han and the others move away, coming in a bit of a shock. After that, Coco alone fights with these ants and eats them. Han talks about what's gotten into him, to which Rufendal is surprised to say that he doesn't know. And while these players of the small union stand in shock, watching what is happening, and call the leader to them, saying that if they hunt in this way, then the respawn of the ants will distort out of control. After that, the captain begins to come in shock, saying that they should grab their things. And today their hunt was covered with a copper basin. Looking at how Coco walks and destroys fleeing ants. After that, the gladiator is coveted by someone. This person says that she just watched the videos uploaded today, and while the gladiator stands in shock, hiding behind her hand, she says that the dungeon was smashed to smithereens. And what will he do? She smiles. They say that one day she will crush him, to which she says that it is true, and then let this day come as soon as possible. It was a girl sitting on a table and holding a pointer with a smile. She looks at the gladiator and says that she is a little ashamed of him, and he is the future of the divine star, isn't he? Was it the monster Lord Jin? She turns to the gladiator, saying that, by a stroke of luck, did you manage to take one holy see? To which he says yes. She smiles as she talks about what she thinks in this situation. Remembering everyone who is on the throne, he will be able to admit the sons of the heavenly ruler to our guild. Then she touches her cheek with her finger, smiling and looking at him. Not to mention that you know her very well, so you should do your best. To which he looks away and says okay, thanks for the tip. He thinks about how she's an annoying idiot bitch who would never have graduated from the academy if she didn't have the guild's support behind her. He thinks that one day he will definitely repay her for all the humiliation. Then she is surprised, thinking that when she started talking about the Holy See, she remembered something. She turns around and clearly looks at him, saying that she heard that one of the holy thrones was occupied by a lousy dog without a clan or tribe. To which he is surprised, says that really she is talking about the seventh throne, and she's clearly angry, looking away and spitting. They say that food rule, and the damn dog couldn't even take the holy see because it dared to climb in there. In no way did such a bug become one of the 7 thrones sitting in the world, thinking about whether she would get away with it. After that, he will tell you what exactly, and for now, Gladiator, clearly worried, says that it is still in the process of passing the script, it is better not to touch it, and you need to collect more keys to understand the situation. Thinking that since she's on the same side as us, they can't run into each other until they've overcome absolute evil. Then Jin gets up and leaves, saying that we'll wait and see. She's clearly angry as she looks at him, turning around while the red light is in her eyes. It says that she doesn't intend to just stare at the plebeian who has taken her place. If such a non-entity suddenly died in an accident, then no one would even know it. We are taken to Coco, who is clutching a huge ant in his beak. The ant's corpse falls to the ground, and Coco looms menacingly over them, cawing. Han kicks one of the ants as Marion and Rufendal watch, a group of mages standing behind them. The mage captain, looking ahead, is disappointed to say that there is a serious problem. No matter how good the pet's performance is, if they continue to hunt blindly, they won't be able to handle the distorted response cycle. The mage captain looked ahead with a puzzled expression and said that it wasn't too late yet, though. Coco looked up, and the head mage asked what he was doing. Suddenly, Coco cawed loudly and flapped her wings as she used the roar of the king. The ants watched in horror. Han looked ahead in a puzzled manner and asked what it was. They suddenly started running in that direction. Han and Rufendal ran to the corner to catch the ants, and Han wondered if they were all running away now. The mage captain rubbed the back of his head in a puzzled manner and said that it was amazing if it was a special skill. Han hit Coco on the head. Coco started crying. Han menacingly asked why he was so excited and made so much noise. It's actually all money. Marion angrily said that she could add insects to her undead collection. Han got a system message that an incredibly powerful fist has a 99.9% damage reduction rate. The mage commander asked why they were harassing him so much. After all, the one called Absolute Warriors is very cruel. Coco looked at Hana sadly. Han scratched his crack and asked what he was saying, that there was something there, if there was something they had overlooked. The commander came forward and excused himself and asked if they would let him say something. The head of the mages pointed to the side and said that he was watching their hunt here, and he thinks that the place their pet is pointing to is a dead end located in the western part of Giant Cave. Han was standing near the head of magicians. He asked what a dead end is. The head said that this is the name of that zone. The head of the mages imagined a map in his head and started saying that, as he probably already knows, the dungeon is divided into 5 zones, and this is one of these places. Han thought that it looks like this is the leader of the Union who knows this dungeon like the back of his hand. Han smiled at the leader from the Union and said that he should be kind to them and be their guide until they got comfortable here, and in return he would give them half of the reward. The Union leader spread his hands and said in a frightened voice that it was not worth it. Such kindness is too much for him. He smiled and went out on a hand forward, and then said that they will just take what they get with their own strength. They are already grateful that they have the opportunity to join such a strong group. Pulled over all the enemy's aggro, the Union leader thought that excessive greed can go sideways for them. Coco went forward in disgust, followed by Han and his allies. The Union leader looking forward said that they are almost there. As soon as they enter that area, they will need to block the monsters that regenerate for a certain period of time. Before the monsters regenerate, they should. The Union leader looked ahead in fright and said that they should prepare in advance. Han walked forward, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that he was being charged with trespassing on the sacred realm of Herrick and that the price would be their deaths. A huge number of ants were coming at them. A system message appeared in front of them that they had entered the west gate, a dead end. They would only be able to leave this place after saying goodbye to their lives. The leader of the Union looked ahead in fright. He thought that it was just crazy. The ants did not run away, but all gathered here. How many of them in general? His allies approached the leader and began to say that the ants blocked all the exits. They have big problems. Coco began to call loudly and flew at high speed into the crowd of ants. Everyone looked ahead in confusion. Coco started shouting that they were insignificant bugs. They dared not recognize the king. The Khan, frowning, said that he had taken up his own again. Coco looked menacingly ahead as a system message appeared in front of him. Congratulations, a new skill has been created. Coco shot out his beak like lightning in all directions, using the all-encompassing beak skill. Coco furiously shouted for the ants to hand over all the stones. A huge number of system messages appeared that the cave ant hunt was successful. Coco's strong wish was confirmed, and Coco's refectory table skill opens. Coco admired the huge amount of red shining stones. Coco's eyes lit up, and he called loudly for his companions to see this beauty, then added that this was how to treat the king. Coco continued to call loudly, while Rufendal quickly gathered up all the stones on the floor. Coco looked around in fright and didn't see a single stone. Coco, frowning, started to turn around and saw Rufendal, saying that he had collected everything in the blink of an eye, giving the stones to Han. Han looked at the stones with a smile and said that it was a great job. Rufendal smiled and said that he would collect every red stone that fell. Suddenly, Rufendal heard a loud cawing sound behind him, and he turned around. Coco was standing in front of him, glaring at him with a terrifying aura. Coco was puffing with rage. Rufendal said with a malicious smile that he was angry because he took all the red stones that he had received. But what can you do? As the #1 pet older than his brother, he felt that it was more appropriate to give these stones to him. Coco cawed menacingly, saying that he was a more magnificent pet than Rufendal. Rufendal put his hands to his ears with a smile and said that he had no idea what he was talking about. A few ants were looking ahead. The mage fearfully approached the Union leader and told him to look there after the monsters were defeated. The Union leader said that they hunted here for a whole month to find the red stones that fall so rarely, and then such a profit was made at once. The mage said that a passage was open that they had never seen before. We haven't seen it before. Coco turned around puzzled. System messages appeared in front of him. That special conditions were met. The hidden part is open. 2 glowing red spots appeared out of the darkness, and system messages appeared congratulating them that they had found a new passageway. Crowds of ants began to appear from the passageway. There were system messages saying whether they want to go to a new passageway. If they refuse, they will be moved out of the dungeon and will not receive any reward. The mage looked at his leader in fright and said that it looked like they had managed to fight their way out. And the leader, looking ahead in fright, said that he thought they had better get out of here as soon as possible. Coco looked at the ants in fright. The leader said that the monsters were coming again. The ants began to surround Coco and climb on top of him. The Union leader looked at Hana and said that he would listen. Here their roads will diverge from them. Start here. They do not know what to do next. The Union leader smiled and said, "See you later." Han replied that they helped them a lot. The Union leader and the mages returned to the dungeon's exit. The leader of the Union looked at the magicians and said that everyone had done a great job today, and he thought that would be the end of their working day. Suddenly, someone approached the leader from behind, and he continued to say that he should not tell anyone what happened today. The unknown said, looking at the Union leader, that it was not time for them to come to their senses. They looked too happy. They saw something interesting inside. The Union leader took a startled look at that and asked that why he was here. Marion clutched her arm and turned to Han. She gave him a frustrated look and asked him if there wasn't something she needed to do to help Coco. Han remembered Coco, who had been crawled on by a huge number of insects, and said that he didn't think he was all right now, even though they were surrounding him, but they weren't taking any attacking actions. Han looked at the ants that were crawling out of the dungeon and said that it probably looked like they were trying to escape from something, and Marion was scared when she saw them. She looked at Hana, and Hana continued to speak, but since they are trying to attack her in every possible way. Suddenly, Han grabbed Mariana in his arms and said that she should also be careful. Rufendal looked shocked and said that he was a little jealous. Marion blushed. She didn't know what to say, but just looked at Han. Han looked at Rufendal and asked that he had put a protective curse on himself, smiled and said that thanks to his buff, he didn't have to worry about it. The ants wouldn't be able to do any harm. Marion looked at Hana in fright, and then Han asked her what was wrong. She wasn't going to collect her thoughts, and Marion apologized. Han looked ahead with a smile and told her to prepare to use the soul slavery technique, and they were going to conduct an experiment here. Han, holding Mariana in his arms, menacingly looking ahead, activated the skill. A dark silhouette appeared behind him, and an incredibly strong energy appeared around him. A system message appeared in front of Han that an evil space had appeared. Rufendal looked ahead in fright as he said, "What a powerful energy." He looked at his body. It was completely new armor, and there was dark energy around it. He was puzzled and asked what Han did all this. Han was smiling, and behind him was a puzzled Rufendal, who received a system message that the evil space had appeared. Han began to recall that the space of evil skill creates a space where the power of absolutely evil can be fully unleashed, although for a short period of time, but it gives various buffs to the follower within reach. As a result of the test with the elders, it was possible to see the effect of a significant effort not only of Rixor's combat skills, but also of Elder Swordian's abilities. Han smiled and thought that this skill would play a big role in the upcoming war against the Holy Thrones. Han glanced at Mariana, who was wearing a beautiful dress and bracelets on her hands. Han thought that he should see how much energy he had with the absolute necromancer. A system message appeared that Marian's attributes belong to the attributes of the evil space. The separation of power granted by the evil space, the overall effect is applied strength increased by 20, dexterity increased by 20, intelligence is also increased, along with stamina. Marian stared at the system screens with a puzzled expression that said that a random effect is applied. The rank caused by undead rises by 2 steps. She said that the notification is so much that she doesn't have time to figure out what's what. The team was standing in a large energy ball. Monsters appeared around them, and looking at them, Marian thought with a smile that maybe she should summon someone first, and then told Han that she would try to summon someone from the undead. The ants stared menacingly ahead. Han looked ahead in fright, and then asked that didn't they originally look different? As far as he could remember, they were real insect behemoths. Marian replied that they were, but after someone becomes her undead, she can adjust the size. A huge monster with giant fangs and shining eyes appeared in front of them. Marian said that its appearance must have changed due to the increase in rank. A system message appeared that there was an undead, a water chimera rank +3, an absolute necromancer effect +1, evil space effect +2. The chimera glared at Mariana and said that the enemy and mistress, destroy, request permission to use the skill. Marian in anticipation poked at the system screen and said that this skill, it looks good. The monster opened its mouth wide and released an energy charge. Marian enthusiastically said that it was an acid volcano. The monster said that it was using an acid volcano. Han, looking at it, said that he saw the monster open its mouth. It was clearly a behemoth. The ants started running in different directions in fright. In the next second, the chimera released an incredible burst of energy, which hit a huge number of ants with its rays. Han looked ahead in fright and wondered if this was crazy, what an absurdly huge kill zone this was, and Marian happily looked ahead. Coco looked puzzled at the energy charge that destroyed the ants. Han thought that the chimera has an excellent rate of fire and high accuracy. In addition, you can see that the blow has a penetrating effect. Han turned away and thought that even he didn't have the ability to cover such an area. Han was standing next to Marian. His body began to glow blue. A system message appeared in front of him that the team members were confirmed. The space was called. The experience gained by the team members is shared with absolute evil. A system message appeared in front of him that the level has been increased. He thought that, by the way, experience points are also shared. Han decided that they should also add the encouragement of evil. Han looked at Mariana with a smile. A strong dark aura appeared around her. A system message appeared that evil encouragement was used. Team members were confirmed by the evil space. Everyone inside the evil space was given powers related to the attributes of darkness, demonism, evil. Marian looked ahead in fright as a system message appeared in front of her that she was recognized as an associate of absolute evil. She accepted the power and encouragement of absolute evil, and she wondered what it was. The aura around Marian began to grow stronger, and Han looked at her with a puzzled expression. Marian stretched out her hand and happily shouted, "Legion slavery." All the ants started to get covered in purple growths. A system message appeared that the soul slavery skill was temporarily converted to Legion slavery. The number of vaults for undead was temporarily increased to 9999. A small insect-type monster is assigned 2 objects per table. Han crossed his arms with a smile. He thought that this is crazy. It turns out that in total, she is able to command 20,000 undead. Marian happy shouted that this is just amazing. The sudden number of slots increased to 9999 and each slot includes 2 bugs. Marian, beaming with happiness, leaped forward with her hand outstretched. Ants appeared around her. She said they were coming forward, her soldiers of death. Suddenly, she paused, puzzled, and then thought that this wouldn't do since she was a necromancer. She furrowed her brows and stretched out her hands. There was an incredible dark aura around her. A huge number of dark ants rushed forward, and a chimera was walking above them. Marion shouted menacingly for the death soldiers to spread fear everywhere. She thought that she needed to create a gloomy and majestic atmosphere. Marion happily jumped up and said with a laugh that they would defeat all the enemies. Looking at this, Khan thought that she never managed to establish a gloomy and majestic atmosphere. Marion looked up in frustration as a system message appeared in front of her that the evil space was dissipating. The evil promotion was no longer valid. She said that it was already over. Marion turned around with a smile to Han and asked how he had just done it. Han replied with a smile that he just got a good skill and decided to try it out once. He thought that at the moment, the maximum retention time is 20 seconds. However, it is quite an effective skill. Maybe later he will find the right approach, then the speech will already go from 200 seconds instead of 20. Rufendal looked at them in a puzzled way. Marion asked with a smile that she had managed. She didn't even act at full strength. With such strength she would probably even be able to defeat him. Hindering laughed and said that it was possible. Rufendal watched their conversation in silence. He wondered what kind of alienation it was. It seems that the title of pet number 1 was already taken away from him by that brat Coco, and now it felt like the opportunity to be cute was also stolen. Rufendal smiled and extended a finger to the side and then said that, "Dear senior, a secret passage was opened earlier, let them go there." Dakan said that they were coming. Rufendal thought that this would not work. He needed to seize the position of a loyal servant. Han stepped forward and stepped on something. The entire team received a system message that they had entered a hidden part of the new passageway. Han remembered when Coco attacked the insects. He thought that a new passage was opened by the roar of the king used by Coco. When the frightened insect turned to run, they opened a new path for them, but the insect quickly rushed back. It's as if there's something much stronger there, but what is it that's hidden? Marion looked at Han in frustration and said that she really couldn't take his hand, but Han said that she couldn't. Han closed his eyes and furrowed his brows, and Marion was upset, saying that I was already bad here. The wind was blowing until it was shaking, and it didn't leave the feeling that someone was watching her. Han glared at Rufendal and shouted for him to take her hand. Rufendal was startled at first, and then asked in a puzzled way what. Marion looked at Rufendal in disappointment, and Rufendal looked at her in disbelief. And then Marion turned away and said she'd go on her own, and Han thought she looked a little annoyed. Han raised his hand. A yellow light came on in it. He said that, however, it was really too dark here. Rufendal looked at Han's hand with a puzzled expression and said that he was going to use a light spell. Han raised his hand to Rufendal. The sphere inside his hand glowed brighter. He asked why not. It's just a basic spell. Rufendal looked at the hand in fright and said that it was so. Sveta buried the entire room and blinded everyone standing near the Khan. Rufendal said that if he used this spell with his own high stats. Rufendal squeezed his eyes shut and covered his face with his hands. He said that it couldn't be any other way. Such a powerful light that you can't call it a simple base spell. The level is comparable to a stun grenade. Han shoved Rufendal aside with his hand and shouted for him to go away. Rufendal looked ahead in frustration and asked why he was here all of a sudden. Rufendal looked ahead, puzzled, and Han was looking up, his brow furrowed as he hugged Mariana to him. Rufendal asked, startled, what was up there, what was up there? Suddenly, Rufendal's body turned to stone. A system message appeared in front of him that he was under the effect of a petrification spell, and he wondered what kind of madness this was. A huge snake with glowing eyes appeared in front of them. A system message appeared that it was Hiakaktu's doppelganger, and looking at it, Han wondered if this creature had been at the cave's roof all this time. Han, looking menacingly at the snake, buried Mariana's face in his chest. Before them there was a system message that a hidden monster boss lookalike of Hiakaktu was found. He rebuffed the petrification spell. Han thought that as far as he knows, in this dungeon the boss has never entered the scene since 80 years ago. It was the first time she'd been discovered, and he'd just met her. The snake stared intently at Hana, two large fangs sticking out. Han thought that, by the way, this is a double. He was wondering where the original is located. Coco attacked the snake with a fierce attack. Han wondered if he wasn't even trying to block its attacks. And Coco was level 70, so was that the right thing to do? Coco looked at the snake with a puzzled expression, and Han wondered if the snake hadn't been paying any attention to Coco in the first place. Coco gave the snake a startled look and shouted that he dared to ignore it. He charged furiously, shouting that he was a son of a bitch. Let him fight him in the sky. The snake opened its mouth wide and charged, Coco staring fearfully into its mouth. Han, swinging his fist from the side, rushed at the snake and asked if anyone had allowed him to touch someone else's pet. At the last second, the snake managed to notice him. The snake snapped its mouth shut. Rufendal, standing in a petrified position, looked in front of him in fright. His body began to shake. The snake looked at Rufendal and started to open its mouth. A bright yellow light came out from its mouth. Rufendal screamed Han in fright. The serpent's mouth opened, and Han was standing inside it, his hand raised, bright light pouring out. Han was surrounded by blue energy. He, formidable looking forward, said that he thought the serpent was strong, covered in just one stripe. He was extremely surprised. Hanen's fist glowed with dark energy. A system message appeared that the skill extraordinarily powerful fist was activated. He laughed and then wondered if Han wasn't someone who could be easily harmed. Then why was he so dumbfounded? A system message appeared in front of Rufendal that the spell was broken, and the petrification was dispelled. Marion was standing behind him, covering her face with her hands. She asked how long she had to stand with her eyes closed. Rufendal wondered how long she had to stand with her eyes closed, that apparently, his faith in Hana is not strong enough yet. The snake's body began to disappear, and Han stood beside it and watched. He flexed his fists and said that it was nothing special. Rufendal was running happily behind him. System messages appeared in front of him that he was being congratulated. The hunt for the doppelganger was successfully completed, and he received snake scales as a reward. Marion asked in a puzzled manner that if the monster itself couldn't be resurrected as an undead, then it really was a doppelganger. Han replied that it was, and Marion happily said that it would be nice to be able to make an undead out of it. She would try to become even stronger as soon as possible to be useful to him. Han waved his hand and Marion tilted her head to say that earlier that monster boss had tried to attack her with the petrification spell. Marion thanked him, and Han said that there was no need to thank him for this. Marion clutched her cheek and wondered what she had originally meant to say, that when she found herself in his arms, her heart fluttered, but she felt that Han would definitely have scolded her for such a thing. Han looked at the system messages in surprise. Instead of saying that they had cleared out a part of the dungeon, if they recompleted the dungeons within 36 hours, a hidden quest would be added. Only a part of the hidden quest seems to be a quest that can be used to reach the original one. Rufendal smiled as he grabbed the bag and thought that the me that came out as a reward must also be a connecting element to go to the next gate. If he caught the original, then the main reward would also come out. Han was standing in front of his happy friends. He thought the game was worth the candle. He said they had 36 hours. Let them take a short break and then get back together. Han walked through the house and yawned, then said he was hungry. Suddenly, he turned around. Someone told him that he was out of the game. Han said that he wanted to get some rest. In front of him sat a nurse with red eyes and a handkerchief in her hands. Han asked in a puzzled way what was wrong. She was crying. The nurse replied that she wasn't at all. Khan Grozny looked at her and said that he saw now that she was crying. Let him quickly tell her what happened. The sister replied that nothing had happened. The Khan asked what was true, because she went to the meeting of the Holy Thrones today. Han looked at his disappointed sister and said that something had happened there. He was right. The sister said that it really was. She recalled the two guys in knight armor and said that she was told not to dare arrogantly interfere in the conversation, called an insignificant worm with no roots. If a girl who has nothing to do with her soul is lucky enough to occupy one of the 7 holy thrones, then she should just keep quiet and do what she is ordered to do without question. Even covered her face with her hands. Han asked who it was. The sister continued to say that she didn't know the nickname, but it was one of the people sitting on the holy thrones. By the way, except for her, everyone already knows each other, and Kang Musiak is also the same. Han calmly stood and looked ahead. He thought that he was really very offended. Why do they have no roots if they are not rich? Then there are no roots anymore. Is it a sin to be born without a golden spoon? In all his life he has never been ashamed of his parents. Han glanced at his sobbing sister and thought that, judging by their background, it seemed that most of the people sitting on the holy thrones were members of the new aristocracy faction, the so-called rich and powerful families like the Great Divine Star Alliance, who had concentrated power in their hands since the appearance of Olympus. Han clenched his fist and thought that to some extent he knew what they were like, but it was too much for them to think that they could ignore and insult a person just because they didn't have the money and connections to give them that right. Han patted his sister's head and told her that what happened wasn't her fault. Only the bastards who said so were the ones who did the wrong thing. Han fiercely looked ahead and said that later, her older brother would scold them for this very hard. When the time comes, he will grind all these creatures to powder. Han walked forward menacingly. He connected to Olympus. He looked at his comrades and asked that nothing had happened to them all while he was away. Marion looked at him and said that someone was looking for him. We are taken to the leader of the Union. Marion is standing next to him and asks that he is the leader of the Union, with whom they previously crossed paths. The leader of the Union says that he does not have any special business with them. He just wanted to say that after their Union left the dungeon first. The Union leader recalled how a man approached them and asked that they saw something interesting inside. The Union leader cried out in fright that it was the headmaster. Standing in front of them was a young man in a beautiful armor with a red star on his chest. The headmaster said that he had given them the right to hunt here because they had shown good results while working in the Divine Star, but it seems that none of them know how to pay for kindness. The headmaster crossed his arms and looked menacingly ahead and said that they thought they were just having fun in a good dungeon like this. All the hunting grounds that the Divine Star owns are under their strict control. However, they decided to stand next to someone who was sentenced to death for life. The Union leader said, "That's not the point. The headmaster loomed over him and said with a frown that from now on, even if he didn't even dream of hunting in this dungeon, they were not allowed to enter. Then added that no, from now on, they wouldn't be able to hunt in any dungeon belonging to the Divine Star. Treachery towards the Divine Star would never be allowed. Marion looked at Hana in fright and said that this was how they fell out of favor with the Divine Star and were forced to dissolve the alliance. Rufendal stared in bewilderment, and the Union leader went on to say that all the members of the Union had somehow been settled in. Now he was alone. He would try to start over at all costs, but it was unlikely that anything would come of it. The Union leader was standing in front of Han. He continued to say that after all, none of the Unions would share quests with him, and all hunting grounds are closed to him. Han said that this is understandable. He thought that among the members of his Union there was a spy, a Divine Star. What is even in the head of these bastards? Han glanced at the sad Union leader and thought that besides, what a betrayal to the Divine Star. Not only did they proclaim themselves the new aristocracy, but now they were also trying to make kings out of themselves. Han recalled the conversation with his sister and thought that this was probably an unofficial position of the Divine Star, and the director's personal initiative. Based on the words of his sister, he shows with all his appearance that he considers himself a representative of the aristocracy. Han imagined the image of the headmaster towering over ordinary workers, and reflected that when he played the role of a noble gladiator, it was obvious that his attitude toward ordinary people was characterized by thinking of them as dogs and pigs that moved as they pleased. Han sighed and wondered why he would have to bother with this particular thing. He said it couldn't be helped. Han went ahead and took a hand up and said that since it was like this, then let them clear this dungeon together. The Union leader looked at Han with a puzzled expression and asked that he was not joking. Han continued to say that at least if possible, he would help them, but still let them try. They take care of their own lives. The Union leader answered well. Han turned around and said that since he had already decided to come to him, we can conclude that the situation is really hopeless. The Union leader lowered his head and said that he needs to pay for the education of daughter Yi. The Union leader lowered his head in frustration and put his hand on his shoulder. He thought that he had spent all his severance pay to create the Union. The money he earned was only invested in expanding his business, so he had a lot of things to deal with. The Union leader said that although it was somewhat shameless of him, but if only he could get even one red, no, even one blue stone. Han replied, well, that's a very simple condition, and the Union leader looked at him with a puzzled expression and apologized, then asked what. Han walked forward and then said that giving him one red stone was nothing. The Union leader replied that it was clear. Han turned around and smiled and said that let him know that he could use it for political purposes. The Union leader replied well, then pondered that in political terms. The Union leader glanced at Han's team and thought that in the end, absolute evil will definitely encounter big alliances, so he is trying to use it as a tool to damage the Divine Star in the battle of the political arena, although it is a dangerous gamble, but he has already decided to grab the hand of absolute evil, so he must accept this. The Union leader breathed a sigh of relief and thought, which is much more important, the Khan said that it would be easy to get the red stone. Probably he decided to take care of it in this way, so that he would not feel remorse, because the red stone is not some kind of cobblestone. The Union leader entered the dungeon and stared ahead, puzzled. Coco destroyed the ants one by one using large-scale pecking. It cawed furiously as it lifted its head up, red rocks rained down from the ants, and a system message appeared that the Coco's refectory table skill was activated. Coco looked down angrily as Rufendal ran below him and shouted, quick step, jump, continuous movement. Coco angrily began to caw, and Rufendal collected all the stones and gave them to Khan. The leader of the Union looking at this thought that unless red stones can fall out so often. The Union leader glanced at Coco and thought that the last time he saw something like this for the first time, he was very much surprised if it was really just a matter of luck. The Union leader looked at Han's team and thought, let's say that today is indeed an extremely lucky day. Suddenly, Han looked to the side. A system message appeared in front of him, saying that they had found a secret passage. A wind blew from there. Han said that it was opening again. A huge serpent with glittering eyes appeared in front of them. It was Hiakaktu's double. The Union leader looked at him in fright, and then said that he had no idea that such a huge monster resided in this dungeon. Han sighed in frustration and said that it was a doppelganger again. It might be dangerous here, so let the Union leader move away. The Union leader looked at Han in fright, and then angrily said that they were really going to fight with such a huge man alone. Han flew into the snake at high speed. The system message critical strike appeared. The Union leader thought that Han was able to take him down with a basic blow. Han crossed his arms and calmly landed on the ground. There were system messages that the hunt for the doppelganger was successfully completed. If they re-enter the dungeon within 36 hours, a hidden quest will be added. Han said with disappointment that it was the same again. The leader of the Union looking forward said that it is simply amazing. The Union leader reflected that he thought the Khan would win even if everyone on the Holy Thrones attacked him at once. We are transported to the real world to see the director, who is lying back in his chair and says that he did not think that he would be called out for such a trifle. The headmaster closed his eyes and thought that he had only put one cheeky union head in his place. Someone turns to him and says that today he was told that he destroyed one small union. The director says that yes, grandfather. The president looks at his grandson and says that looking at the public opinion, it seems that this time he slightly went too far. The director replied that he also thinks so. The president raised his head and continued to say that although the masses are stupid, they are easily aroused. Let him keep this in mind. We need to properly adjust their policies to prevent them from having any hostility towards the divine star. Even if he is the owner of a farm, he will be reproached for mistreating a dog or pig. The president looked at the director and said that after all, he should try to negotiate first, then execute. These are the basics of politics. Let him not forget too hostile attitude towards absolute evil. This is also not a very good approach. The director closed his eyes and said that it understood. He thought that what should he worry about insignificant plebeians without any roots. The headmaster was lying back in his chair. He was thinking that his grandfather had also aged a lot. He was much more determined and firm in his younger years. It seems that he had softened so much after his father died in a car accident. Suddenly someone came in and called him. The director turned around and told the person to come in, and then asked what the result was. The guy holding the paper in his hand said that he made inquiries, as the directors requested. He found. The guy went on to say that he was looking for young people who bought a foreign car or house worth more than 300 million won in cash without credit, whose entire family property was less than 500 million won, and there is a girl named Sister. The headmaster pondered, and his wards continued to say that given the circumstances, there was a high probability that she took the 7th throne and bought a house, earned money. The headmaster that although he assumed that she was poor, but Yujin looked like water, he pondered that to be honest, he started this investigation to find the ultimate evil, but the fact that he doesn't flaunt his wealth at all suggests that he's a cautious bastard. The director raised his hand and then said, well, this is completely useless information for them, since the very beginning of the investigation was conducted to search for absolute evil. The director furrowed his brows, and the employee asked what he thought of hiring a 7th throne sitter for a job. The worker approached the director and confidently stated that they would make her a subordinate of the divine star. If the union has a connection with the common folk, it will have a good effect on their image. Besides, it will become known that there are 2 of the holy thrones sitting in their union, then they will be able to raise them even in the international arena. The director thought about it. And then he crossed his arms and smiled and said that this was not a bad idea. Let the employee tell you more about his idea. The union leader looked into the cave and said that the southern part of the cave starts from here. This place is also called the Impregnable Cave Cliff. The union leader looked down with a frown and told Han to look carefully at the ground, because the road suddenly ends. The union leader, standing on the edge, looked down into the abyss and said that it was approximately 70 meters deep. The union leader said that the last time the Divine Star Union tried to explore this area, but for unknown reasons, the entire exploration team was exterminated. After that incident, all research is under an unspoken ban. Han looked down with interest. The union leader continued to say that, however, to clear the dungeon, it is not necessary to go through this section, so no one is particularly eager to challenge the unknown. Han thought that most likely, if they go down, they will again stumble upon a doppelganger. Rufendel was sitting next to her and waiting for the red crystals to fall out. Han thought that he was not the official monster boss of the dungeon, so there was no reason for players to attack him, risking their lives, because in this place it was enough just to kill a couple of insects to get a red stone. Han called out to Coco. Coco turned around and looked at him in a puzzled way. Han thought that he was able to deal with the snake, so there would be no problems. He told Coco to get ready to go down to the bottom. The union leader looked at Hana with a startled expression and wondered what the pet Han had said to help them find their way easily. Coco furiously started flying towards Rufendal, who was holding a red stone in his hand with a smile. The union leader thought that this time, too, after hunting that pet, a bunch of red stones fell. It's a great luck if the red stone falls at least once a month, but he doesn't remember which one it is for today. Coco sighed furiously as he looked at Rufendal, and the union leader thought that such a catch is nothing but absolute luck. It should be assumed that there is a special skill that increases the chance of dropping items on this pet. Coco flapped his wings furiously looking at Rufendal. The union leader standing behind them thought that in this case, that pet is a real jackpot. He thinks the value of this bird is hundreds of billions of coins. The entire team, sitting on Coco, began to launch into the abyss. The union leader thought that he was wondering if the master of the beasts, Yujin, could tame such a pet. Marion smiled as she looked at Han and asked if she could fight with him this time. Han turned around in a puzzled manner and asked what she wanted. Marion replied that she had filled about 2,000 slots with monster bugs, but she hadn't had a chance to use them properly yet. Marion smiled happily. Han replied that then he would step aside and let her try to attack the target with her main forces. Marion happily said that this time she would definitely be useful. The crew and Coco were flying in pitch darkness, and Rufendal said what it was because it was too dark to see anything. Han raised his hand at the yellow light that didn't light up. He said that he thought this time it was also worth adding a light. Rufendal was scared to step forward in class and said that he thought now his spell was enough. An incredible power of light shone on Rufendal. He smiled and covered his eyes with his hands and said that this time Han was great again. A system message appeared that an ordinary magic light was used. Rufendal was blinded and stumbled, and he started screaming. He, puzzled with a smile on his face, started to fall into the abyss. And then his face changed, furrowing his brows and shouting for Han to help him. Rufendal was falling at great speed into the giant mouth of the serpent, and he shouted that in 48 hours, he would join them again. The serpent snapped its mouth shut, and a cry came out to warn them not to forget their Rufendal. Han looked down with a puzzled expression and said, "So that's where the snake doppelganger was." The system message that Rufendal's pet was dead appeared in front of him. Han furrowed his brows and asked what Coco was doing. Because he had deliberately banked sharply earlier, Coco gave a puzzled croak, and Han menacingly said that if he did it on purpose, then let him know that he was going to get a strong beating. Marion held out her hand, a dark energy appeared around her, and she said that Rufendal would figure out how to get back, and they should first catch the doppelganger. She came forward with a smile and said that she was starting, and a system message appeared that she was currently in the space behind you, the sphere of influence of the Ministry of Evil. The Union leader looked at Mariana with a puzzled expression and wondered if Rufendal had been swallowed by the creature in a single squat, if it was right to trust a fight with such an enemy to that girl. A huge number of dark bugs appeared behind the Union leader. Marion shouted menacingly for her dead Death soldiers to stand up. The Union leader looked up in fright, thinking that it was now clear that she was a necromancer, since she had turned all the insect monsters that were here into undead. A huge ant with a big sharp jaw was coming down. Its eyes were burning. The Union leader wondered if they were a little different on closer inspection. The monsters looked bigger and stronger than usual, if there was any reinforcement. Coco continued to fly forward. A huge dark energy appeared around them. The insects continued to stay. The Union leader thought that besides, there are not replaceable hordes of them here. At least 2,000. No, he thinks there are a lot more of them here. 4,000. Until today he had never heard of the existence of such a powerful necromancer. Marion furrowed her brows and stretched out her hand. A system message appeared that a random evil space effect had been applied. The ant spurted green liquid and wings appeared, and Marion received a system message that she could selectively make an individual out of the cave ants she had summoned evolve. A giant ant with huge wings appeared, and the system message said that the ant had evolved into a cave ant queen. Coco continued to fly forward as dark energy filled the area. Red ants appeared. The system message said that the unique skill of the cave ant queen, the endless summon of red ant soldiers, was being activated. Han furrowed his brows and folded his hands. He looked to the side in a puzzled way and thought that 1,600 individuals, it's just crazy, there are so many red ants here, and they keep on appearing. Marion, with a smile in her hands, held a blue bottle in her hand. Blue energy appeared around her. She said that this is the first time she drinks this potion to increase mana. Han looked at her puzzled and asked that she really does it at the same time, using mana and health, increasing the number of individuals moderately. Then you don't have to spend health, Marion said, of course. So many ants appeared that they filled the entire cave. Marion looked down at the snake and shouted for the guys to all attack. A huge number of ants began to devour the snake alive. It desperately opened its mouth and growled. A system message appeared that the hunt for the snake's doppelganger was successful. The Union leader smiled as he looked down and thought, this is just crazy. This is quite a passable ability. Even the so-called sitters of the holy thrones don't possess such skills. In the future, he should continue to stand on the side of absolute evil. This is a strong one, not a rotten rope. The whole team came out of the dungeon. Han said that this time they were again allocated 36 hours, so let them return here in a day. Marion answered well. Marion stood next to Han and clasped her hands and asked what she did well today. Han replied that there is such a thing. Marion continued to ask what then. Could Han praise her? If he praises her, it will give her strength, and then, in the future, she thinks she will be able to do even better. Han smiled and said it was good. She did a great job today, and Marion Mila smiled and blushed, then laughed. She said with a smile on her face that she received a compliment. She feels an unprecedented surge of strength. For the next 24 hours, she will diligently improve her level. Han frowned and said that it is not better or it will be a little rest. Han, perplexed, looked ahead. Behind him was the startled Union leader. Someone said that he thought so, that he was here. The director appeared in front of them with a red star on his chest. He furrowed his brows and smiled, and then said that he came to make him an offer. Han, looking at it, thought that this is the first holy see, Kang Musiak. The director thought about it. He remembered the conversation with his grandfather, how he told him that he was going to make many concessions and follow the instructions of his grandfather, but what he needed to do was get their favor and then stab them in the back. The director smiled and continued to say that as it is, the aristocratic society is ready to give Han, who is experienced in generosity, flew up to the director at great speed. He raised his fist with a frown and said that it was so good that they met. The union leader, along with Marion and Coco, looked ahead in fear. The director looked at his body. It started to disappear. He asked what it was. He was scared, and then asked that Han was about to kill him. Han haughtily placed his headmaster's foot on his head and said that when he killed the first Holy See, a system message appeared in front of him that he was being congratulated. He killed the Holy See sitter. He received one absolutely summoned point. The headmaster received a system message that he was defeated by the users of the absolutely summoned class. The headmaster looked ahead in fright. He said that Han wouldn't get away with this. He thought that there was no such notification last time. A system message appeared in front of him that he had lost one Holy See point. He had fallen 4 levels down. The headmaster thought that this bastard had become an absolute evil. The director, being in the form of a spirit, angrily shouted that the fucking son of a bitch, he would certainly execute him. Han smiled and waved his hand as he left and said that they had originally sentenced him to life in prison. Let him not disgrace himself and leave the game. Han's brow furrowed and he remembered his sister, and he thought that after beating up the bastard who had offended his sister, he felt a lot better because every time they met, he would beat him up like this. We are taken to the Khan's house. My sister asks if this is the same beating that the Khan said, and the Khan replies that yes, well done, isn't it? His sister angrily towers over him and shakes her hands, shouting that why did Khan kill him with one blow? It was necessary to give him more torment before death. Khan wondered if it was worth it. He rubbed his neck and then replied that he would do so from now on. He thought that if he was left alone, he would rant too much, so he immediately covered his mouth. Han, standing next to his sister, asked what was more important, how her quest for the sitters of the Holy Thrones was progressing. The sister frowned and replied that she was in the process, but when she said that she would miss one meeting because of the president, everyone treated it with great disdain. Han asked that with disdain. Sister, she went on to say that how could she be distracted from the general business? What else could you expect from a low-level person? Han replied that they were crazy bastards. Even if they were directors, let them mind their own business, and his sister replied that he didn't even talk about it. Han sighed, looking at his sister, and said that okay, let her not worry. Her brother will scold them all. He will also shoot and post videos with all their dark deeds. Han looked ahead. His sister was standing in front of him, smiling, holding her mother's hands and saying that she was very lucky. Their mother replied that their daughter was successful, and the sister thought that in any case, the main thing is that they now finally moved, although she bought it all for Khan's money. Their mother wiped away her tears and then said that even though she was glad that they had moved into the apartment, but the most important thing for her was that their family was in harmony. She didn't know what exactly Han was doing, but it seemed that he was also doing well, so her heart was calm. She hoped that in the future, every day will be filled with the same happiness. Han looked away and laughed and thought about it, which was a little awkward, but it felt good. A guy in a business suit watched a video clip. He took the phone and said that yes, the president, he found a post posted by that guy. After checking, he will come to him with a detailed report. The guy looked at the video and asked that he openly put the nickname Absolutely Evil. He so openly posted a video with the murder of the director. What kind of confidence is this? The guy was looking at his laptop in fright. He said that the reason why Khan killed him without even listening to it. The guy read the comments where Khan replied that the reason for the murder. He didn't like him and even terribly scary, so he killed him. The guy was scared and asked that it was scary that he means that this is some kind of secret cipher and how to report it to him. We are transferred to a day later. Khan and his companions entered the cave of Hyakaktu and went to the last location, the northern part of the cave. In this place, he also easily defeated the snake doppelganger, and a system message appeared in front of him that it was amazing. The doppelganger began to disappear, and a system message appeared that the hunt for all doppelgangers was successfully completed. Han looked around. System messages appeared that the original serpent summoning altar was activated, and the body of the serpent doppelganger could be used as a summoning sacrifice. Han thought back to the snake skin he had collected from the doppelganger, and he wondered if the item that was given out for each of the 4 doppelgangers he had hunted was a good thing that he had taken the skin from Rufendal beforehand, so it seemed like it needed to be used in the summoning rite of the original. The Khan looked at the pedestal in front of him with the fire burning in it, and thought that at first glance it was clear that it was a structure for laying offerings from the ground. Han put down all 4 of the snake's twin skins. They began to burn in a blue flame, and a system message appeared that they had made 4 sacrifices to summon the snake. Han looked around. The ground began to shake. Marion and the Union head looked around in fright. The system message appeared that the sacrifice offering had passed the test. The summoning altar was running. Blue lightning flashed. A huge pillar of blue fire shot out from the pedestal towards the sky. It started to collapse. A system message appeared that the arrival of the hidden boss true body had taken place. Han looked ahead with a smile and said with a laugh that he had finally arrived. A giant snake with glowing eyes appeared in front of them. On its hands were golden rings with expensive stones. Han said that this is a hidden boss monster that has never been detected until today. A system message appeared that the raid on the hidden boss monster is starting. All players, be careful. The snake is very dangerous, ferocious, and cruel. The serpent flashed its eyes as it used the petrification eye skill. The Union leader and Coco instantly turned to stone, and Han calmly looked at the snake. There were system messages that the petrification eyes capture the player's body. The resistance is successful. Han thought that the long-range petrification skill must be very strong, since even Coco was affected by its power. Marion stepped forward and furrowed her brows menacingly, then asked that she also needed to join the attack. Han gave her a puzzled look and asked that she was fine. Marion looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about, but Han said no, it was nothing special. He wondered if she even felt petrified. Han looked at the confident Mariana and thought that this is a fraudulent specification. In real combat it is devoid of any sensitivity. What should he call it? Genius or stupidity? Marion, looking ahead, said that since this is the original, then she can make an undead out of it. Han stepped forward and held out his hand, then said that in general, let her stay behind this time. Now he would try to deal with him alone. Han's hand glowed with yellow flames and a dark aura appeared around it. He said that he needed to check how strong he was at least once. Han waved his hands and an incredible amount of dark energy rushed towards the snake, and Han used the skill, True 100 Lightning Strikes. The snake was covered in a green aura as it fiercely opened its mouth and growled loudly. Han's skill began to gradually slow down, passing through the green aura of the snake. Han said that petrification can even slow down an attack. Han's hand glowed brightly as he took up a stance and used an unusually powerful fist, then said that this was clearly not some run-of-the-mill boss monster. Han made a couple of jerks to the side, then leaped at the snake at high speed. At the same time, Han was struck by the snake's incredible power, and he roared, using the poison injection skill. But Han broke through the skill to the snake. A system message appeared in front of him that resistance to strong poisons, resistance to magic protection was successful. Petrification eyes are taking over the player's body. Han waved his fist with a smile. He said that the snake was able to stop him by focusing the petrification skill on him all the time. It's a good choice, but Han hit the snake's head incredibly hard. There was a bright flash. The system message announced that resistance and petrification was successful. Han asked what to do if it does not work. A bright flash lit up the entire cavern. Marion and the Union leader watched in bewilderment. Han told the snake to get 100 lightning strikes for the company. A system message appeared that the hunt for the original snake was successful. Han landed on the ground. System messages appeared that the serpent is a very ferocious hidden boss monster. Salute the researcher who defeated it. Han stretched his arms with a smile. A system message appeared in front of him that a huge amount of experience is added to the reward for killing a snake. The level is increased. Marion happily walked to the snake's corpse saying that he stayed. Han thought that in one squat he rose to level 57. A dark system message appeared in front of Han saying that he could use the Spirit Eye skill. He could use the Coming of the Evil God skill. Han thought that he had finally managed to unlock the limited level 55th skills of the Spirit Eye and Coming of the Evil God. All the while he was literally choking on the fact that he didn't have there was no intelligence skill and no ability to strike long-range attacks. A dark aura appeared around Marion. She raised her hands and told the deaf soldier to stand up. A system message appeared in front of Han that additional rewards are being given. He gets 3 absolute points for you. He got snake tears. Han looked at the Union leader with a smile and thought that it would be much easier to act in the future. Han and his companions left the dungeon. The headmaster appeared in front of them. His brows furrowed in a menacing frown, and he clasped his hands. Han furrowed his brows and looked at him with a puzzled expression, then realized that he had killed him yesterday and he was here again. The headmaster closed his eyes and stretched out his hand and then said that he was here to make a very good offer. Han wondered if the Divine Star Union really intended to make him an offer. Han remembered how his sister had cried and he thought that no, even if they had such an intention, he wasn't interested. Not only him, he would beat everyone sitting on the holy thrones to death. The moment they made his sister cry, he had no reason to be nice to them. Before he killed it, he would experience the spiritual eye that he had just unlocked, and the spiritual eye system message appeared in front of him. Han glanced at the headmaster. His body was glowing with different colors. He thought, just look at this, there are a lot of different spells cast on his body. It looks like he's wearing everything that could be used, from ordinary defensive spells to one-time magic scrolls. Han sighed and said that okay, he was thinking that judging from the flow of mana, the intent to attack was quite strong. Han swung and fired an incredibly strong dark bolt right at the headmaster, telling him to just die. Han's punch hit the target. A huge amount of defensive spells started to collapse. The headmaster screamed but didn't die. Han gave him a puzzled look and said that he really was able to withstand one hit. The headmaster furrowed his brows as his hand began to appear. He said that Han was a brainless son of a bitch. He was trying to give him another chance. The headmaster told Han to get ready. He opened the scroll, and at this time he was surrounded by a huge number of ants. The headmaster looked around in fright and shouted what kind of creatures they were. Han looked at Mariana and said it was a great job. The ants continued to devour the headmaster's body. Han smilingly told Marion to leave it at that and not kill him. Marion asked why in a puzzled way. Han closed his eyes and said that for killing a person sitting on the holy throne, the aura of Full How increases very much. If Marion is affected by it, it will cause her a lot of inconvenience. I went up to the director. The director shouted at him to wait, and Han hit him with his hand and told him to die. Marion closed her mouth and smiled. She thought that it turns out that Khan has such a warm heart. He is so delicate, just like that, the king of care and attention. The director in spirit form stood over his body and shouted at Han, "What the hell is he up to? Who is behind him?" Han turned around and replied that he didn't see the video that he posted yesterday. The director was shocked by what he heard, and Han said he didn't like him because he was so ugly. Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared above Han, and someone was standing on it, laughing, and Han looked up and asked who else was there if they were going to let him go home today. Han furrowed his brows and continued to look up. The dragon rider said that it was heard from Han, but after seeing it live, he admits that he is talented. Han wondered what that person was. The rider fell to the ground, and Han thought that he looked very familiar. The girl smiled and said that she had so mercilessly trampled the director of the Great Divine Star Union into the mud, and he was a very interesting boy. A huge red dragon with a frightening smile towered over the girl, who straightened her hair and said with a smile that at least the Divine Star was nothing special. The girl smiled and furrowed her brow, and then extended her finger forward. She told Han to start working for her. "This is the Beast Lord Yujin." She added that in that case, she would spare his life. Han sighed. He looked ahead calmly. He wondered what she was saying, that she would keep him alive if he started working for her. There were no words for who she was. Jin looked at Hana calmly, and Han wondered if even offhand she couldn't be more than 20 years old, what kind of self-confidence she had, or some special class. Han remembered the dragon he was thinking about. What a special class, he remembered. She also came here riding on a dragon. Jin pointed a finger at herself with a smile, and Han asked her if she was a beast lord, and she said that he finally recognized her. Marion and Coco looked at her menacingly with furrowed brows. Jin said that he thought she was ready to accept him as a subordinate, and that he should also give her that pet. Han thought that for such a famous person, she acts too childish, although even in the public profile it is written that she's 20 years old. Jin from the Heavenly Ruler's Dreams Guild. Unlike the other unions, the Sons of the Heavenly Ruler Guild is an unofficial force that doesn't act openly, so Jin is publicly speaking out. The Lord of the Beasts. Jin was riding a dragon soaring in the sky and watching the conversation, the reason why she followed the headmaster to find Hana. Jin glanced at Coco and wondered if she had found this bird. It looked smarter than she thought. Jin thought back to the video and thought that she was pretty sure that it was this bird that had hit her in the video, so it was clearly talking about a pet of at least S rank. Jin smiled at him and said that she liked him, even though he looked ordinary. Jin looked at Hana and thought that she should pick up a pet, and even that kid would be quite useful as a subordinate. Suddenly, Han's words startled Jin. He said that they had met somewhere before, that she was now poking around since she was 20. Then he was clearly older, and what kind of nonsense was she talking about transferring a pet? Jin was puzzled and asked what. Han turned away from her and told her that if she was going to continue making idle chatter, then he would go. Jin shouted at him. She started to walk around with a red aura. She gave a mad smile and thought that even the headmaster of the big unions didn't dare to talk to her so casually since he dared to ignore her. She chuckled and asked what he said was idle chatter. Han started to turn around, and Jin yelled that he wasn't going to stop right now, but she told him to stop. Han turned around, his eye started to burn with flames. He used a spiritual eye. He wondered what judging by the mana flows. Han glanced at the bewildered Jin who was being flown by the dragon. He said that if she was going to use that lizard up there, then she should stop right now. Jin menacingly asked what kind of unheard of nonsense he was talking about. Han threw up his hands and Jin shouted that he thought he could get away with humiliating her dragon like that. Han calmly replied that she looked like a baddie from a drama that didn't inspire any fear. He reflected that it was an unheard of rudeness. She was a fan of Sajuks. Han glanced at the dragon, who was giving off a strong aura, and he thought that somehow, through the spirit eye, he could see that she had made a connection with the dragon with her mana, and had just given the order to attack. Han raised his hand and asked what Coco was willing to attack. He wondered what it meant that her actions could be considered an attack on him. Han smiled and snapped his fingers, then told Coco to peck at him, and a system message appeared that the standard spell was Damage Craze and Increased Defense. Coco's eyes lit up. He charged forward at high speed, rushing towards the dragon. Han, looking at this, smiled and thought that he was just curious about what a dragon is like as a pet. The master of beasts, despite her young age, she has already established herself as a top-level tamer. Coco and the dragon got into a fight, and Han, looking at them, wondered if, in that case, it would be worth checking out what her abilities were worth. Han looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression and asked why he was thinking that the dragon obviously had higher stats and level than Coco. Coco fiercely attacked the dragon and shouted that it had annoyed him so much that he had dared to attach wings to an insignificant lizard. Coco was furiously pecking at the dragon's neck, shouting that he was the only ruler of the sky, and Han thought that he was shaking him from side to side like a toy, even considering what buff he had placed on him. The opponent was too useless. Jean looked up at the sky and shouted that Arnie, what was he doing? Jin, frowning, continued to shout furiously. Looking at her, Han thought that there are no abilities that allow you to productively control your characteristics. She is on the same level as Marion, however, since Marion specializes in mass warfare, control is not important. But how she became famous with such and such skills. Coco, grabbing the dragon, was flying down. Han said that he heard that she won a pet control contest, at which point the judge was absent. Jin fiercely pointed her finger at Hana and shouted that he was going to shut up and wasn't going to. How dare he try to humiliate her dignity by using this sloppy chicken? Suddenly, Gina turned around and saw a huge amount of dust behind her. She saw Coco destroy her dragon. A system message appeared that Arini was dead, and the waiting time for resurrection was 72 hours. Han gave a puzzled sigh and said that this is the end of it, and what Arina's name is, it's because it's a dragon. He thought that now. He even wondered what she meant when she said that she would spare his life. Coco started to fly off to the side. Jin shook and asked in a trembling voice that how dare he. Han thought that her fighting skills were terrible. She didn't have another pet with her. There was nothing to see anymore. Coco looked ahead in puzzlement and Jin shouted that they were lowly plebs. How dare they destroy her Arini? Jin the Terrible started to move towards Han. Han calmly said, what is it? She was the first to attack. He saw her give the order with her mana. Jin slapped Han hard across the face. The head of the Union watched from the sidelines, and Marion turned on the camera in displeasure. Jin shouted that he was an arrogant geek. Now he had no chance to save his own skin. Han was standing in front of Jin and using a whisper contacted Marion. He asked that she was a baby. Now she writes everything down. Marion replied that yes, but it doesn't hurt him. Han waved his head and asked that it hurts. She didn't slap him in the slightest. Marion replied that it was fine then. She held a camera in her hand and said in a whisper that she was still in a hell of a mood. Who is she to slap him on the cheek? She was furious. They didn't let her teach her a lesson instead. Han replied that she shouldn't interfere. Just keep recording. Marion answered well. Han looked at Jin. He thought that since they use words like plebeian, it means that she also belongs to the new nobility. He thinks that he is right. And how did it happen that there is not a single normal person among them? Han asked if she said everything. Jin glanced at him and frowned, shouting that from now on we won't be able to live normally on South Korean soil. She swears by her own name that the destroyed plebeian. Han replied that if she swears by her own name, the heavens will fall to the ground. Han smiled maliciously, and then said that he wanted the dragon to fall from the sky. Jin was seething with rage. She said that this insignificant plebeians completely lost their fear. Han calmly glared at her and said that her attack was basically over now, so she said no, it wasn't over yet. Coco came up to Jin. Jin the Terrible looked at him and asked what the chicken was doing. Han told Coco to peck at it. Han sighed and told Coco to send her to her dragon. Jin started yelling that he was a low-grade chicken. How dare she touch her body? Coco continued to peck at Jin, who was furiously shouting that she was the only one who said clearly that she would not let him live in peace on South Korean soil. Jin dropped dead. The last thing she had time to shout was that there would be no more chances. Coco happily raised his beak to the sky. Han said that how banal. There was a system message that the player was dead. Marion lit up with happiness. She clenched her fist holding the camera in her hand and said that it was a great job. It was as if a stone had fallen from her soul. The Union leader looked puzzled, looking ahead and said that it was the same place. The Union leader saw a big bag ahead of him. He said that there was a bag of items dropped out. He shouted at great speed that quick step and darted to the bag and then immediately to the con. He got down on one knee and pulled the bag forward and said, here, take it. Looking at it, the con said that he didn't have to. It was necessary to do this. Rufendel is a pet, so he does this. Rufendel, being not in the game, thought that it feels like his job was taken away from him. The Union leader bowed his head and said that no, he was currently in a desperate situation where he couldn't exist without the absolute Hall's patronage. He asked Han not to consider his efforts useless. Han, holding a bag in his hand, said that it was understandable. At best, it was just a matter of collecting drop items, but it's not a big deal. Khan opened the bag and saw a huge amount of red stones in it. He said that there are red stones here. They don't know what kind of family it is, but it is clearly very rich. Once in its 20 years it carries a lot of red stones with it. Coco glowed with happiness. 2 red stones were flying towards him. Han said that here he is. He did a great job today. Han threw one of the stones to Marion and told her to catch one too, and Marion happily looked at him and said thank you very much. Han glanced at the Union leader and said that he also had one due. The Union leader held a stone in his hand and said in shock that he hadn't really done anything today. Han smiled and used a whisper. He turned to the Union leader and said that giving him the red stone was not out of pure mercy, so let him accept it. This scene is also being recorded now. He had already told him before that he was going to use it for political purposes. Han continued to say that he was trying to attract people to his side by fighting against the new aristocracy, such as the big unions and the Holy See. He hoped that the Union leader would not refuse to help him. Of course, they would definitely reward him properly for this. The Union leader replied that he was really thinking that, to be honest, the original one came to him with a certain amount of doubt. The Union leader bowed to the Khan and reflected that now he was sure this man was a new rope in his life. He said that he was very grateful to him, absolutely evil, the most merciful and appreciative of achievements leader that he had ever encountered. The Union leader closed his eyes and said that this is the very environment in which those who work hard can get fair treatment, an environment in which reasonable productivity is ensured through fair competition. Han smiled, and the Union leader went on to say that he thanked him for allowing him to see this environment and stay in it. Han reflected that although he managed to put in a couple of phrases that made him cringe, he somehow thought that this could be taken as a sign that he is willing to help them in the future. We are taken to the fourth elder, who furrows his brows, fanning himself, and says that they did a great job, just perfectly coped with what was mentioned to them. The elder starts to turn around in different directions standing in front of the Khan and shouts that what they should fear most is the single voice of the lower ones. In order to become higher than everyone else, you need to have eyes at the bottom. The people are the master of the country, and the power of the Lord comes from the people. If they continue that, he would become a great man. Han, who didn't understand, looked at the elder and thought that although he was a somewhat specific person, but he couldn't disagree with what was said. The elder continued to say that they should learn to listen to people's voices by bowing their head. He should be able to empathize with their situations, use force and achieve nothing. The elder gave Hana a puzzled look and said what else. Han thought that in fact, in their day, the elder's strategy might work even better. From the elder started to walk dark energy. He smiled maliciously, said that his master now sells black stones, so he can conclude that they have a lot of money in stock. The Khan asked what is possible. He wondered if there will be some offer again. The elder closed his fan and said that now that they had enough funds and the move was complete, he meant that now was the right time. The elder furrowed his brows with a smile, glanced at Han and said that he thought it would be nice to set up an advanced base to advance to the continent. Han asked something like a fief. The elder replied that it was extremely necessary to conquer the world. Han smiled and thought that there was no doubt that the elder was saying that because he was sure that he couldn't refuse. Han replied that it was fine, they wouldn't do it. The elder ran to the side with a shout. He said that he would immediately make a plan. The Khan sighed and thought that it was not for nothing that they say that a competent minister eats up a lot of money. He earned an astronomical amount, but now he loses the same amount, but how can anything be done about it? We are taken to the president, who pours brandy into a glass and asks the teacher how he sees the current situation. The president in a white shirt is holding a bottle in his hands. He closes his eyes, and his teacher says that considering that young people are very supportive of him, it seems that this will be quite a big problem. Besides, the headmaster's regular defeats must have had some impact too, right? The president's side answers correctly. The president holds out a glass of alcohol, and the teacher continues to say that fools treat him almost like a social revolutionary, but you can't change society alone. A teacher appears in front of us, who is sitting behind the white robe of the dreams of the heavenly ruler Karma, and he says that this is an interesting business. The teacher smiles, holding a glass in his hand. He says that he thinks so, although livestock should remain livestock, but still, it has certain values. In front of the teacher, a hologram of Han's team appears in his glass, and he goes on to say that, however, if one of the domestic animals gets drunk on the master's table, then shouldn't he pay a significant price for it? End of the first season. Season 2 begins and Han speaks while looking at the huge city that is being built. That last time it was moving the capital, now transferring the base. And it looks like all the money earned will go down the drain. And this new capital of Nam. Han lowers his head, clearly angry, and grabs his neck. He says it's a direct duty, so it can't be helped. After all, the fourth elder would later tell him how to earn more money. After which Han turns around, seeing the system notifications clearly surprises. Everyone says, "What?" He says it's been so long. After that, a girl with black hair walks through the city. Speaking of which, today is the day when the little ones will hang out at their house. After that, a few guys pay attention to her, and they are not very surprised, saying that they look normal as girls today, and this is not strange. Another says that they are strange. What kind of nonsense is this? She is very beautiful. After all the people passing by just look at her alone. After that, she looks at her reflection, thinking about what to do. Was it Mariana, along with the other girls, who was inspecting her clothes? She wondered if she was usually dressed too well. After which, she remembers Han, who shows her 2 fingers. She smiles, closing her eyes and placing her hand on her cheek. She thinks that after all, no matter how her uncle, that is, her brother, sinned to come to the housewarming party. Thinking back to how Han talked about wanting to come to the housewarming party if she came alone, it would be a bit strange, and let her take at least 2 more friends with her. And she thinks that even though she said that Han prefers a simple style, maybe she should have dressed up a little more. Then she goes along with her friends, clearly thinking that no, maybe if she is too smartly dressed, he will not like it. And maybe he'd be more supportive if she wore more flashy clothes next time. Well, one of my friends thinks about why Mariana was so nervous. After that, they enter from the huge complexes, and one of the friends takes out her phone. They say that it is definitely located here. And another of my friends says that really my sister is very much successful. After that, the man standing near the yellow car, leaning on it, pay attention to Mariana. Mariana notices him while he asks her to listen. She asks him what she wants, and the man walks up to the car and asks if they can spare him a moment. And 2 friends standing next to each other are surprised. This man smiles as he steps forward, dressed in a strict black suit, talking about how he caught a glimpse of them and realized that they were totally his type, and how about we grab a bite to eat somewhere since he can treat them to lunch in a very nice place. After which, Mariana looks at her friends in disbelief while they smile. Speaking of which is awesome, do they really know each other? To which Mariana says that they are seeing each other for the first time and she is underage and is going to meet with her boyfriend. So please leave. After that, this guy comes closer and closer, giving her a business card, while one of the friends looks at her in surprise. Mariana turns away. This man says that they offer to meet. He just wants to eat with them. And here is his business card. If in the future there is such a desire, then let them call him. What does Mariana think about him wanting to see Han? They look at the business card and say that look at it, he is the head of the union. And such a young man already has his own union. This man, looking at the girl, thinks that now, coming closer, he sees that she really is the type that he likes. After all, it is not for nothing that they say that if there is a goalkeeper, it does not mean that you cannot score a goal. And he thinks that he can slowly get his way. Then Mariana saw the others running. They say that the Khan has come. And while 2 friends are standing in shock with this director, and he thinks to himself, what's going on? He notices Mariana approaching Han and wonders if she really has a boyfriend. And no, much more important, he looks at what Han looks like and wonders if such an unsightly person is really her boyfriend. And while Mariana asks, where did they go? Khan says they should have come. Here he decided to go for drinks, showing a bag of groceries. Then why would Mariana, wearing a mask, get angry? They say that the girl's uncle knows absolutely nothing about them. Han looks at her wearing a mask and asks what's wrong with her. Hello, the housewarming party didn't go smoothly. What is Mariana angry at while holding her fists? They say it is. One of the friends with blonde hair and a short haircut points her finger and says that no matter how you look at the guy they met earlier, it seems much better in all respects. But she looks like she likes Han. He's both good looking and well paid, and his manners are impeccable. After which, while they are sitting, Mariana looks at them as these 2 friends discuss, and another friend with blonde hair and yellow clothes says that it's not nice to behave like this after being told that she has a boyfriend, and she's still underage. To which the girl sitting in a brown dress says that in any case, the words that they were dating were a lie. What does Mariana think about the fact that in 2 months she will be of legal age? After that, the nurse comes over with the drinks, not understanding what's going on, despite how nervous Mariana is. So far, one of them says that he is usually an ordinary member of a small or medium-sized union, but this young man at such a young age is already at the head of the union, and he is really an outstanding person. Mariana wonders what it has to do with him being an outstanding person, and the reasons for the housewarming party to start such conversations in the absence of the Khan. Moreover, even in the presence of his sister. After that, one of the friends calls her sister to her, saying that she should calibrate herself. She told her that she was bringing her brother with Mariana. Or is the detainee surprised to see this and asks them what they are talking about? And one of my friends says no, I wouldn't watch that much. Mariana seems to like him. But honestly, isn't Mariana more suited to a man who drives a Lamborghini? After which, the nurse clearly started to get angry, telling her to repeat what she just said. Because of this, there was a major commotion. My sister started yelling at these friends, saying that how can you even judge a person by what kind of car he drives? To which Mariana also stood up, raising her hands and saying that this is correct, while the 2 of them are standing there in disbelief. And so he couldn't say that the housewarming party ended on a good note. The skin, transported to reality, thinks that in general, she decided not to communicate with those girls in the future, and Han looks at her and wonders what's going on. He stands perplexed to submit, goes on to say that, to be honest, she wanted to say that he is a very outstanding person, and she wanted to take a selfie with Khan. There's worth thinking about, what is she even talking about? He stands there looking at her in disbelief, saying that she would like her to try to say as little about him as possible, because how she doesn't want it to be known that they're together, at least not yet. To which Mariana says with a smile that she will do it well, while Han thinks about how she doesn't know exactly what they want her to do. Then Rufendal is shouted out by the eldest, and they both turn their attention to him. He runs as huge clouds of dust rise behind him, telling him that he's back and a napkin for the eldest's feet. Khan says it's already been 48 hours since he died. Mariana says something that looks like it, and Rufendal remembers the captain and Coco, thinking about how who would have thought that in addition to Coco, there would also be a new face in the form of the captain. The only person he can rely on is absolute evil. Because of these 48 hours, he thought he was going to go crazy with worry. After which, he appears right in front of Han Mariana, raising his hand to his head and thinking that, nevertheless, he is the eldest's first pet. Speaking of him being back, and Han says that, and yes, of course. And while Rufendal stands with sparkling eyes and tells Han that, by the way, the eldest during the last case, he made a lot of money. Han looks at him in surprise and says, "Come on," but Mariana interrupts him. Mariana says that, come to think of it, he said he was going to do something through the captain's uncle. They recall how the captain ran right through the city, saying that it was true that they were at a disadvantage because they couldn't make deals with NPS. Therefore, he decided to entrust all external operations to the captain. After that, a lot of players are looking at a huge quest, hung on a dirty piece of paper. Mariana smiles, saying that wow, they are now able to start a full-fledged active activity, and Han smiles, says thinking they should. And as step 1, he created an advanced base on the continent using the monster symbol, and he asked the captain to buy one Feticus. He recalls the 4 elders and says that by doing so he has fulfilled the request to buy the land. Given the fact that he was an absolute evil, it seemed that this was completely impossible. He remembers the captain giving a bag of gold to one of the men. Speaking of which, only if he's not full how, but they were not able to buy the land without any major problems, as legal processes and procedures were followed. And it seems that the topic of absolute player evil is still being discussed by the Empire's NPS, although he certainly lost a lot of money, but Divine Star and Ellen reacted immediately after hearing the news, thinking back to how the Olympus News wrote about it, and they are already determined to destroy his fief. He remembers all those who supported him, the heads of directors of the huge guilds. It is said that, however, the reaction of other large unions, especially foreign conglomerates, was passive. And here it was not without taking into account the fact that the scenarios of absolute evil are a scenario based on South Korea, and the impact of having 2 top world leaders show favor towards absolute evil was also an important factor. And as Han leaves, he remembers that he has 2 stones. Speaking of which, the rumors that there are 2 more black stones probably played a role as well, although he had already used one again. But while Rufendal and Mariana are discussing something, he looks around. He thinks about how one way or another since Divine Star and Ellen got together, the fact that when he is not in place, they can attack his territory at any time. And Rufendal says that they will most likely attack in the absence of the eldest, to which Mariana is surprised, and Han looks at Mariana, who is beaming in her eyes, thinking that besides Elder Black Flowers, there is also Mariana, which has an overwhelming advantage in large-scale battles, and the one sitting on the Holy Thrones is also now sent to complete the quest. Therefore, even if a feudal war breaks out, this will not cause serious problems. After that, the Khan calls Rufendal to him and he draws attention to him. He tells him to declare war on the community. Hey, Rufendal stands there in shock, thinking about what it means to declare war. Han, are you smiling? It is said that right now, they are passing a death sentence with the Union of Divine Star and Helene and will attack them. Rufendal then goes into shock, hearing this news and shouting about what's how. Han points at the map to Mariana, pointing a finger at it. He thinks that there have been instances where a lone player has ordered the destruction of a large alliance, to which Han says that he is going to move here. And as Mariana looks at this map, he thinks about what didn't happen. Unless, of course, we're talking about crazy people who would do that at all. After which, Rufendal lights up, eyes and smiles while Han thinks about what, however, if it's the eldest. He says that whatever he does, it seems to him that he will succeed. Rufendal then smiles, says that he will upload the message immediately, to which Han says that it is good. One of the directors is driving a yellow car, saying what a pity. Vita the girl really was his type. He remembers what Mariana looks like and gets angry, thinking about the way she looks and that cold look in her eyes. He starts to get angry and thinks that from head to toe, she fully corresponds to his preferences. She remembers Haney and how clumsy he is, thinking about how because he has a boyfriend, she rejected him. And besides, the appearance in it does not say anything at all, and it does not look particularly. She's just a kid, so she doesn't really know anything about the world. Then he smiles, getting rich in his hand. And she thinks that until she realizes that the main thing in a man is ability, if he slowly pushes wedges to her, then in the end she will become his. Then they call him and he picks up the phone. Speaking of him driving, what happened? On the other hand, he is told that the head of absolute evil has declared war on Divine Star and Ellen. He is surprised and says that he is really crazy. The Divine Star wasn't enough for him, so he also listed Ellen as an enemy. What if it affects them? On the other hand, he is told that after all, one of the territory designated when declaring war, this time was the Valley of Remina. After that, he starts to panic, saying that why he poked his head in there. And on the other hand, it is said that thinking all because it is one of the most important hunting grounds of the golden egg-laying Divine Star. Recalling what was written, that as a real man, he wasn't going to hide his plans and the purpose of Remina Valley, and this territory is firmly held in the hands of the Divine Star. Then she will start the general cleaning from here, hey wait for me. And he openly declared the destruction of this territory. After which, the director remembers what absolute evil looks like with Rufendal, smiling and glowing purple. He is clearly perplexed, holding the steering wheel with two hands and thinking that this is the same territory where their union mainly works. While he is driving next to a man sitting in a red KAMAZ truck. He thinks that after making a deal with the Divine Star, things just got better, and would he really decide to attack? After that, he starts to worry, saying that tell all the members of the union, thinking that yes, a madwoman like him might very well attack. He says that they should avoid direct conflict with absolute evil as much as possible, and anyone who tries to make that person lose their temper will be fired, shouting it with obvious anger. And he thinks that if he gets caught in the hot hand of a madman, then the writing is lost. He thinks about avoiding absolute evil. The news site publishes breaking news. It says that absolute evil in the Valley of Riem. Shocking news about declaring war on Divine Star and Ellen. In the photo, Han is seen smiling and has red eyes, talking about that last night absolute evil, then Divinely Star and Ellen were informed of the announcement. As a result, other remaining small ones are expected to be formed out of the many existing large unions. We are very concerned, because the country of Ellen sows confusion, which suits the actions of absolute evil, arrogance, which cannot be tolerated. And yet, in the case of absolute evil, additional resources are allocated for this purpose. After that, one of the anonymous users writes that wow, did he really do it after all? Another says that, to be honest, he is terribly curious about what will happen if absolute evil wins, and starts laughing. The other answers that and in fact, while anonymous answers, it's really interesting. After that, the director of the Star goes along with his agents. He puts his hands in his pocket and says that the Valley has crossed the line and they should call a general meeting. He thinks that the situation has become more complicated and now they need Karma's help. He remembers walking up to Karma, who was looking at the flowers, and thinks about how he must have known that absolute evil would decide to attack. And while the director approaches the army and looks at his back in surprise, he replies that they will not participate in this battle, sitting on the holy thrones, to which the director asks him if he can find out the reason. Then Karma takes the branches, and he says that he believes in the power of the Divine Star, and therefore believes that they will certainly make a judgment on that case. Then the director himself looks at Karma's back, and while he says that the people should not have vain hopes, let it be the simplest event. To which the director says that he really believes in them, and he is immensely grateful, thinking about what it means to hope for the defeat of the Divine Star. After that, several players dressed in masks and huge hoods of red and green color. They say that they are really talking about those who sit on the holy thrones, they will not participate, and someone must be influencing them from the shadows. After that, this person is shown Karma, which turns while his eyes glow with a bright light. Speaking of which, no matter how you look at it, 4 and 5 of the Holy See belong to his blood relative and subordinate. Thinking that after the defeat of the Divine Star, they are probably eager to appear on the battlefield as rescuers. After which, the headmaster gritted his teeth, clearly displeased, thinking that that nasty old man had decided to wash his hands of it this way. But he is not going to silently demolish strikes on his territory. After that, he and his agents leave the building, thinking that the conflict with absolute evil has long been a foregone conclusion, and he decided to capture him at all costs. Outside the building, Hana asks if he has heard that he is going to invade Riemann Valley this time. Speaking of which, there's a big commotion right now because of this. My sister walks up to Han, who is sitting at the computer, and looks at him while holding her phone. She says that the number of views of messages about the declaration of war has already exceeded 30 million. And did he really intend to strike? To which Han smiles, holding the mouse and the other hand in his neck, says that, of course, his answer is yes. The sister looks at him in surprise, saying that this time the people sitting on the holy thrones will not interfere, and she understands that he will perfectly cope with the task, will think that he will still have something to tell him. He says he doesn't know why as soon as they started talking and settling on 4 in the Holy See, everyone immediately single-handedly decided to withdraw. To which the Khan looks at his sister in surprise and says that is this really the 4th Holy See? He remembers that he has a nickname, as stated. This girl, covered by a huge silver mask covering her eyes and wearing a huge red hoodie. The sister is clearly angry, shows all her appearance, they say that she is insecure and will certainly be right. We're talking about a necromancer-like class, and the fourth throne is really strong, but also terribly arrogant. And she gets the feeling that they really think they're great people, and you know what pisses her off the most? And while Han spreads his arms, closing his eyes and smiling, my sister says that they keep saying that no matter how much absolute noise he makes, in fact, he is just a social loser and a scumbag. To which Han says that he really is a social loser, and the sister remembers all those thrones that surround her, lying around until she can't do anything. Speaking of what to call the trash of someone who resists the ugly and the existence of society. And lately, of course, she feels that the Holy See, the big unions, and anyone else who looks down on others are just trash. Then the nurse turns to Han and holds out her fist. She confidently says that this is why she will send them all to the landfill. Han holds out his hand in response, smiling and closing his eyes. While the sister says that if suddenly sitting on the holy thrones decide to participate, she will immediately inform about it. To which Khan says that yes, he will do so, after which they punch and pick at the fact that they will all fly into the trash can. Many people gather around the huge crater. This is the Reborn Valley. The man shouts that the preparation is complete. Several people in robes approach a man with a green cloak, standing by the slope. He says that you need to take positions. Then the director looks around. They say that a valley is literally a valley, and all players hunt monsters at the base of the cliff from the top of the valley. He looks at the ground, saying that mine-type attacks are set up in advance before monsters respawn, or a form of bombing by summer residents from a hill, remembering people standing on a hill, near a man with silver armor in the center of which is a star. And as they all stand on the slope, he thinks about what, so to speak, is the way to hunt monsters by striking and chasing the enemy using the terrain features. And they watch, wondering what's why, spotting Han walking across the crater. They wonder why he started the invasion from below, and Han walking along this crater with Rufendal. He looks around and says that there is a minefield starting from here, and he should be careful. After all, if he goes close to it, then there will be no problems. Rufendal then looks at the floor and says that it's good to be older. And while Han is looking up, leaning on his feet, Rufendal touches his hands, thinking that if he dies this time, then maybe he belongs. One pet will actually be taken away. And Khan says that he understood in general terms what was going on. He looks at the huge number of players standing at the top of the slope. Thinking about that, it seems like they completely didn't expect him to enter the valley from below, and they must have thought that he wouldn't fight under unfavorable conditions. Han closes his eyes as Coco hovers over him. He pulls out the balloon, thinking that they probably thought I would attack from the air by flying in my Coco. But in reality, this is not what he wants at all. The system sends notifications about the activation of the speaker stone. And while a lot of players are looking at Han from below, Han shouts that there probably aren't too many players who came of their own accord. Players don't understand when they say that he suddenly started talking, and while the director stands there in shock and listens to Han speak, that, as they all know, he's the one who's been hit with a life sentence from the Divine Star. Therefore, he also ordered the unconditional execution of the Divine Star. Han lowers his hand, saying that he doesn't have any personal grudges, but he will kill all the full-time employees of the Divine Star. However, it assumes that there is a significant number of those who came here as a subcontractor and not a full-time employee, and he perfectly understands the position and situation of subcontractors. Han raises his hand, looking at the players. He says that those who are mobilized as subcontractors, please join the battle with your left hand raised up, and he won't attack them, after which the players come in shock. Listen, it's while Han is talking about his enemy, it's the big Divine Star Alliance that ordered his execution, and he has no personal grudges against those who were forcibly mobilized. The only thing it will destroy is the Divine Star. Han then puts on a mask and smiles. Speaking of what, roughly speaking, either the Divine Star knows that he will get there with his own lives. After which, one of the Divine Star commanders, who is wearing white armor, gets very angry while looking at Hana. He's shouting that this bastard is inciting subcontractors to play, and he has been pursuing this goal from the very beginning. After that, the commander notices one of the men shouting about whether he thinks that such poor propaganda, factor distortion will work. The commander looks at the jacket in surprise, and while he's wearing only a pair of shorts, all masculine and with long hair, points a finger at Hannah. Clearly angry shouts that who would say that he is still full how, and as Han looks away, the man continues to scream. He says that in the past, when he was just like him, he quickly painted everything, did not intend and, in fact, remained the most ordinary killer. Even if he now speaks and acts like a social revolutionary, the fact that he is bad remains the same. And how dare he so brazenly pretend to be worried about someone? To which Han tells him that yes, blah blah blah, thinking that he didn't actually become one because he wanted to. At which the Star Commander looks away, looking at a man wearing a hat and kimono. He says whether he sees anything of the killer, while this man continues to shout that this is a bad son, and he ignores him now. They watch as Han and Rufendal walk through the minefield. Speaking of which, he's so adept at avoiding places where mines are located, and it looks like it has the ability to detect hidden objects. And while Han watches, Rufendal accidentally steps in the wrong direction. He thinks that by now they should have noticed that he can avoid land mines without any problems. But right now, there will be a monster rebirth any minute. After that, the players fall down. He thinks that when the monsters respawn, they will naturally become a shield against mines. And in that case, shouldn't they take the next step? And a few players falling from the sky at Han as they look up. They yell for them to die, and Han tells Tom that, as expected. And Rufendal says that they attack the older ones. They notice some scrolls in their hands burning red. He thinks of it as an explosion magic scroll, and they intend to approach it and self-destruct. Han then smilingly tells Rufendal to activate the protective shield, and Han gets into a pose and emits sea magic, saying that the check is complete. This is a defensive spell that received a boost from the Great Lord. After that, many players notice how a huge explosion occurs at the bottom of the canyon. Speaking of which, in this scenario, there won't be a scratch on their body. The commander of the Shining Star covers himself with his hand from the huge amount of smoke. He thinks about the fact that he also noticed last time that Uneasy is crazy, and since this guy always follows a strict strategy, they need to deal as much damage as possible to him now. After that, the smoke begins to dissipate, and Han says that the Divine Star, what kind of shameless freaks they are, and they force the players to launch a self-destruct attack. And Han is standing with his hands up, covered in smoke. Says that even though it was possible to do damage to him that way, what the hell were they going to do to make up for their deaths? And how can there not be a single full-time employee among the self-destructs of the players? And the players standing at the top, thinking that really it is safe and sound. After that, while Rufendal holds the camera, saying that he is recording everything, Han smiles, raises his hands, and says that as for self-destruct, it's not their fault, and the Divine Star is the culprit who created this unreasonable situation. But they know that death here is meaningless for them. After which, Han smiles, saying that they meant that no matter how hard they sacrificed their lives, the Divine Star wouldn't even notice their existence. And while one of these employees looks around the countries, clearly worried and holding a scroll of explosion, he thinks about what occurs. He thought he was just talking the ravings of a madman. But everyone started to hesitate. Then he squeezes the scroll even tighter, thinking that, oddly enough, what he says is true. And the Divine Star had always been at the top of the mountain, even now the self-destruct scroll was in his hands. And while one of the commanders looks at Khan, he shouts that they should not succumb to the provocations of this man. And no matter how you look at it, this son of Full Hao is a murderer. And Han turns his head and looks around, thinking that maybe it's time to start slowly. After that, Mariana wearing a mask looks down, saying that this is a signal, and they have to go down. And as long as one of the commanders holds his fist and shouts that they are not afraid and there are more than 2,000 of them, they will not be able to do anything to them alone. One of the commanders looks and wonders, saying that since when something has been soaring in the sky. They watching as Coco appears with Mariana sitting on top of him, and they start shouting, saying that these are the same associates of that person. He smiles as he uses the skill and is covered in a dark purple aura. After that, he uses the space of evil, standing next to Mariana. So far, he's shouting for the Death Soldiers to get up. After that, Mariana tells Khan that uncle, she thinks that she should also become a Kaesit. Han turns to her in surprise and asks her about, saying how does she really know how uncomfortable they can be. Mariana, in turn, puts her hand to her chest and says that well. She looks down and says that it's because she's an absolute necromancer. And as Han looks at her, she tells him that even though she's been able to succeed in everything so far, thanks to him, but it ultimately belongs to the class that supports its absolute evil. Mariana, looking at Han and holding a fist to her chest, says that she believes that sooner or later she is destined to become him. So she decided to accept her fate and become a Chaosian. Han lowers his head and closes his eyes, smiling. It is said that if such is its solution, then he's counting on her. After that, Mariana receives notifications that she is in the area of power of the evil space. She sits on Coco, flying up to Han, and the system says that random effects are applied. Mariana closes her eyes and a purple aura appears around her. She thinks about how this is her debut fight after she made the decision to go bad, and the role that her uncle, who believes in him, gave her. She opens her eyes, which start to glow with a purple light, thinking that she should handle it properly. After which, she raises her hands, approaching Han, who is standing and watching the players. A black funnel appears all around, and it screams that rise up my soldiers of death. After that, many soldiers together with the commander look at this dark funnel, stand in shock. He asks what else it is. After that, Mariana stretches out her hand, and it begins to glow with a purple light, and it says what it calls for. After that, the system sends notifications saying that 3,000 saved undead slots are being opened, and a lot of soldiers are standing there in shock, their mouths hanging open and watching what's going on. The system says that a random effect is applied, and the population is called undead and temporarily increases by 100%. Due to the influence of encouraging evil, the level of undead increases. After that, the commander notices how dark ants begin to fall from the sky, and he shouts that it's insects and a fire type that are doing fire type magic. He shouts for them to use their self-destruct scrolls, after which, the dark insects scream and come right up to these soldiers. For now, they all step back in shock as they watch these ants eat one of their allies. Many people shout, and the commander stands in shock, watching all this. He thinks about what kind of undead it is, and it looks very familiar. And are they really insects from the cave of Heraktu? After that, people in the background are shouting for them to use fire magic, and they are vulnerable to explosions and fire. And the commander thinks that no, they are much stronger than those who were in the cave. He remembers Mariana using magic covered in a dark aura. Speaking of which, is she really a necromancer? Then the commander notices Han walking behind him. Everything is wrapped in black and white, and Han has a particularly strong white aura. He thinks that whatever it is, we need a little more support, and soon the strength of that con will decrease and the trap for catching him will be ready. And the commander notices how Han is getting closer and releasing a huge amount of aura. He thinks about how this is absolutely evil, and when he managed to go upstairs. Han then looks ahead until one of his eyes turns red. The commander is shouting that absolute evil is coming, so why aren't they blocking it? And Han thinks about how he would have beaten them all earlier, beating them one at a time. After that, Han activates his huge dark purple aura from which eyes appear, thinking that now you need to try to apply your newly acquired wide-range skills. After that, several of the enemies watch as the cons use the skill and shout about something moving towards them. It was the coming of the evil god. After that, Han remembers the sixth elder who summoned a huge black devil with horns. Thinking about what was strange, he thought that it would be the same as when the skill was activated by the sixth elder. And why did it come out differently? After that, many demonic faces attack the enemies, thinking that this is not one, but a cluster of smoke figures. And the skill gets better when used by an absolute evil class. After that, many enemies try to escape while they are being eaten by demons. They shout, and the system sends notifications. It says that it is under the effect of the true technique, the mind energy that conquers the heavens. The coming of the evil god is transformed into the true occurrence of the evil god. And the commander, along with the others, is very surprised. They say that the Khan has become much stronger. And while the Khan, along with these demonic clots, is getting closer and closer, the system sends notifications that the enemy is shaking with terror and fear, and their level is increased. Received 4 points of absolute evil, and charisma increases significantly. The commander says that they need to hold out a little longer. After that, Mariana notices how a notification is sent that the time has expired and the evil disappears, and the effect of encouraging evil ends. After that, the aura surrounding Mariana begins to disappear, and she says, oh. After that, while the ants surrounded several enemies, the system sends notifications that something not created by a random effect disappears. These ants start to evaporate. I am one of the directors of the small union, comes in shock, watching all this and standing around his fellow tribesmen. They shout that the number of undead has decreased significantly and the necromancer is tired. After that, he thinks about what the curse is. What should he do? He notices how many soldiers are standing with their hands raised, and they stop attacking. Thinking about how they clearly didn't attack those who raised their left hand. Thinking about whether he should just watch without risking his life. After which, he grits his teeth and thinks no, there are fewer undead. The situation looks like a lot has changed. If he fell out of favor with the Divine Star, it would be extremely difficult to hunt from now on. After that, he decides to run at these ants. He thinks that yes, if he dies anyway, it's better to fight hard to the last to get into the sight of the Divine Star. And while the commanders are watching it all, wondering, the director of the Minor Alliance is shouting that the Great Divine Star Alliance won't be shaken by such nobodies. We are talking about a huge stream called the Divine Star, which protected the development of South Korea. After which, he jumps on Han, saying that yes, how dare someone like him challenge this giant. And Han, watching it all. After which, this director jumps at him, gritting his teeth and aiming his fist. He thinks about how he's not the one who's going to die from his punch anyway. But let's make a beautiful scene to attract the Divine Star's attention. Han then punches him in the face with his fist, telling him to die. And while it flies away, the system sends notifications that the player has died. And he goes into shock, thinking. He falls to the ground and begins to evaporate, thinking about what just happened in the first place. And he couldn't even see it properly, so he took it out with one punch, thinking about where the hell did such a monster come from. And this is a real violation of the balance. And as he continues to disappear, he raises his hand, saying that he will soon kneel before the great union of the Divine Star. Han then walks away, looking ahead and putting his hands in his pockets, thinking that he doesn't know who he is, but at first glance it creates a disgusting impression. And while Rufendal was recording, Mariana used the spell. A lot of people say that this necromancer is really strong, and it seems that we are talking about a subordinate of absolute evil, but isn't she stronger than her master? After that, Han moves forward, passing through many players who have raised their left hand. While people say that absolute evil is also not a mistake, and he really is a neutron of those who raise their left hand, and how cool he is. They just love to discuss, saying that if we talk about garlic, then the union of the divine star is a real garbage. An absolute evil, a truly great man. And is there any fallacy in the words of absolute evil? And there is no guarantee for the welfare of subcontractors, they are simply siphoned off taxes. After that, people say that they are rooting for absolute evil. Do not confirm this by starting to laugh. And while the director is sitting and the agents are standing next to him, he talks about what is happening. He looks at his tablet, clearly annoyed, and says that public opinion is shifting to the side of absolute evil, and they should keep the media under control and make sure that this doesn't become a problem. He thinks about how absolutely evil means he wasn't just a madman. He remembers the way Han raised his hands while looking at the many players, thinking that he is careful and understands politics, and he is a bad person. And even if he can't get help from karma right now, he vaguely needs to nip in the bud. After that, he says that online communities are also undergoing a large-scale commenting process. If the firepower isn't enough, then they should increase their personnel. After that, the director reads the comments, which say that they should not be led to this nonsense. And he just says what everyone wants to hear, and that's a ridiculous level. And what is the social contribution of absolute evil? How can it even be called a criminal, and how can it be cool? If the thought is sound, then with the collapse of the Divine Star will come the collapse of South Korea. And are they out of their minds? And the director remembers how Captain S, together with other participants, they shout, giving orders to everyone, and say that the main small union is being prepared. And they were informed that the preparation was fully completed. After that, the director says that then let them start executing the plan. While it is wrapped in blue chains, they will use a spell that will bind this person. Han was perplexed to read the system notifications saying that a high-level binding spell was being applied, and the heaven-conquering true mind energy technique. Resistance works by casting a spell, and while one of the men looks at the uninhibited Khan, shouting about how he feels and whether he feels trapped. And so far, a lot of magicians using huge magic circles and dressed in white robes. Speaking of which, they've mobilized 300 mages to catch him, and it won't be easy to get out of this trap. Han stands in shock as the system says that the resistance has failed. He thinks that this is similar to the effect of slavery. He looks down at his shackled hands and thinks that his stats exceeded 130 points, but they managed to catch him. And in this scenario, one of the commanders walks right up to Han, looking him in the face. He says that he went about his business like a real madman. As a result, he was caught. What should he do now? Then he punches Han in the face. They say he's arrogant. And Mariana flying straight at Coco. He looks at it in surprise. She watches Haney get beaten up while he's tied up with the opiates, and wonders if he's okay. She keeps shouting his name. After that, one of the commanders goes straight to the Khan, who is bound with chains. He asks him how he feels about being trapped. After that, Khan corresponds with Mariana. He keeps one eye closed as he listens to Mariana, who asks if he's okay and what should she do now. Is he telling her to wait a bit? After that, while the commander goes to another accomplice, Han thinks that even though he saw this coming, he didn't expect to actually be tied up. And even though its characteristics exceed 130 units, it is not omnipotent. After that, the commander says that they will deliver it and everything they have prepared. He remembers the huge handcuffs, thinking that this item blocks automatic recovery. It reads the system description. The Shackles of Doom. An abnormal status is only set when the target is bound and can be forcibly put on. And when activated, the item prevents the owner's HP and mana from being restored beyond a certain level. And the validity period is up to 3 years. The commander walks up to Han while he keeps his head down and smiles. Han thinks it's true that he doesn't force those who have fallen out of favor to wear such items and how tough they are. The commander says who is behind him, to which he replies that if he had a patron, he thought he would become Full Hao. After which the commander takes these handcuffs, saying that it looks like he hasn't come to his senses yet. But when he regrets it later, it won't do any good. After that, someone calls her, saying that I have fetters with me, he will put them on himself. And Han watches with him, talking about how he really came. It was a berserker. He smiles as he grabs the shackles from the commander's hands and says that a sinner who blasphemes the Divine Star Union is bringing chaos to society, and he will personally approve it. Then Han realizes who it is. He is also associated with a disgruntled person, says that and by what right he believes that he has become king. At which the berserker comes closer and looks at the Khans. Speaking of which, see how long he can sting that cheeky mouth. To which Khan says that he tried his best to listen to this nonsense with a gray mare until the very end. And while the berserker is still standing there, Han continues to speak. He says he was bored to death, so he can't take it anymore, and it seems that he has already said all that he could. Han then smiles, freeing himself from the shackles as the berserker goes into shock. And Han says now it's his turn to say the word. Berserk is surprised to see Han attack him. He thinks about how he broke a high-level binding spell. I couldn't even move until now. After that, he thinks that this is an absurd situation. Han stabs Berserk Ku, hitting him in the chest and saying that he just doesn't like him. And the captains, watching this, are very surprised, shout to the director that he was struck by absolute evil. Thinking about what's more, this time too, he was killed with a single blow. After that, he says that they will try to take the initiative in their own hands at all costs, and for the sake of maintaining their status and well-being. They remember the director and the captains, saying that they will treat Vladika like a criminal and make him look helpless, remembering how mages use the binding spell. For example, they may spend some time chanting a large number of status-lowering spells, and since they are unable to subdue the waters of Ku with force, they will use binding or petrification magic. And while Han is walking along with his smoke demons, speaking of which, of course, with the help of the spiritual eye of the master, he can easily see their preparation. However, he believes that they will not be able to resist the temptation. And while the fourth elder smiles behind his fan, thinking that they need to bring the hero of enlightenment to the stage. After that, the berserker is killed while he starts to disappear screaming, and while Han examines his hands. Speaking of which, if they were going to kill him anyway, wouldn't it be best to show off their greatness to the world? And while in the chat, anonymous people talk about what they've heard about absolute evil, level 60, and it turns out, this is not so. While the other one says that it's awesome, and he took out the Holy Knight in one blow. Speaking of which, it's an incredible level. Han thinks about how this event is really developing since it was said by the fourth elder. And while Rufendal writes it all down with sparkling eyes and gives a thumbs up. In his other hand, he holds a camera, thinking that behind him Rufendal is shooting a video in real time. And Han thinks that's why everything is being broadcast exactly as intended. He remembers sitting in shackles and picking at the system window, thinking about the fact that after being bound, he activated the spell. I checked my skill window. He reads the system window, which tells him if he wants to strengthen his true technique, the heaven-conquering mind energy, and 40 stat points are spent. He thinks about how even though he was going to strengthen this technique one day, he was worried about when exactly the right time would come. And today, he thought that this was the time to step it up. After that, the system sends notifications about congratulations. The True Heaven Conquering Mind Energy Technique has been upgraded to a True Heaven Conquering Mind Energy Technique. The hand smiles as I read the notice that the powerful power of True Technique and Evil Mind Energy conquering the heavens is destroying the external energy. And Han thinks that his decision was right. He clenches his fist and the chains around him begin to disappear. Speaking of which, it was a bit risky, but he hit a big jackpot. And while the captain stands in shock and bewilderment, thinking about how Han broke out of the bonds and the atmosphere immediately changed. He thinks about how it came out in the first place. Han walks forward, smiling and waving as a huge purple aura appears beside him. He says that this is how he should continue to keep his left hands up. Then activate the True Evil Mind Energy Technique, Heaven Conquering Skill. HP and MP recovery speed increases by 40%. Attack speed increases by 40%. The maximum amount of HP increases by 40%. All stats are increased by 40%, reduces the cooldown of all skills by 40%. After which, the two captains shout about how this damn rebel continues to behave like an arrogant person until the very end. And one of the captains jumps on Han with his bare hands, while the white armored captain yells at him to stop, and he doesn't realize what the situation is right now. Han then walks forward, covering him with a purple aura, says that dear, didn't he say who is in his enemies? Looking at it all with a smile. After that, the Khan approaches many enemies who have raised their left hand, for it says that he repeats this union of the divine star, while behind him lies a lot of corpses of people who tried to attack him. And after all the captains have lost and start disappearing, the white armored captain is thinking, is he really saying that he really only killed the players who raised their left hand? And the fact that he's opposed them, he's able to act so relaxed. And all he says is that he didn't fight at full strength. Then it's sunset and Han turns around, walking away and waving. Speaking of which, everyone can go home, while a lot of players are lowering their heads in front of him. After that, one of the men, sitting at the computer and clutching his head, is at a loss. He says that he really went. And while Han is standing with his face turned towards the many corpses, the other players start running away. It doesn't say the same thing as all of his opponents of the Divine Star Alliance. And how can you become so strong from some bug? He watches as Han dodges a punch from one of the captains, hitting him in the chest. Speaking of which, it wasn't just ordinary Union members, and he even took out 3 Han Divine Swordsmen with a single blow. After which, he remembers how Han activated the skill using a lot of smoking demons attacking enemies, while they all run fears away from them. Speaking of which, what else is this area attack used by cooldown? And this is a truly crazy situation where a single skill kills hundreds of people. Although the thought that appeared in his head is absurd, but he thinks about whether it could be that the Divine Star Alliance really disturbed someone who shouldn't have been touched. Remembering how Han is standing in the front, destroying the Divine Star while Mariana and Rufendal are standing next to him. And this man is scratching his head, looking at the monitor. He opens the phone, thinking that, by the way, there's no sign of that little girl today either. He counts the messages where he wrote to her, whether he can address her as you, and no matter how you look at it, he is clearly older. He described to her whether she was free and where she was, sending her photos, gift coupons. He thinks about how he approached the girl she was with that day and got her number, remembering how he approaches a girl with blonde hair and yellow clothes, telling her if he can tell her his phone number, to which she says with shining eyes that he can take her phone for one thing. He thinks of Mariana and the way she looks away, embarrassed, thinking that it was extremely difficult for him to get her haughty look out of his mind, and she said she was 19. Then the director smiles, thinking that she should only come to him. That way, she'd get him a job right away, and then he can take care of her properly. After that, Mariana flies over the desert, sitting on Coco, to the side, saying that, as expected, Han is great. She remembers Han showing them everything on the map and telling them what to do with Rufendal. It is said that the battle scenario that was announced earlier, everything happened exactly as Han said. After which, she idealizes Hana as a beautiful person, thinking about how manly Han looks when he's even completely focused on his work and he's showing concern. Remembering how she says that can they buy land today, and I need to go there and do that, and I don't demand anything from him. The usage is filtered out by Mariana at 3000%. Or else she clenches her fist, looking away as Coco stares at her in surprise. She says that she should also get stronger soon. Then Han goes ahead. He walks up to the canyon and thinks. He looks down, thinking that when he was killing the members of the Divine Star Alliance, a thought occurred to him, that this scene seems familiar to him. He looks at the many corpses, thinking about what happened when a huge number of players were killed in the hunting grounds. A dark golden aura begins to envelop Han. He thinks that the true heaven-conquering mind energy technique has reacted to something, and Han is shocked to think that he feels the same way right now. After that, he jumps back and the ground on which he was standing begins to break and fall. After that, a huge amount of smoke rises everywhere, which Mariana watches from above. The system sends notifications that indicate that the Riemann Valley is expanding. After which, Han thinks it's an extension of the hunting grounds radius. Han leans forward a little, looking at what's happening. He thinks it's like the case of a river running through the sky, and it means here soon. After that, he watches as the ground around him begins to break and red lightning appears everywhere. The system sends notifications saying that it is confirmed that absolute evil has descended on this earth. Both the energy of absolute evil and the energy of the monster field meet special conditions. After that, a lot of red eyes appear from the abyss in the dark, and the system sends notifications saying that the energy of the true technique, the mind energy of evil that conquers the heavens, satisfies the conditions for the appearance of monster bosses. After that, huge crosses with long claws appear, and a huge golden armadillo. The system warns that a double digger monster boss has been created, and next to it is a system warning about the creation of the boss monster Black Armadillo. And Han smiles as he looks at all this and reads the system's task that the monster boss raid quest has been issued. He thinks that this is the hidden part of the world. Han smiled as system messages appeared in front of him, saying that the special conditions were met, the hidden part was completed, and he thought that it was just as he had expected. He was running down towards the monsters at high speed. A dark energy appeared on his feet. He said that he had heard that absolute evil has a special compatibility with monsters. Han looked at the monsters with a crazy smile. An incredibly strong dark energy appeared behind him. He said that monsters that were created under certain conditions were created. A system message appeared that the intimidation effect instills a strong fear of a monster of the type of darkness and demon. The powerful energy makes the monster bosses feel an all-consuming terror. A system message appeared that the boss monsters were trembling in fear. Han got close to the monsters. One of them started to crawl into the ground, the other shrank into a ball. Looking at this, Coco laughed and asked that they were afraid of his master. Rufendal, recording everything on a video camera, smiled and said that it was to be expected from the owner. Han calmly looked ahead, using his spiritual eye, and his eyes lit up. He glanced at one of the monsters that was shrinking into a ball and thought that they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. It was all because of the strengthening of the true mind energy technique, heaven conquering. It seems that the effect of intimidation has become stronger. A monster with a golden shell covering its head in fear. Han suddenly came up to him and put his hand on his head, and the monster looked at him in fright. Han smiled at the terrified monster and told it not to worry. Around Han, the energy shone and he said that he would not touch him. The monster looked at Hana with tears in its eyes. Han started to leave, and the monster beamed with happiness. Han thought that they were dealing with the bastards from the Divine Star who came here, so they would have to deal with them again later. Rufendal, filming everything on camera, thought that Hanu's status is now fixed properly in the chat. Various people wrote, asking what kind of monster bosses these are. Didn't exactly the same bosses appear in the river flowing through the sky? Why didn't Han defeat them? Just left. The knights looked down in fright, and someone from above shouted at them to be careful and take a defensive stance. Suddenly, a monster struck one of the knights in the chest with its claws. The knight watched in dismay as the golden-shelled monster destroyed his allies. He gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows, then said it was a curse. What the fuck was that? The monster was fiercely destroying one after another, and the knight thought that while watching the video, the monsters looked weak, but why are they so strong? Behind the green-cloaked knight, a hand with huge claws appeared out of the ground. It pierced through one of the knights in a second. The knight thought that he was even able to dig through the rocks and climb up. The knight looked at the huge monster that was being dragged out of the ground and thought that in this scenario, all the strategies used so far would become useless. The knight glanced at the head of the Union and shouted that the black mobs were about to appear. The head of the Union frowned and shouted that he knew. The Union head gritted his teeth and then thought that after a day of the Divine Union showing no attention to the situation, he had bought so many things for the raid, and in the end, what was he getting? The Union leader looked at his trembling hand. He thought of Hana, who said that he saved the life of those who raised their left hand, and then thought that if it came to that, maybe he should have just raised his left hand. We are taken to the director's office, and he slams his hand down angrily on the table. And then, with a frown and clenched teeth, he says that this prudent son of a bitch, he thinks that after the river flowing in the sky, the Rumen Valley is also experiencing a decline in operating profit, as black monsters start to appear because of this bastard. The director keeps saying that he is absolutely evil. He is this bastard. Suddenly someone opens the door and shouts at him. Jin enters the office and spits to the side and says that she saw everything that bastard did. The director is going to sit idly by. The headmaster grabs his head and says that she is starting again, and Jin angrily shouts that the person sitting on the Holy See is not able to fight properly. What is he doing anyway? The director extended a finger and pointed at her, then said that he was just letting his guard down, and how many times he had already told her not to leave her spittle on the floor. The headmaster closed his eyes, and Jean screamed that he was joking, and he let his guard down so much that his head flew off his shoulders. The headmaster looked at the disgruntled Jin and thought that without the support behind her, she was nothing more than a shivering piece of shit, although now he was holding himself together because there are sons of the heavenly ruler. But the headmaster got up from the table and looked to the side. He thought that one day he would be her too when he crushed her mercilessly. Jean yelled at him to tell him where he was going when she was talking to him. We are being carried into the forest and there are screams everywhere. Someone hits the Union leader in the neck and he goes flying with a crash. Han calmly stretches his arms while looking away. He says that he is bored, and Rufendal is running around him using super speed. He collects items. Suddenly Han looks to the side as he says that they have already laid waste to the 5 hunting grounds of the Divine Star. Suddenly he hears a whisper. Han thinks about it. Someone tells him in a whisper that he, Jang Hyun-suk, is actively engaged in video editing and streaming. He deeply admires the actions of others, and is still very impressed. It's okay if he briefly explains the main thing. Han thinks that this is different from the messages that come into him recently. Han stared at the small screen and thought that since he only killed members of the Divine Star Alliance these days, he received all sorts of meaningless messages from all sorts of people, which annoyed him, and although he was completely unfamiliar with the sender, he managed to interest him with his words about working in the video industry. Han said we could talk to him. A guy with glasses appears in front of us. He looks happily at the message that says okay, let him talk. The guy says that Han has answered. The guy in the green cape is sitting in the thick bushes. He says in a whisper, thank you for responding to his whisper, and so he will quickly explain everything to him. Currently the media is completely captured by the big unions. His sister pointed angrily at the phone, and Marion tried to stop her. The guy continued to say that in any media only facts are poured out that are unfavorable to absolute evil. Han stared thoughtfully at the system screen. The guy kept saying that first let him show his class. He was a journalist. Now he would take a screenshot and send it to him. Suddenly Han heard something in the bushes behind him. The guy went on to say that currently the media defines absolute evil as a social evil and a rebel force, but he doesn't think so. A guy in a green cape jumped out of the bushes and shouted that on the contrary, Han is criticizing an essentially unreasonable and unfair system. He is a person who seeks to change the world in a direction that is extremely sound. A short fat guy with glasses jumped out of the bushes. His eyes were glowing. 2 golden cameras were flying around him. He shouted loudly for Han to let him help. This guy Jang Hyun-suk is an independent streamer. Han looked at the streamer and asked what he wanted to do to help in the media war. The streamer started waving his head to say what, and Han asked what and how. The streamer gave a thumbs up and seriously said that he would like to edit a video about absolute evil and highlight it in his streaming transformation. He is a master of editing. Han gave Rufendal a puzzled look and asked that when he came here. Rufendal rubbed his head and said that he had been collecting items here for a long time. And the streamer went on to say that if Han sent him videos taken by Mr. Rufendal, he would show him how to make the video represent the truth itself. Han, looking ahead, reflected that he didn't need to do anything on his part, so this was a pretty good offer, but Rufendal would have to work hard. Han looked at the happy streamer and replied that it was fine. First of all, let them try it once. The streamer happily shouted, "Thank you very much," and Rufendal smiled and said that Han can rely on him. The number 1 pet, Rufendal, will do everything in the best possible way. He will cooperate to make a video where Han fully demonstrates your skills. A video appears in front of us, in which Han laughs furiously. The streamer says that dear, they must have already heard the news that absolute evil has taken over the Rumen Valley, and opened it up for free use while destroying the hunting grounds and turning them into hell. In the video, Han appeared who destroyed 2 monsters. The streamer continued to say that this is a pure lie. First of all, the absolute evil of taking the lead in defeating monster bosses. Players appeared in front of us, holding blue stones in their hands in a dumbfounded manner. The streamer continued to say that his new strategies are broken in the fight against black monsters. Ordinary users begin to successfully cope with them, one by one, and also players here keep the blue stones they have obtained. We are taken to the conference hall of the Divine Star with the president in the middle and a presentation behind him, where the streamer says that there is no monopoly on hunting grounds and they are absolutely free. This is the reality of the current situation, called social chaos, like a tiger lost to the big union. The directors looked at the presentation in fright, asking where this channel came from. The president said that this is an action of absolute evil now, they are undermining the existing market order. The president's grandson gave him a startled look, and the president went on to say that he was contributing to the chaos and division of society, so he decided that they couldn't turn a blind eye to it anymore. The president, frowning menacingly, looked ahead and held out his hand. He said that's why he personally declares war on absolute evil. We are carried to the night, and someone runs and shouts for the feminine star to declare war. The president in a white raincoat walks forward, a huge army behind him. Someone shouts that the statement was made personally by the head of a large union. We are transported to the territory of absolute evil, Cernia, an abandoned fief west of Gargonis. In front of the castle gates are knights in white armor. The knight shouts that this is a feudal war with absolute evil. Han appears on the broadcast. He pokes his finger at the screen. In the chat they write to him that the Divine Star has mobilized 20,000 people. He has heard that if the battle for territory is lost, then you can use the Sword of the Lord to remove the characters of the game. Han crosses his arms and looks at the broadcast. His face is blurry as he says that there is a war with the Divine Star. He will gladly accept the challenge. Han, smiling, stands next to the 4th Elder hugging him. He says that events unfold in accordance with her forecast. The 4th Elder replies that there is a high probability that, in their opinion, the strategy is of no importance. The 4th Elder looks ahead. Hiding behind a fan, he says that the enemy most likely believes that their main forces will be focused on defense and the introduction of guerrilla warfare, so they are quietly surrounding them from all sides and will wait until they starve to death. Han extended his finger forward. It seemed like a blue streak of energy as he pondered that, to be honest, the rules of feudal wars were disadvantageous to him since he had few troops. Han went forward, covering his face with his hand. He thought that although the elders were standing next to him on the stream for propaganda purposes, but using them in battle is too risky since the balance in the Earth's empire is at stake, Han said that he would then go visit them. I smiled and thought that the other side hadn't prepared anything at all, so maybe I should show them what was going on. We are taken to my sister, who asks if everything is fine or Han's, and Han says yes, it's fine. The sister spreads her hands and looks at Han and then says that all the same, what will he do if something goes wrong? Han, sitting in the chair, replies that why does she think that something will go wrong? The sister replies that he has only one single fief. Han looks at his sister thoughtfully, and his sister continues to say that if he is taken away, then isn't that the end of everything? Han calmly started to get up, saying that she forgot. He still has the main military camp, so he has 2 fiefs in his pocket. No one knows where his main stronghold is, so don't let her worry about anything. Han recalled the map and thought that even the mighty Urfi's empire couldn't find his stronghold, and if the empire couldn't find it, then the users wouldn't be able to find it, so even if he failed, absolute evil wouldn't be in danger. Khan looked at his sister with a smile, and the sister said that nevertheless, is it not dangerous that the president himself will join the fight? Khan replied with a smile that he is much stronger. The sister replied that it is so, but they say there are tens of thousands of soldiers. The sister looked at Hana in a puzzled way, and Han replied that it was all right. He had one garbage skill that he was counting on very much. The sister asked nervously what was garbage. She didn't even know if everything would be all right. Han replied that okay, enough about him. What are the trends there among those who sit on the holy thrones? The sister clenched her fists and frowned at Hana and then said that they all rush around like crazy with quests, but she thinks everyone will become stronger when they finish what they started, in addition, and really want Han to give them the first number. They really annoy her. He knows Jean, the lady. She doesn't even occupy the holy see for the animals that are possessed by him, but she takes part in quests with everyone else and knows what they are discussing in detail. The sister remembered Jin explaining something menacingly to someone. She went on to say that Jin said that one should not play along with a short theatrical performance of poor people who have no basic, like absolute evil. In other words, she declares that the nobility should correspond to their high position and not associate with commoners. Han patted his sister's head and said that he understood what she was saying. Han looked menacingly ahead and then said that the first thing he would do would be to connect to the system. He wondered if the monster tamer was Jin. We are taken to the castle gate, where there is a huge amount of money. Someone says that there is no need to hurry. The president in knight's armor standing in front of the directors says that they are in a very favorable position. The president recalls the fire mages and says that the high-ranked fire-type magics and expensive flame magic scrolls. With this level of training, they will be able to defeat even the horde of undead insects that attacked their forces last time. The merchants tried to pass through, but were stopped by the guards. The president went on to say that since there was a large difference in the number of troops, absolute evil had no choice but to sit in deep defenses and make occasional guerrilla attacks, and the only road leading to his fief was under their control, so the supply of weapons was also blocked. The president furrowed his brows and crossed his arms, and then said that according to the system, even the death of all NPCs is considered a defeat in the battle, and according to the information he received, a sulfurous, barren land where you can't survive without supplies. The more time passes, the more profitable the situation becomes for them. They can just wait for all of them, they'll starve to death. We are being transported to the imperial palace of the Urfi's empire, and then a tent appears in front of us in which imperial scouts are sitting. One of them looks at his comrades and says that it looks like a revolutionary known as Absolute Evil has appeared among the players. He bought land in western Serbia through a proxy. They have encountered forces that have legal rights. One of the scouts asks if this is a problem that needs their attention. Another guy with a mustache says that at the same time as his appearance, the movement of the forces of Black Flowers and Sarmak was noticed. How not to look? That player took control of 2 elite groups. Another scout looks at the paper and says it's not bad. There he observes an image of Khan, and in the document he says that even so, in any case, it is about the affairs of the players, so there is no need to interfere. If Khan buys new lands, then let him immediately inform about it. One of the scouts said that he obeys. We are taken to the tents. It is a dark night, and some say that this is not yet a situation that they should pay attention to. The president is sitting on the throne. Someone is shouting that the assassins, from the other side, react. The president looks ahead with a frown and says that since the introduction of full-scale military operations is impossible, he decided to send assassins. But he foresaw this. Let no one panic. This is just a guerrilla war designed to sow chaos in their ranks. Suddenly, one of the knights with an eye patch ran into the tent and shouted in fright that he was the head of a large union. The director was terribly scared. The president asked what happened. The director continued to say that something happened that they did not foresee. The director looked at the frightened president, shouted that there was absolute evil. The president asked in a frightened voice that he had come personally. Han calmly approached the main gate, and the director continued to shout that more precisely, he did not appear in Cernia, but in Durkan. We are being transferred to the trading city that is part of the Divine Star. On the wall there is a man in different clothes. He looks down in fear. This is the manager of this fortress, Merchant Tumian. Next to him is one of the directors. A blue aura appears around him. The director says in fear that he used a teleport and ended up here. What nonsense. Han calmly walks forward, a dark strong aura surrounding him. The director asks that he came to destroy this city alone, and if there are no allied forces, then it's pointless. A knight with a red cloak appears in front of us. He looks down and asks what is the state of the fortress walls at the moment. The fortress manager looks at him in fear and says that he has come. A knight appears in front of us. This is a player who is a member of the Great Union of the Divine Star and is ranked 7th in the official ranking of South Korea Kang Muyol. Kang Mu looks down, and the manager of this fortress enthusiastically began to say that currently they use the red stone to provide the construction of mana. Alone he cannot do anything. Kang Mu frowns and speaks clearly. Kang Mu's eye lights up with a blue flame as he uses a system message that says that the Looking Eyes skill has been activated. Han looks ahead calmly. Kang Mu watches him, and then thinks that he really came all alone, that crazy bastard. Suddenly, a red flash appears, and the fortress manager looks at her in fright and shouts. Kang Mu has a huge bow in his hands, burning with a bright flame. The fortress manager looks ahead and says that this is a divine bow that he has only heard of before. Kang Mu furrowed his brows, started to pull the bowstring, and said that the fire attribute. He shot a burning arrow straight at Hana at high speed, using a skill called 1B 100 Worlds. A burning arrow at a high speed, destroying everything in its path, rushed straight towards Han. People watching on the broadcast began to write in the chat that this is a divine bow. If it really is, then isn't it a legendary item? Han stared calmly at the huge arrow flying straight at him, and then a second later, he grabbed her with his bare hands and calmly said that he was a little hot. Kang Mu looked ahead in fright. Han said, "What is this nonsense? Fire arrow skill? What is it?" Much slower than he thought. The directors, who were watching this menacingly, bared their teeth and said that they were absolutely evil, a son of a bitch, a crazy bastard. Han calmed down, waved his hand, and removed all the flames, and then asked that the stamina increased by about 3%, thinking that it was also time for him to act. Han glanced at the city wall where Kang Mu was standing and thought that without the skill of rapid movement, it would not be possible to get there with brilliance. Of course, he can move quickly with high Sados, but he does not have artifacts, not a steep pitch. Hanu took off at a great speed, and he thought that even the fast steps used by Rufendal had its own charm. Han smiled as he ran forward at high speed, swinging his fist, and said, "Well, he'll think about it later." Han swung his fist and punched in front of him. His fist was covered in a blue aura. Han menacingly asked what his trash skill was doing now. He activated a destructive strike. Some say that he is a child who is destined to conquer the world. We are transported to the past, where Han was still a youngster. He looks at the teacher with a puzzled look, asks if he wants to conquer the world. He must do it. His teacher appears in front of him, glaring at him, a dark aura surrounding him, and he says that it is precisely for the sake of achieving a common goal. From now on he will properly teach him the skills that he has been honing for the past 40 years. We are transported back 10 years. Han looks at the teacher in a puzzled way and says that he looks scarier today than usual. Han thinks that this is the time when he still had his so-called dreams. As his teacher chased him around the dungeon with a whip, Han reflected that they weren't that grand. He just wanted to live a normal life like everyone else. A system message appeared in front of Han saying that he had reached level 60. The destructive strike skill was created. The Mercury strike skill was created. Han thought that he had no interest in something like world conquest, and then he saw the new skills. He gave them a puzzled look as he rubbed his cheek and said that skills only meant for feudal wars completely sucked. Behind him was a formidable teacher who asked, "Does it suck?" A few seconds later, Han was lying on the ground with a broken face, and the teacher was walking away into the sunset and saying that with only these two skills, you can conquer the world. Han, lying on the ground, thought that no, what a circle from the fact that he received the specialization of conducting feudal wars. After all, he can't even use these skills against monsters, so this is really the real garbage. There was a time when he had such thoughts in his head. Han swung his fist and ran forward at high speed. He remembered drinking the potion. The system messages came up in front of him saying that he used snake tears. The system agreed that it was a temporary level up. Han thought that how did he think that he wouldn't be able to use it because it was a level 60 skill. But what a blessing that I was able to increase my level even temporarily with the help of a dungeon reward. By the way, you never know what awaits a person in the future. Han, swinging his fist with a smile, flew forward. His fist was covered with a blue aura. He thought that he never expected that in his life there would be a day when he would use this skill. A system message appeared in front of Han that the destructive strike skill was activated. Han baffledly looked ahead. Everything in front of his face lit up with a purple aura before a system message appeared in front of him that activated the effect of the true mind energy technique, Heaven Conquering. There was an incredibly powerful explosion that knocked Han back. The entire area was covered in purple energy. A system message appeared in front of him that the effect of the true mind energy technique, Heaven Conquering, enhances the destructive fist to super destructive fist. Han thought that this skill can also be enhanced. The head of the castle looked ahead in fear. Standing near the knights, he asked what it was. A huge amount of dark energy was bearing down on them, and he asked what that black mist was. The dark energy destroyed everything in its path and began to approach the castle at great speed, engulfing it. The head of the castle wondered what kind of skill he used. Kang Mu, who was standing next to the head of the castle, jumped up at high speed and shouted at them not to think too much. Han calmly walked forward, shaking his fist as he said that working with his fists is much easier than before and the mana consumption has decreased significantly. Han suddenly looked to the side with interest, and above him was Kang Mu, who was pulling the string of his fireball. Kang Mu furrowed his brows menacingly and shouted that Han was a bastard, let him try to deal with this. Kang Mu released a huge number of arrows using the explosive fire skill. The arrows quickly shot towards the calmly standing Khan. Han held out his hand to them, and then the entire sky turned purple with energy, and he sent out a few projectiles in response to Kang Mu using the annihilation skill. The headmaster, looking scared, said that even explosive fire, known as the strongest long-range attack skill, the other headmaster, clutching his head, said that he was dreaming. Kang Mu landed on the fortress and shouted loudly, looking at the head of the fortress to take control of the media. The current situation should not be leaked to the information portals. The head of the fortress frowned and shouted good. And then he menacingly stretched out a finger pointing at the knights and shouted that from now on any shooting is prohibited in Durkhan. Let them pass it on to everyone. The head of the fortress, with tears in his eyes, was frightened to think that why did this happen during his term of government of the city? It's a dream, he's sleeping now. He shouted that the knights blocked all media reports and cut the footage. Han stood quietly with his hands in his pockets as he pondered. There were purple projectiles flying up around him. A second later, a golden camera flew up to him. Han calmly asked that he was filming everything properly. The streamer replied, of course. We are taken to the streamer, who looks ahead with a smile, and then says that from the very beginning, he shot everything without missing a single detail. Speaking to Khan through the camera, he said that at the moment all state and major radio stations have blocked broadcasting from Durkania. They must have been pressured by the Divine Star. A huge number of dark projectiles crashed into the castle walls. The streamer went on to say that he is not afraid of such restrictions at all, and he can conduct a live broadcast so that the world can see what is happening here. Kang Mu held his hand and looked ahead in fear. A dark aura was approaching them, and he said with a trembling voice, "What kind of skill is this?" Kang Mu furrowed his brows, then shouted for everyone to retreat to the fortress wall. In the next second, the castle gate exploded. Han calmly started walking inside, thinking that first, he needed to get inside. Han looked around and thought that if he wanted to get his hands on the ownership of the territory, then he would need to destroy the 3 fief crystals in the fortress. The knights standing on the tower looked up in fright as the Khan walked inside the fortress, and they started shouting. The head of the fortress stretched out his finger and pointed at the Khan, shouted that they must stop him so that it would not become him. They could not let him break through further. A startled director asked his colleagues what about the head of the union, and another director said that he was trying to contact him. He continued to say with a frown that the president said they should stop him. A huge number of knights in white armor rushed straight at Hana, and the headmaster asked how they should do it. Han smiled mischievously. We are being transported to the president. The white flag of the Divine Star is raised. The knight shouted that the allied forces have arrived and they need to break down the gate and get inside. The president, frowning and gritting his teeth, wondered what he could not have imagined, what abilities he could summon so far, whether common sense was useless against him. The president and the knights began to pound on the gate, thinking that they can't just sit back. If absolute evil strikes at Durkhan, then they will strike at Cerny. The president watched as his knights ran towards the castle, shouting that they had to break through the gate and get inside, then find the fief crystals. The president smiled and looked inside, thinking that in any case, Cernia is the only fief of the Absolute Hall. If they take this place first, they will win if they quickly find and destroy the fief crystals. Suddenly, the president was startled to think that something was wrong. As his knights ran into the city, he found it strangely quiet inside the fortress. The knights found one of the crystals. The president thought that if they really thought about it, they broke through without feeling any resistance. No one was protecting the crystals. They didn't even encounter any NPCs. We're taken to the 4th Elder, who stands on a hill and looks out at the city that the president is currently taking over, and the president wonders what the hell that means. One of the assassins moves to the 4th Elder and says that as she ordered, all the troops and residents have been moved. She turns around with a smile and asks that he has dealt with the teleport properly, leaving no trace. The killer, standing on one knee, says that, of course. The 4th Elder, with a malicious smile, thought that the enemy had already entered the city and should have guessed by this time that this was an empty house. The president, clenching his fist, shouts menacingly that there should have been at least some trace left, and the elder thinks that, of course, they will not know until they die that everyone was evacuated to Nan through a teleport, because the red stone, similar to the blood flower of the Lord, was used to create a teleport. The president, gritting his teeth and frowning, thinks that he has no idea how Han managed to pull this off, but he moved all the NPCs and troops belonging to the fief, no doubt that he has another fief. Han was still standing calmly, surrounded by enemy soldiers, and the president thought it was just a curse. He felt like he got a good slap in the face from that bastard. Han smiles, covering his face with his hands, and then says collect. Han was standing in front of a large number of soldiers, and a dark aura began to surround him. He raised his hand and looked around, then thought that he had originally taken a very big risk because it was a powerful skill with a huge mana consumption. But due to the effect of the True Mind technique, Heaven Conquering, the mana consumption was reduced, which gave him more freedom. Han smiled and wondered if they would use it anyway. He used the Gathering skill. A huge wave of darkness rushed straight towards him. It came from all corners of the fortress, heading towards him, completely pouring in. Kang Mu, along with the head and the fortress, looked around in fright. Kang Mu shouted that it was that bastard's skill that was finally disappearing. And the head of the fortress replied that no, it was the energy that was being condensed and concentrated around absolute gold. A huge amount of energy gathered in the ball around Han as he used the destructive strike skill. Kang Mu looked ahead. He used skill and clairvoyance, and then said that it looked like he wasn't thinking of looking for crystals. Even if he tried to hide now, his position was no different from a rat splashing around in a vat of poison. Kang Mu furrowed his brows. Suddenly he noticed something and asked what else it was. Han calmly stood in the center of the dark energy, holding 3 crystals. Kang Mu asked why all 3 crystals were in his hands. Just a second later, Han smashed them with a light movement, and Kang Mu wondered what they were trying to say, that he was able to break the crystals with a basic strike. Han was standing next to the crystal shard before he got system messages that all the crystals were destroyed. Ownership was being transferred. Han clenched his fist, looked at the system screen, read that if he protected the newly created crystals for 15 minutes, he would become the lord of this castle. Han thought that 15 minutes. He started to place the crystals in his darkness, and then thought that due to the effect of the skill, the crystals were gathering in front of him. So there was no need to move anywhere, but protecting them for 15 minutes alone would probably be difficult. Han looked ahead beyond the layer of darkness. He saw the indistinct silhouettes of knights. He said that, by the way, what they do is completely different from the enemy. The mages used fire spells directly into the darkness, and Han said, looking at them, that he was mistaken. They were doing something. Han looked around and saw a huge number of explosions that were rushing through his dark ball. He asked that they were already attacking him. Kang Mu drew a menacing shout and fired a huge number of fire arrows directly at the ball of darkness. Han thought that it was strange. It didn't seem like they had weak attacks. But why was it that there was no use? Han smiled. Holding his chin in his hand, he wondered if the thunder fog of destructive strike cancels out all sorts of things. He can't believe that destructive strike is not a lame skill, but a total cheat. The audience watched the castle. One of them wrote in the chat that this is a real situation. Khan alone was able to break through the wall. The audience imagined Han sitting on the throne. One of them wrote that he didn't know what he was seeing. But Han destroyed all the crystals and repelled every attack of the enemy for 15 minutes. Is he a mage specializing in defense? Another viewer said that one way or another, the absolute evil absorbed city. The audience looked at the president. One of them asked, what about Cerny? If that fief attacked first, why didn't the feudal war end even though Cerny fell first? The other said that Hanu originally had another fief. Besides Cerny, there must be some hidden headquarters. The president clenched his fist, and the viewer wrote that Cerny was an abandoned territory and not very popular, so the fief was just thrown as bait. He went to the trading city and got his hands on Durham. The streamer, sitting on a chair, laughed and said that yes, this is how it should be. People in the chat wrote that this is crazy, a crazy strategy. He did it all. The streamer took a look at the broadcast of Absolute Evil and said that these shots are not shown on the air, so just let them look at how much glass from people here, already more than 1 million viewers. Suddenly, the streamer looked at the monitor in a puzzled way. He saw one of the viewers write that Ellen had started a live broadcast. The streamer said that if everything continues like this, then he really is. We are being transferred to a press conference. A middle-aged man appears in front of us. This is the big Hellenic Union leader of the teleport control group. He says with a frown that Absolute Evil is strong. They have no choice but to admit that too much power has been placed at the personal disposal of Absolute Evil. The leader of the group looks at everyone present and tells them to look at his actions. They can't trust Han. They mustn't forget that he is a murderer. The streamer sighed and then asked why. He was repeating what they say every day again, if they weren't already tired of it. Viewers in the chat started writing that Absolute Evil is a killer and a rebel. It seems that an idiot is being investigated for absolute evil, but they should not do this in any case. The streamer looked at this in fright, then asked why there was such a commotion on his air. The streamer grabbed his VR glasses and smilingly said that judging by the nicknames, this is a big union. But does not the real kindergarten arrange such a controversy, since an independent streamer means that he looks like a simpleton in their eyes? The streamer put on his glasses and said that he could not take blows in silence. System messages appeared in front of him, that a connection request with the powers of the journalist class, the Zeus system, his request was accepted. The big Union monitors were blocked, and the streamer continued to receive system messages that he used the skill of detecting agrobots. He identified accounts that repeatedly publish similar content and simultaneously connect from the same point. By the power of Zeus, these accounts are blocked forever. The streamer took off his VR glasses and looked at the monitor with a smile, and then said that they didn't seem to know that skills could be used in this way, and since just kicking them out of the chat is too boring. The streamer looked at the monitor with a smile and then wondered where the video that Absolute Platoons gave him was, because he said to use it at the right moment. And he thinks this moment has just arrived. The streamer clicked on the download button. The group leader straightened his tie as he walked down the hall, then said that he was very tired. Suddenly the phone rang and he looked at it and said that he had never expected to be assigned to represent Ellen. He looked at the phone and saw that it was his aunt calling him. The leader of the group picked up the phone, and at the same time there was a loud shout that instead of merging somewhere, he should go to the conference hall immediately. The leader of the group asked what was the matter. He was very scared when he heard the words of his aunt that right now a video is being distributed on the internet in which a person, presumably he, sells exclusive rights to teleport and hunt for kickbacks. He actually did what? The leader of the group thought in fright that it was possible to go crazy, absolutely evil. This bastard posted that video. Han calmly walked down the corridor and then said that he had also seen the video. He was curious if they were really friends, have the necessary competence to discuss social justice. Khan looked at the paper with a smile and then said that this time they captured Durkin. There is also a lot of interesting things here. Let them get nervous, friends, and those who have baptized themselves know it. Han turned around with a smile, his left eye shone with dark energy. Then he said that every single one of them didn't like him, especially Godstar and Helene. They were all dead. The streamer with a smile looking at Hana stretched out his thumb forward and said that it was removed. Han asked seriously and sighed, which turned out great. A system download appeared before Hanui. The streamer said that he would immediately edit the video and upload it to the network. Han closed his eyes and said that he was counting on it. And then Han looked at the sheet in a puzzled way and said that he was sure that the streamer would upload a perfectly edited video. In any case, the content was written by him, so it didn't matter to him at all. Han turned around and looked at the fourth elder and said that if there really were so many weaknesses in Darkin's operational reporting, he didn't know a damn thing about it. The fourth elder furrowed her brows while holding various documents in her hand. She said that this is the real chaos. This is the first time in her entire life that she has encountered such a careless management of a feudal lord. When the elder looked at the charts and tables, and then said that it can be understood just by looking at the taxes collected, the funds are transferred from one person to another. But there are no relevant records. The money was simply stolen. Han laughed and said that means they have detailed evidence of these frauds on hand. The fourth elder spread her hands and said that she thought she would be able to find them quickly. It seems that there were quite a lot of dishonest actions here. The fourth elder said that they were too careless, and they must be extremely worried about the situation right now. Han held the piece of paper as the fourth elder said, "That's right, a real awesome idea has just popped into her head." Han is disappointed, said that he's serious. Well, he'll listen. He thought that she's the elder in charge of management, but he's afraid of her the most. We are transferred to the office. Someone says that a statement has just been made by the Absolute Evil Eye. This is content that also reports on the administrative management of Durkin, a public promise that sets out the privileges that will be obtained when registering in Durkin. Special conditions for players belonging to Durkin. First, free items are provided. Second, Whitestone is provided for free. Third, free use of the hunting grounds of the Divine Star and Heli. Absolute Evil plans to personally stop the hunting grounds. Fourth quest opening step forward. Someone keeps saying that since the publication of the promise, more and more players are moving to Durkin. The director is puzzled, points to the presentation and says that they say that he is reorganizing the management system by hiring an NPC who specializes in administration. Among the users there are rumors that the city was extremely corrupt. The president bites his nails and continues to listen to the director's speech. The director says that the position of Absolute Evil is that he will manage the territory transparently and with all diligence. The president reflects that, to be honest, you never thought that such a situation would ever arise. He kept thinking that there must be various documents and ledgers left in the city that Han captured. The amount of money stolen and laundered in Durhani alone must be hundreds of billions of won, and he is terrified that they need to gather forces and attack before he can find the proof. Before us appears the president, who frowned in his brows looking ahead, an unprecedented situation where Durkin, which was the main source of income of the Divine Star, was in the hands of Absolute Evil. In order to return it, the Divine Star and Hellenis reformulated the allied forces. Following Cernia, the major media began to pay attention to Durkin, for example, under the pretext of moving to punishment of social evil. The newspaper published the president with the slogan that they can no longer stand to watch the Absolute Evil destroying society in silence. So the battle for the Durkin fortress of Absolute Evil broke out. Everywhere, people were sending messages that what position they should take, whether absolute evil is not a social phenomenon. No matter how much they tried to manipulate public opinion, it had reached the point where it could not be hidden. Whether it is only those who use social networks or communities who have been influenced, absolute evil is a killer. But absolute evil in a certain age group is already clearly possible. Absolutely, an informal meeting with the leaders of the largest unions in South Korea. Someone introduced the Khan, and then said that whether absolute evil could continue to show the strength that he had shown in the feudal war seemed to be the key point. But aren't Divine Star and Helene teaming up now? They're even imposing an agreement to eradicate absolute evil on them. Someone in a business suit said that if they didn't sign an agreement to eradicate absolute evil, they might face criticism. No matter what anyone said, it was about the unions ranked first and second in South Korea's rankings. The guy with a small beard said menacingly that if this time the absolute evil was defeated and lost its power, then they, who are now observing the situation from the side, might be the object of all sorts of nagging. However, what if the unimaginable power of an absolute rank is a temporary phenomenon? No, that if he becomes stronger. Then what should they do? Even if they have to get into a hot hand, it's better for him to continue observing and then make a decision. We are being taken to Durkin Castle. Rufendal appears in front of us, holding up his finger and smiling, holding a huge bag next to him. He shouts that this is Rufendal's #1 pet. He collected all the items of the players that Han killed. Han replied that it was a great job. Rufendal watched Han climb into the bag with a smile. He wondered what a good fellow he was. He had learned a new skill for collecting items of a wide range of items quickly acquired. If he continued like this, he would be able to maintain his position as the #1 pet. Rufendal said that his pet did not deserve such praise. Han climbed into the bag and said they'd take a look. And then a second later, Rufendal was holding an expensive 7,000,001 necklace in her hands with sparkling eyes, and Rufendal shouted thank you very much. Rufendal, holding the necklace in his hand, began to run away from the room. He thought that this month alone the amount had already exceeded 30,000,000 won. He did the right thing by becoming a pet. Han told the fourth elder that they should contribute to the work. The elder replied that she was listening. Khan watched the happy Rufendal run away from the office, and then he said that after the publication of the special contract, whether the number of registered users in Durkani increase. The elder replied that now the number of registered users exceeded 10,000. Khan asked that it was a rapid increase. The elder replied that no, the process was rather slow. Han gave the elder a puzzled look, then asked if it would only be alright if a new attack was received from the Divine Star side. Then he thought the flow might be blocked. The elder replied that it was, on the contrary, an opportunity for them. She adjusted her glasses and looked at him and said that all he had to do was show off his greatness during the battle for Durkan. If everyone saw that the Khan was good not only in attack, but also in defense, then everyone would want to serve him. Han smiled and said that he was thinking about it. But what difference does it make if she says so? Then it should be done. This time it will take a little effort. Someone pulled out a bag of gold and said that there was not much here, but he put all his sincerity into this gift. Let him accept it. The guy whose face was blurry looked into the bag and said that no, it wasn't worth the trouble. The other guy laughed and said that he should take care of the hunting ground and the portal this time. The guy said that he didn't mind doing a good deed. It was a video. Someone said that the face was artfully covered with mosaics. He was told that it was an edited video. The leader of the group looked down devastatingly. Someone said that no matter how you look at it, it's clearly him. The leader of the group apologized. He gritted his teeth and then thought how shitty it is to be caught taking large-scale bribes. He was in an extremely difficult position. His aunt in a blue suit exhaled and said that they would close this topic. This is also a kind of business. The leader of the group looked at his aunt with a smile, and she said that these are all facets of social life and it's about the class trying to create new connections. So he didn't do anything wrong. She doesn't know how they got these shots. Well, just the fact that they lowered themselves to when using this video poorly. The group leader smiled and said that it wasn't true if he was thinking that he had stayed afloat. He bowed and then shouted that he would thank them very much and continue to work hard and try never to tarnish Ellen's name again, and his aunt replied that he should be careful in the future. The aunt looked puzzled, and the leader of the group continued to say that by the way, she will also take part in the siege of Durkan. The group leader looking at his aunt heard the words that startled him. The aunt said that it is so. She is an important figure in the company, so she should participate. The group leader asked if everything will be all right. The aunt, with a malicious smile, replied that how else? This battle involves players from the 1st to the 5th place in the ranking. That's the extent to which they need to recapture this city. We are transported to the hunting grounds of the Divine Star. Marion is standing behind her Dark Knights, who are constantly advancing. There are shouts everywhere that why the hell are the undead here? They need to block. Marion clutched her face in frustration as she thought that she had taken control of the hunting grounds around Darahan because it was the first time Han had asked her to do so in a long time. But it was gradually becoming more difficult to hold her ground. The knights fiercely resisted her undead, and she thought that she had never expected that she would have to mobilize even priest and paladin class NPCs to protect the hunting grounds. After all, a large alliance, not for nothing, is called such. She sighed as a knight with a green cloak appeared in front of her, and she wondered if she wanted to get back to the con as soon as possible. The green cloaked guy thought with a smile that as he thought, this necromancer has a huge amount of stamina, but no matter how strong she is, if she had to mobilize even the paladins to stop them, then it means that she will definitely get tired. The guy took out his sword and thought that this is the Napier Plain, where he had so hard settled after failing in another valley. He can't lose his position here just because he is a contractor of the Divine Star. Marion looked away, puzzled. The knight swung his sword and violently attacked her, shouting that she would have to die here. The knight, frowning, thought that he should wait a second. Now he saw her up close, this necromancer. Marion calmly extended her hand forward. A dark energy appeared around her as she said, "Get up." The guy who was flying at her thought that she clearly reminded him of someone. Marion came out and the hand forward called a giant snake, which was surrounded by incredible forces of dark energy. She said that I was a soldier and death stood up. A system message appeared in front of the knight that he died. The snake swallowed the knight with pleasure. He shouted from his mouth that he had only strengthened himself in this hunting ground. What the hell? Marion folded her hands and thought that for some reason his face made her feel so disgusted that she even called the snake. We are taken to the eastern gate of Durkhan, where the Khan stands with the fourth elder. They look ahead to the huge army that is coming, and Han says that although he expected a huge army to arrive, it is still very dark. Han looked at the chat. The streamer said that the estimated number of troops is 200,000. There are rankers present, from 1st to 5th place. The fourth elder looked ahead with a puzzled expression, covering herself with a fan. She said that the number of troops is not serious. They can gather the elders. The Khan, exhaling, replied, well, he does not see the need to go so far. If the elders gather here, it will attract the attention of the Empire. Han jumped to the edge of the wall and told her to watch carefully. Han recalled the system message that announced that he had reached level 60, and he reflected that by a lucky coincidence, his level had risen to 60 when he took over Durkhan, and now his arsenal was replenished with the destructive strike he had used earlier. Han swung with a smile, his fist covered in dark energy as he said that it was time for the lame skill to serve a second time. Han hit the ground with great force. The dark energy began to spread out in different directions. He thought that the Mercury strike would be even more grandiose. Isn't it? Without Han there was a system message that the Mercury strike skill. As the energy continued to flow out of Hanu, a system message appeared that the true heaven conquering mind technique was reacting to the Mercury strike. Even the elder, looking at this, was startled to think that such a powerful skill, located in a pile of garbage, is spreading magnificent demonic energy in front of her. Han was standing on the wall. The entire wall was covered in dark energy, and the elder thought that who would even dare to say that this skill sucks now. A system message appeared in front of Han that due to the effect of the true mind technique, conquering the heavens, Mercury strike is amplified to Mercury super strike. The president frowned menacingly ahead and said what kind of suspicious airflow that Han still had in store. The president is frightened, looking ahead, thinking that it is common sense to say that when an army of 200,000 has gathered, it is quite natural to keep the victory. Just such are the enemy's lines. But the problem is that absolute evil does not obey the laws of common sense. It is similar to the skill that was demonstrated earlier. One of the directors took off and said that he would check the situation. The first Holy See held a fire sword in his hand. He swung it. Flames started raging everywhere. The president shouted at him to be careful. The headmaster furrowed his brows and shouted, even if it's about absolute jelly, what can he even do against the 200,000 army? Let him burn the bastard. The headmaster leaped forward, striking out with his sword in front of him, the incredible power of the flames rushing towards the castle gate. The headmaster used the flame sword skill. Looking ahead with a smile, he thought that he was armed to the teeth with defensive magic for all types of battles, so in this battle, he would definitely rub his nose. Suddenly, the director was hit by dark projectiles, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he wondered what it was. Han looked down with a smile as system messages appeared in front of him, confirming that a fire attribute attack has been completed at a level that cannot destroy a Mercury strike. Mercury strike responds with 7 attacks damage increase plus 40% critical probability plus 10%. Purple rays fly at one of the magicians. He screams. The other knight is also hit by these purple rays. He screams. Han stands on the wall while it is bathed in a purple aura and a lot of rays are flying out of it. The director, who is wearing armor, looks at everyone with gritted teeth. The knights are shouting that the defense squads will block it at all costs. After that, the director remembers how the berserker was defeated. He thinks about the fact that it has been confirmed that his skill is also an ability that allows him to resist attacks. Although I had to sacrifice a berserker in the process, but absolute evil is also a human, so he can't fend off the attack of a 2,000 strong army. So they decided and started an all-out retreat. The director looks at another manager looking through binoculars. She says it's weird, to which the director says that she saw something strange. She puts the binoculars away, clearly worried, and he says that without any doubt, this skill should consume mana. But no matter how much more they have in store, they must fill it up. They look at Han standing on the wall and surrounded by a purple aura. Speaking of which, however, Absolute Evil still hadn't once consumed a mana recovery potion. Han smiles to hold onto his face. The system sends notifications saying that he earns even more evil points. He thinks that his Mercury Superstroke is pretty good. Several magicians use their magic to create huge magic circles. He thinks that since it's a close interweaving with skills, he can clearly see where and who is making what attacks. The system says that several simultaneous weak attacks have been confirmed. They hit the wall, and the purple aura engulfs them. Han thinks that, in addition, it is possible not only to repel attacks, but also to absorb damage in the form of mana, and therefore its consumption is practically non-existent. The system sends notifications that indicate that weak attacks are converted to mana, and Han stands on the wall as the silhouette of purple eyes appears behind him. He thinks that in this scenario, if the opponent can't fend off Mercury's attack with a single attack, then he's invincible right now. Does Absolute Evil happen to be a class that specializes in siege warfare? The director looks up, gritting his teeth. He says that he has the option to absorb mana. This bastard defies common sense. He remembers all those people who stand at the top of this world. Thinking about that, however, he can't attack their rankers with such a skill, and if suddenly their combined attack fails and they can't break through this skill, then it is quite possible that they will suffer serious damage or death. How to think that to go or take risks to be cannon fodder is the share of those who make up the lower class. The director, gritting his teeth, says that for starters, he thinks that continuing to spread his strength here isn't the best option either. He tells everyone to back off and wait a bit. Ivan was standing on the wall, watching the enemy move in. The Khan is approached from behind by the fourth elder, covering himself with a fan. He asks him if he thinks the enemies are up to something, to which Khan says that, most likely, they decided to wait for the end time, the impact action, Mercury. Well, the elder is surprised, while Han says that he will then pay a short visit himself. And as Han walks forward, Elder Na shouts at him about where he's going to go. So the elder is watching Han jump off the wall. He shouts to him, "Lord," while Han is thinking that if he doesn't go, then he will go to them. And during the flight, Han uses the system window. He says we'll see, and this time he's collected a lot of Absolute Evil points. He looks at the system and talks about whether he should try using his highest skill now. It will take 5 Absolute Evil points to temporarily deactivate the exclusive Absolute Evil skills. Mariana flies at Coco. This was the airspace near Darkhan. Mariana clutches her cheeks, remembering that she trained the undead. She thinks she's late because she's wasted her time doing all sorts of nonsense. And the more she looked at him, the more her blood boiled, so she decided to vent her anger. And she screams about what to do if her uncle scolds her for being late. Mariana puts her hand on Coco, after which she says that she will give him a blue stone, so he should fly faster. Mariana, looking down, notices something. She tells him that he is not afraid that the uncle will get angry, after which she notices Han standing near the wall. She wonders why he's down there. She watches his back, wondering if she knows exactly what's going to happen on the ramparts, and should he send a whisper. Then Han smiles and uses the skill activation. A huge purple lightning bolt strikes from the sky, destroying everything around it. It was as sure as shattering Sky Fist. Mariana watches it happen, covering herself with one hand. She's talking about what, oh my god, is this really an uncle's skill? She looks up at the sky, which is covered with purple rays, and it says that the sky is darkening, and this is a skill that affects nature. A lot of soldiers are watching as everything starts to darken. Mariana says that as far as she knows, there is no such skill on Olympus. A lot of soldiers talk about what it is and how it can be such a skill. Watching through the cameras for Khan, they say that hell, share what kind of ability it is. More importantly, there's too much static on the video. The guy sitting at the computer and watching what is happening is very inspired by fright. He says that in this scenario, he will not be able to conduct a live broadcast. While people from the chat writes that go crazy and this is the end of the drone. One of them asks if he is joking, and the other answers if he wants to return to the group of outsider streamers. And then the guy looks at another monitor, turning around. He listens to the news that all video recording devices near Darkhan are temporarily out of service at the moment, and they want to inform them that video transmission on this channel is currently not possible. Is thinking about what and whether he wants to say that even public channels are not able to shoot. Looks at the virtual reality glasses, and he thinks that it seems impossible to shoot with a remote-controlled drone. All you have to do is connect directly and continue shooting. He raises his hand to his face and wonders if he can return from Darkhan alive, and he wouldn't die if he was caught in the midst of an Absolute Evil skill. After that, Squall is used. Many soldiers are shouting and flying everywhere, Everything is shrouded in a purple aura, saying what kind of madness this is. And Han continues to walk forward, glowing. He looks at the many soldiers lying on the floor and scratches his head. He thinks that the heaven-shattering fist skill is a top-tier skill that can only be obtained at level 99. And as far as he knows, it's the strongest wide-range skill that absolute evil can master. Han then waves his hand, and the soldiers nearby begin to fly away under the flow of a huge purple aura, thinking that once activated, all the skills acquired by absolute evil merge together. Many soldiers and mages stand in shock as this dark aura creeps up on them. Han thinks that then there is a chain reaction in all areas, including attack, stat defense, and so on, which leads to the death of enemies. And Han remembers his mentor, who laughs and says that now he has at least some sense and his efforts have paid off. That it's enough to even get the recognition of that crazy teacher. And while the soldiers are lying on the floor and starting to disappear, he thinks that one way or another, to put an end to this battle, you need to go deep inside, get to the leadership. These people, called rankers, are just hiding out, using their regular users as cannon fodder. And Han raises his hand, saying that he has no personal grudges against ordinary office workers. But for once, he wanted to get this sorted out as quickly as possible. After that, it uses total destruction. And from the sky, lightning strikes directly at all the soldiers. It destroys everything around it. And the system sends notifications about, saying that they have met the conditions for receiving an additional reward of absolute evil. He gets a lot of experience points, received boost points and level up. Han stands in shock, holding out his hand and watching as his level continues to rise. He thinks that the effect is so powerful, and even from his point of view, this is too much. After which, many soldiers shout. The director stands together with another manager and a soldier, covering himself with his hands. He shouts for them to gather their thoughts and quickly deal with the situation. Then people shout for a healer and where the priests are. The director listens as one of the people approaching him starts shouting. He says that the Union president's entire frontline troops have evaporated and it turns out 100,000 people are just thrown away with a single strike. And the director is in shock. I ask him, how is this so? He's clearly angry, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist. He thinks that absolute evil, even if it destroys all the laws of common sense, it must also have some limit. And he calls Khan a very arrogant son. He thinks that in this scenario, there is only one thing left. After that, he tells the director of the Blue Heart to join the battle with him and drag out some time. To which she is very surprised, saying that why is she? She stands there in shock, thinking that in a situation where ordinary players can't even win seconds, the reason why she sends his rankers ranked 5th is to distract attention and delay time. She says she believes that in the future, the Divine Union with Palna will pay for this service. She picks up her weapon while the headmaster turns away from her. She says that she has always been friendly towards Ellen's union and that their ties will become even stronger in the future. To which she says that she heard him and thinks that no matter how you look at it, it looks like he's thinking of using it. Before that, she jumps into the sky, thinking that there is nothing to be done. Yana director Alina, he is the president of the Divine Star. She appears right in front of Han, thinking that if she was told to go, then she should obey. She is clearly evil and says that absolute evil she can't let it go any further. She thinks that as soon as she gets close, her body is enveloped in suffocating energy. Han looks at her and tells her about that. He thinks about how it's Director Ellen that he saw earlier and how unexpected that she came out one against him. Director Ellen stands and looks at Han. She says that absolutely out of spite, she can't let him go any further. And as soon as she gets close, a suffocating energy envelops her body. Han looks at her in surprise and tells her what. He thinks about how it's the same Director Ellen that he saw earlier. He clenches his fist and thinks about testing her abilities once. After that, Mariana tells her to leave her uncle. Han asks her what she wants. She replies that just in case, she sent the undead to investigate, and she received a notification that something strange was noticed. Mariana is flying at Coco while flying near some huge shining object. She says that summoning rites have suddenly begun at the West Gate, and she thinks he needs to come here soon. After that, Han smiles, beaming purple. He says that this player single-handedly captured Darkham. We are talking about a level that far surpasses the strength of an ordinary person. A lot of people are sitting at a table and discussing something. Empire of Earth's Intelligence Corps. One of the men in the brown jacket. It says that it is interesting that the current situation is the most special situation that they should pay attention to. After that, another man sitting opposite says that there are 3 points. It's like Han walking forward while being enveloped by an aura. Speaking of which, one is a class called Absolute Evil. It has power beyond our expectations. After that, he reads on. To the wanted criminal they are chasing. Ramtadian, and he looks very much like Han, and it's not that they're expressed, their faces are a bit similar. Han thinks to himself, what are they even like? After all, in the eyes of NPS, they look similar. After that, one of the men says that this is not the case, while the other is thinking about that. and while Ramtadian sits all tied up and crying while the knights surround him. He says that someone there is absolutely evil and the most common criminal, and they keep saying that he gave up exactly 8 hours ago, and he was very scared. Speaking of which, he wasn't able to fully assess the situation, and everything is fine and they just got back from the scene. After that, he is given a paper. Speaking of what remains last, Item 3. None of the big stars rented a Ramada, and they remember that it's a huge cannon that uses a lot of magicians to draw energy. Speaking of which, they never expected that this weapon would be used during a war between players. This is a direct order from His Imperial Majesty, so they were not able to comment on this. After that, one of the players holds 2 torches. He says that similar players have good diplomatic skills. Although it is a Class 3 weapon, it is hard to believe that His Imperial Majesty gave his written permission to use it. After that, one of the people discussing it says that how do they think they can effectively use this weapon? To which the other says that they won't be able to reveal its true power. They point these weapons directly at the wall, which is shrouded in purple smoke. It is said that no precise guidance was provided in case of emergencies. Incredibly, they would only be able to use half of the cannon's original power. After that, this gun starts loading and they continue to discuss. Speaking of which, it would be quite enough to destroy a weak castle like Darken. After all, after hitting the crystals of the thief will also be destroyed. After that, Han listens about it being a huge cannon. Understandable. Speaking of which, he's going there right now. After that, he holds his head and looks behind his back. He thinks that he needs to move immediately, while one of the chapters shouts to him that he is. She points her weapon directly at him and, angry, says that his insolence will have to end here and now. Han wonders what to do with her and if he should deal with her before he leaves. And she starts to panic, opening her mouth and thinking that Ellen is a place that needs as much attention as the Divine Star. She also doesn't like the fact that they say the video posted the other day was rigged. Then Han closes his eyes and stretches out his hand. He says that there is nothing to be done. It uses the speed and starts disappearing. Union Director Ellen shouts at him to stop, while Han is running away from her using speed. By activating the Heaven Conquering Steps skill, and with the effect of the true technique, the Heaven Conquering Mind Energy, the Heaven Conquering Steps are transformed into true Heaven Conquering Steps. And while Han runs with a serious face, he thinks about it. If it was a giant cannon, what was he thinking? Then first of all you need to deal with it. Well, if Director Ellen was going to go crazy, it wouldn't take a few seconds, but who knew if Mercury's strike couldn't stop the cannon's attack? And while Mariana is flying to Coco, he thinks that, and most importantly, that the impact of Mercury is coming to an end. Mariana says that what should she do? She looks down, one hand on her cheek, and it tells us what they are going to do now. She looks at how many magicians in white robes gather around this cannon. They say that at first glance it is clear that this thing is incredibly powerful, and shouldn't they block the blow at all costs? Mariana then looks away and sees Han running towards them. She says her uncle is still on his way. She brings her hand to her lips and thinks that she can't stay away. Is there something she needs to do? Then she uses her magic, telling Coco to be ready, and he croaks in surprise. Then Mariana says to get up. Mariana stands on top of Coco and begins to use magic, summoning the soldiers of death. She uses all her strength while gritting her teeth, thinking that even if he hurried, he wouldn't be able to stop the blow in time, and the strongest undead she can summon. And while Coco is flying and watching Mariana summon the huge undead, she thinks that she will also need to increase her rank. It was an undead Hikaktu rank enhancement with the power of an absolute necromancer. Mariana falls down with her arm outstretched, while Coco goes into a daze. While Mariana is flying, she looks at the system notifications. They say that the current mana consumption is too fast, and the previously summoned undead will be recalled back. Then she thinks that she doesn't care. She closes her eyes and thinks that she, too, will show what she can do, and she wants to be praised. And in all the places where tenderness was placed, it begins to evaporate. The system sends notifications saying that all tenderness, except for Gurkaktu, is recalled back. After that, Ron is surprised that he starts to disappear. The system warns that the player Ron is out of control and has died. After which, huge tenderness starts screaming while her eyes shine with a green light. The system indicates that the skill is activated. After that, many magicians then notice how a huge snake appears in the sky. They think it's unexpected. Then this snake starts screaming. All the mages who were standing behind her were caught by the green glow, and they were all petrified. After that, the system says that a large-scale petrification was used. Mariana falls down and says that she made it and everyone was petrified. She turns to the other side and smiles, saying that now it's just a matter of getting on Coco's back again. And as she falls down, she sees Coco flying far away. She sees Coco start to croak, saying no. If she died, then perhaps he would also meet death from Master's fist. Mariana falls down and closes her eyes, thinking that this shouldn't have happened. If she fell down now, she would definitely die. and she thinks that, nevertheless, she was at least a little useful. Then Han catches it in his hand. He smiles and says she's a good girl. She comes in shocked, saying what? She looks at his face, and Han thinks about the fact that she used a large-scale petrification, so her powers must be at their limit right now. And Han tells her how many more seconds she can hold the petrification. And Mariana looks at Haney, all confused, and says that about 5 seconds. Khan says that this is quite enough. Mariana wonders if she's really asleep right now. Han then puts her down on the ground and Coco flies up to her. He says he leaves them and leaves. Mariana clasped her hands together and blushed, starting to say to Coco, "What did you really see?" And he praised her and hugged her. And while Coco looks the other way, Mariana says that this clearly shows that her uncle likes her. To which Coco croaks, saying that in general, does it make sense? Han runs forward. He thinks about what he saw with his own eyes, and now he is sure that this is a siege weapon of the Earth's empire. And he didn't expect that they from the Divine Star would even bring something like this with them. And he doesn't know if it's even possible to destroy it. And he wouldn't be able to destroy it with his own hands, because then he would be targeted by the Empire. He goes to her and spreads his arms. He thinks about how first he needs to destroy all the mages nearby. Use the 1000 lightning strike skill. After that, the system sends notifications saying that the 1000 lightning strike skill has been upgraded to a mega powerful 1000 strikes. And the mega powerful 1000 strike skill reacts to the mega powerful 1000 strike skill. And these sets of 1000 hits create a synergy effect. Then Han notices it and thinks about what it is. So far, many blades are coming from his blows, and the system sends notifications telling him that he has conquered new heights. Huge flow magic hits the cannon. The system says that these two skills have been combined, and Han thinks about how great this is a high-end magic power. He looks down at his hands in surprise, and he thinks about the fact that, by the way, he used this skill, which he mastered during the level up, because it matches perfectly with hundreds of lightning strikes, and he didn't expect that in addition to being enhanced by the heaven-conquering mind energy, there would also be a synergy effect. Han then sees a system notification about that Chan is texting him. Chan's sitting on the wall and covered with green windings. He says that the master is absolutely evil. Now it is located on the eastern fortress wall, and he thinks he needs to get back soon. He watches as Principal Ellen discusses something. Yi Chang says that in front of the East Gate, the director is giving an urgent interview. She stretches out her finger angrily and tells me what's going on. And she thinks about how the Ramadan entrance should have been released around this time. He was absolutely a cowardly killer, and as soon as they got close to him, he immediately ran away. She thinks that so why is there still no explosion? Chapter Ellen stands in front of the reporters. She says the absolute evil is a cowardly killer, and as soon as she got close to him, he immediately ran away. After that, she continues to tell everything that happens, holding out her hand. She thinks that the cannon should have been fired by now, so why is there still no explosion? She goes on to say that he is a coward who only fights the weak. She thinks that something is obviously wrong here. Then she looks away and sees something shining in the sky. She thinks about what really. After that, she steps back a bit while Han tries to hit her with his fist while falling from the sky. Han smiles as he looks at her. She, in turn, was very afraid of this. She is thinking about what this business is, and she clearly sensed it coming and dodged it with difficulty. Moreover, it only grazed slightly, but it had already suffered damage. After which, she pulls out her weapons while a lot of people run away, and she tells them to leave. Han, in turn, begins to warm up, and she thinks, as she looks at him, that he doesn't seem to have put all his strength into the punch. And where did such a monster come from? After that, she remembers the director talking to another person. Thinking about that, given the circumstances, it looks like the plan to use the Ramada failed. This means that the president of the Grand Union has moved on to the last plan. She pulls her weapon forward, thinking that if she does, she must complete her task. And the head of the alliance, Ellen, tells Han that if she attacks, she will take him just as he deserves. After which, she notices Han jumping at her with his fist. She says she needs to buy some time now. She falls to the floor, kneeling down, and the holes in his chest begin to disappear. She says that she is a ranker ranked 5th and how she lost with just one punch. Sends a notification saying that she is dead. And Han, walking forward, starts scratching his back. He says it was too mediocre for someone ranked 5th. And Khan wins a brilliant victory without allowing a single blow. At this point, he opens his eye and it starts shining purple. He thinks that, to be honest, even when she went out alone to stop him, her intentions were very clear. He uses the spiritual eye. After that, he looks at the many soldiers and something with a huge amount of mana appears from behind them. He thinks about the fact that there is a huge magic power being concentrated in the rear. And after the Ramadan debacle, it's time for the next secret plan. Then Han starts draining a huge dark aura, and the knights around him try to stop him. He says that he is going to catch rankers now. If they interfere with him, they will die. He thinks that it is immediately clear that others are there, after which the headmaster stands together with many knights, gritting his teeth. The soldiers are shouting to be stopped and the tanks must move forward, and the girl with the pink hair says that he was in range of the spell. She says there is, and holding the green staff, he says that the binding spell is ready. It was the ranked 3 Grand Mage Lamina. Many mages gathered in a row. She tells them to trust her and they never fail, plus 300 magicians under Lamina's command. The headmaster looks at her while she closes one eye and smiles. He tells her that after activation, for what period of time it will be possible to bind him. And she says that even in the worst case scenario, she can tie him up for a few seconds. Then a green star appears in her eye. She says all you have to do is put shackles on him, taking advantage of this golden time. After that, it uses the level calculation ability. She also looks at Hanem for the way he kills soldiers. She thinks about how absolute evil is currently only level 70. Her passive skill is at 100%, Insight has not detected any cheating techniques, so success is quite real. She uses her staff, which begins to shine, thinking about how she was surprised by the fact that his level was lower than she thought, which was just as well. After all, this fact shows that this unholy power was achieved thanks to a special class and skills. And by raising the staff, many magic circles appear. It uses magic circle activation. After that, the system says that the activation of the binding magic circle is started. Han stands and a circle appears under him, which he notices. She smiles, thinking that this magic circle connects the target with a 100% chance of having an intelligence stat lower than hers. The system talks about the transfer of mana by the magician, and mana of magicians creates a synergy effect. He's level 70, which means his intelligence stats can't possibly be higher than hers. After which, she notices Han appear in front of her attacking her. She thinks there is a 100% chance of shackling. Han tells her that she is already ready to get slapped in the face. In systems, it indicates that the binding failed. She watches Han approach. The opponent's intelligence stats are higher than Miss Lamon's. Is she thinking about what's going on? She remembers her staff, saying that the calculation turned out to be wrong. If it's a normal level 70 user, then they would have to invest all of their intelligence stats to even get close to Lamina's stats. But Han isn't strong because of a special class or skill. Watching as Han stretches out his fist, getting closer and closer. Speaking of which, it's because its basic stats are too high. Clark appears right in front of his forehead. Speaking of which, all characteristics have basic indicators equal to 99 units, as well as additional performance improvements thanks to the mind energy that conquers the heavens. After that, a huge flash occurs, creating a huge pressure. Speaking of which, there was no way he could be suppressed by Lamon's intelligence. He uses a knockout punch, and the director, covering himself with his hands and watching everything, says that he is crazy, thinking that even if it goes beyond common sense, but still it is clearly too much. He watches as Han crouches down. Thinking about it, this was the first time he had crossed paths with such a monster for at least 2 times in all the time that he had placed the Divine Star. Han says it's because she's a Mac, and she's very weak, and she's out with one punch. He thinks that after the karma of the Heavenly Emperor, the same person appears again. Han stares at the headmaster as the knights yell for everyone to stop him. He thinks about the fact that he's still attacking. Han opens his mouth, thinking that there's nothing he can do about it. And just like that, the cooldown time came to an end. He says that we will finish everything quickly, after which they will use complete destruction. Several agents are standing around, clearly worried. In the Daily News of Olympus, it is said that a battle of 201,000 against 1 resulted in defeat. And the photo of absolute evil used unknown skills after that it was not possible to take any photos, showing how Han used total annihilation. The director says that in the end even such an article was published. He's sitting on a chair with his arms crossed, talking about how empty he is. The director closes his eyes and begins to think about the total annihilation of the entire 200,000th army. And not only was it not possible to return Darkin, but the status of their nobility was also undermined. If things continue like this, the major republics of Korea will falter. He remembers being the head of Ellen. She told all the reporters standing near the wall, and the director thinks that the only good news is that there is no properly recorded video. After all the recordings are after he used this strange skill. Eyes and looking ahead says that a war for public opinion is beginning. He says that everyone should control all the mass media. Did you change the direction of the news? Our allied forces were not destroyed, but simply retreated. And the brutal killer absolutely evil declared war on the people. Then one of the agents runs around and shouts at the director. He talks about what happened to the trouble, and while the president stands up in shock, the agent says that a video of the battle of absolute evil has been uploaded to the internet. What happened, how did it happen, and where? The agent says that this is a private channel on YouTube, which has recently been gaining huge popularity as it does not hesitate to reveal all the actions of absolute evil. Show a video with the caption, "Full version of the battle for Darkon." One of the comments says that one base hit and the ranker swelled up. Why is the video only available on this channel? And the agent says that at the moment, this seems to be the only video with the battle of absolute evil, remembering Chan recording everything on the gold camera. Speaking of which, at a time when, due to an unknown phenomenon, all the equipment for remote filming was turned off, and other media outlets conducted emergency interviews only manually, without filming. This man is similar, took pictures on the battlefield or from the fortress wall of Darkon using a handheld camera. And the director, watching all this on the tablet, begins to tremble. Speaking of which, this is a private channel. The agent confirms this. The director begins to tremble. The agent says that a video feed has recently appeared. Chan seems to be a representative of absolute evil, and the director asks him, saying that really there was such a channel. He throws the tablet directly at the wall, and so far many agents have noticed this. He screams about being your mother. The directors wave a hand, telling them to immediately find out everything about his identity before his location on Olympus. The agent tells you what is available. After that, they all go out and the person who reported it starts crying. The director sits back in his chair. He's clearly angry, holding a hand to his head. He thinks that he acted absolutely evil, as if he had anticipated our move. If he had known his personal details, he would have immediately sentenced him to death. But this hidden person, even with such power, has never left any trace of reality to this day, and he thinks about who the hell he is. An elder stands at the fortress wall, says Vladika. He gets down on one knee in front of him while Han turns his attention to him. Speaking of which, the Divine Star Alliance started tracking Chan down. Han is surprised to ask him what, and is it really because of the video of the last battle posted on his channel. After that, the second elder begins to disappear. For now, Han says that it looks like the assassins might get involved, so he'll leave it up to him. To which the elder says that it is good and thanks for the trust. Han clutched his head and closed his eyes. He says that people are even chained to internet broadcasting. Could it be more dangerous than he thought? Then the man enters the room and smiles. Han tells him that he is sorry, saying that he had such a hard time getting here from faraway places. To which he says that there is no need to apologize and stretches out his hand, says that he has not seen each other for a long time. This was the Middle Eastern north of the Paro continent of the Greater Qatar Union. President Randall. He says that the Khan caused a serious mess this time.